home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, beer drinkers.
Get ready for an all-new experience in information exchange and beer culture.
Your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers from around the globe
right to your home.
You're not just listening to broadcasters, it's the Brewcasters
on the Brewing Network.
I hear you on the radio. You permeate my screen. It's unkind, but if I met you in...
Hello, boys and girls. Welcome to the show, the Sunday session. We got a few surprises for you today. One of them is a brand new chat moderator who's already appalled that I'm being called a cunt in the chat room. Can't believe that. Can't believe our listeners would do that.
This person doesn't know you very well.
Welcome to the session, everybody. It's been a couple of weeks since we've been live, and happy to be back here. We got an action-packed show for you, so bear with us. It's going to be a long one. And Dr. Scott's in the studio this week, even though he had to bring his children along. So this is going to be interesting.
Oh, I know. We'll see what happens. I hope I got them set up in there. I'll check. We'll be able to check on them soon.
Should we get them on the air?
No. Oh, maybe.
Probably not a good idea.
I think that'd be great.
You think so? You want to hear from the Doc kids?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Oh, well,
nothing like, hey, you rat your dad out, but I don't know, just come on and say hi.
It could get ugly. You never know what's going to happen in here.
I know.
And then my dad says, my dad says, if you want to put someone down, there's a nerve on the neck.
Yeah. And then he also says, don't tell anybody except that I fell down the stairs.
Yeah. And my dad says, secrets aren't good with anybody but me.
No, you might not want to tell your mom about that.
Right.
But I'm going to leave it on your own. I didn't tell you not to, because I've gotten in trouble for telling them not to.
It was a suggestion.
I said, don't tell Mommy this, and she tells Mommy also that I told her not to tell her. So I'm in trouble two ways.
Yeah, either way, you're busted.
So now it's your free choice.
Colin Kaminsky in the studio with us today, going to help us talk about wet hot beers. You all know Colin from Downtown Joe's. What's up, my brother?
Oh, life's good. How you doing today?
Doing great. I haven't seen you in a while, though.
I know, it's been forever.
Yeah, you've been busy brewing out there, huh?
Yeah, summertime. Lots of construction around us right now. So
yeah, that's what I heard. You guys got like a new patio or something. What's happening out there?
Well, right now we have a big hole where a patio might end up. But
oh, is that what it is?
They've surrounded us on three sides with construction for the flood control project.
Oh,
well, if they didn't do that, that whole place would fall right into the river.
Well, I mean, it's been there 100 years. So.
Yeah.
What, the building?
Yeah, it's right on the edge of the river.
Yeah, the building's 1890s.
Is it really?
Yeah.
God. It's weird that good beer comes out of there. You know? You brought us beer today, right?
I did. I brought some of the Harvest Ale.
I don't want to have to throw you out. Hey, I thought you were bringing a date or something. You showed up with Paxton.
That's
not a date at all.
He's later than most of my dates. So.
It's a secret date is what it is, and you ruined it.
What's up, Paxton?
How you doing, brother?
Doing good, man. Good to see you.
That's a J-Man.
You brought us beer too, right?
I did. I brought two.
What'd you bring? You were telling me about some weird stuff.
I did. We'll talk about it later.
All right. So we got a lot of beer to drink. I got some listener beer for us to try. Had some beer hand-delivered from England to us, Doc, from a friend.
Wow.
So we'll drink that later on in the show, too. So it should be fresh. It was from a liquor store or whatever they call them there in England. So some good beer, and I've got a description in that little magazine in front of you there. We'll check that all out later and let everybody know what's happening. So a lot of good surprises. One of our listeners, BC, sent us a package. Since your kids are here today, I don't think we're going to get to utilize it. He sent us, the bottle says it's Meltdown juice.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Ooh. Yeah. I got to drive them home anyway.
Yeah. So. Whatever he sent is specifically formulated to induce the meltdown in case we're not doing it ourselves.
Drop the pill.
Yeah. So, BC, we're going to have to save that for later. Maybe next week Doc will be free again.
Yeah.
Or we should just do it in front of Doc.
I'll tell you what, man, we better get to do... See, that's wrong. Now, we better get to do whatever the hell we want with you for a couple weeks, because you had 2 weeks off.
Right.
And now you're still taking care of the kids this week, so you better get some free passes out of this, this past 3 weeks, man.
Yeah, probably.
All right. So next week we might get a good out-of-control Doc, because he won't have to go home for a while next week. I'm hoping.
You know,
We'll see.
Doc, in your office, do you have like a board, and do you keep track of like, okay, this weekend, no, but this weekend, yes?
No.
So, and like, you have like a leaderboard, like how far are you in front as far as like gimme points?
According to my wife, I'm gone all the time.
So
beer
that's
stuff here, beer stuff there.
Yeah.
We got an argument about it right after I got back from NCHF because I was gone all the time. I'm gone all week. I'm gone all month.
I'm here now. You're yelling at me.
Exactly. So I printed out a calendar, highlighted the days I'm gone, and it was of the month, and it was like 3 days, 4 days.
You know, when we do the BN, how happy is she going to be to get the calendar? You have to make her when it's our BN calendar, and it's got us in stupid outfits and some of those BN chicks that have been posted on the forum.
I'm already decided I'm gonna wear a banana hammock, and I'm not gonna trim.
Oh, disgusting!
Yeah,
you just sold some extra copies.
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
thanks, Mom.
That's a picture I did not want in my mind.
Or on your calendar.
That's not nice at all.
Or on my wall.
Let's meet our temporary. She's not going to be a permanent chat moderator unless you guys woo her and she ends up really liking it in here.
Yeah, Grodd, don't get too excited there.
But you also got to get her all the way through the show here.
Yeah. Bevo is our chat moderator today. What's happening, Bevo?
Hi.
Good to have you here. She has... She's been generous enough with her time. She says she's going to come in for a couple of weeks and help us out until I get a permanent chat mod that isn't JP.
Right.
Because I know y'all want a chick in there, and
so do we.
Yeah. And we're sick of looking. I'm sick of looking across over here at JP.
Yeah.
Now, if you're a hardcore listener, you've been listening a lot, you might know Bevo a little bit. She is Sammy's fiancée, otherwise known as Squirrel Girl.
Yeah.
Terrible.
But it's true.
So, welcome, Squirrel Girl. Now,
hi.
I kind of gave her the rundown. You got to be nice to her in there. It's her first time moderating, so don't get all out of control. I said that she shouldn't really have to ban anybody or kick anybody out. Maybe you don't want to prove me wrong. Remember the first time I gave JP those powers, some of you got kicked out for like a month because we couldn't figure out how to let you back in.
It's true.
So maybe don't mess around.
Is that one of the buttons you told me not to push?
Yeah, that was the don't. Actually,
the one with the tape over it.
Yeah, I was like, don't hit the DEFCON 5 button.
Well, she has a list of people to do that on. So
did you give her a list?
And you know who you are, everybody.
So be nice in there, and of course, you got to pay attention to the new users that come in there. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you can go to our homepage and hit the Chat Now button, and that's how you communicate with us during the show. Plus, your fellow BN Army, they're all in there hanging out, passing questions along. We're talking wet hot beers today with Colin Kaminsky, so if you've got questions about how to do that, and anything you want to know from Colin, best place to do it is through the chat room. Bevo will pass along your questions to me. Also, you can call us, 888-401-BEER, and you can probably Skype us. JP was here when I tested it. It was working.
What?
The Skype was working.
It was working.
So,
is it still working?
Yeah. Hey, do me a favor, don't read magazines while we're doing the whole, so you know what's happening.
All right.
I mean, what, we're boring you already?
Yeah.
Good Lord. Yeah. JP's not been in the studio for a couple of weeks, so he's already just reading magazines.
He's looking for a new banana hammock.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bevo.
Somebody said I should boot somebody.
Just to test?
Right off, just to show authority.
You want to give you a name?
It's like going to prison and picking out the biggest guy in the yard and just shanking him.
Well, you got to fight
I'm sitting
somebody.
down.
And they just asked me about a number game, and now they're just putting up a bunch of numbers.
Oh, they're guessing.
Oh, you got to play guess the number.
They're playing guess the number with you. You have to think of a number and then let the first person who guesses it know if they have it right.
It's my favorite game.
That's the stupidest thing ever.
See,
yes, but everybody knows the rules.
Yeah.
It was JP's invention, so you're pretty right on with your description there, Bevo.
Hey, I didn't get a beer that Chad's handing out for everybody. Oh, hey, thanks, Chad. You're the best friend I've ever had.
Put it on his magazine.
Is that Colin's beer that you're pouring there? What did you bring us, Colin?
I brought the wet hop beer.
You did?
Yeah.
What do you call it down there, downtown?
Harvest
Wet hop beer.
Harvest Ale.
Yeah, it's the 07 Harvest Ale.
And you do one every year, right?
Well, 2 years in a row. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So last year.
Every year. Yeah. Every year since I've been doing it.
Both years.
That counts.
It's on a streak now.
I was there the other day. That porter that you have is awesome.
I'm glad you like it. Yeah,
it's outstanding. I love it.
Jamil helped me a bunch with that one, actually.
Is that right?
Yeah.
On hand or just with advice?
Both, actually. He gave me some ideas of where I might head from one of the beers I had in inventory. And then he came down and he tasted it and gave me some ideas where I might go again.
Ah, very nice.
And that was about 4 years ago, and we've been brewing it up ever since.
Jameel always willing to dole out advice and tell people what they did wrong. He likes that. All right, so we got a lot to do today. We're going to give you a little GABF wrap-up here in a little while, too. I was hoping Schumann was going to be around because he was one of our soldiers at the GABF last week and did a lot of work. And all of the good stories, instead of happening to Shat this time around, all happened to Schumann.
Yeah.
So hopefully he'll be back in time to talk about it. If not, we'll just embellish some of them and talk about it without him.
Now, was that soldier like S-O-U-L? Yeah. Soldier.
That's not bad, actually. Yeah. Maybe we should spell all of our soldier stuff like that.
Yeah.
B enters with soul. All right, couple of announcements. Shirts and the GABF podcast we did will all be up and available tomorrow. So I had to re-inventory our shirts from what we sold there. We did pretty good. Our staff, which is Shat and was Push, he was helping out, and Schumann and another friend of mine, all did really cool stuff. We'll talk about that, helping out with the booth, and they sold a bunch of shirts. So I had to re-inventory. I'll be putting them back up in the store tomorrow. I do have large and extra large for all you whining bitches who didn't get them the first time around like I told you to, and now you've been complaining for a month that they're not there. They'll be there tomorrow, so you can buy them. And all the podcasts that we did recorded there will be up tomorrow, too. Also in the store, your Brewing Classic Styles, Jameel Zainasheff, John Palmer book. They're almost gone. Your pre-sale and signed copies, there's about 80 left in there, and that's it. We're not doing them again. So get in there now and buy your books or forever hold your peace for a signed copy. We'll have regular copies available afterward, but Jameel, it's only in his contract to sign for the pre-sale. And so do it now, my friends. Let's see. Other announcements. Everyone really likes our new the website design that was done for the GABF Listen page. You like that, Paxton? You saw that?
It was very nice.
Everyone really likes that, and I liked it too. And everyone's like, oh, that's got to be the new website. Put it up as the new website, all of that. Well, I didn't design that page. I think that's obvious to everybody.
Yeah, because it works.
Because it works, and it's really nice.
Kind of flows real nicely.
Unlike you.
A good friend of ours built that page for that, and he did it for free. And he spent a lot of time on it, and he's a web designer, and he doesn't work for free. And he did that for free. So, as you guys are all in the forum there and saying, oh, it should be your new page, well, web pages don't grow on trees. I thought they did when I started this whole thing.
Yeah, which is why I really got in for the free web pages.
Yeah, so everybody who's, real excited about a new web page, don't be afraid to hit that donate button, because the guy wants to build me a whole new website, but it's going to take some time. You got to do it right. He's got to build a whole bunch of pages, and his time's valuable. He's a really talented dude. You should check out his website. It's andy-rue.com, I think. His link is at the bottom of that GABF page. What's up, Evo? What's happening?
I think it's just Andy Rue.
AndyRue.com?
Yeah.
Just one word? All right. He's a great photographer, a great designer. He makes films, very talented guy, and he gets paid for what he does. So I'm just saying, as you guys are telling me it should be the new site, I agree. But you got to hit the donate button so I can pay the dude. In fact, I've been thinking about, you guys hear about you might have heard about this, Paxton, you're a music guy, the new Radiohead album?
Yes.
And the way that they're selling that?
No.
Well, I really like the model that they're using. They don't have a distributor yet. They bailed on they completed their record deal, their first record deal, and they haven't signed up with anybody new. Pretty much because they don't have to. They're
you're Radiohead.
Superstars, yeah. But they're doing this cool thing. They recorded a new album anyway, and you can download it from their site, and you pay whatever you want. You pay what you think it's worth. You hit their donate button, and it's like some people have paid $1,000 for it because they apparently have a bunch of money burning a hole in their pocket.
Yeah, or the big Radiohead fans.
Yeah, the big hit fans, and they can afford
the money tree.
Other guys, they're paying $2. It's just they wanted people to be able to get the album, even though they don't have a distributor yet. And people are that's their deal. You can have it. Pay us what you think it's worth. And I kind of thought that's not only is that cool of them to do, but if you guys really like the shows, maybe you could do that to the BN. You could, for every episode you download, I mean, if you don't think it's worth anything, don't hit the donate button. If we're too hungover that week and you thought it was a piece of shit, that's fine.
If I'm not there.
If Doc's not here, maybe you don't want to pay. Yeah.
If Doc's not here, then hit the donate button.
You know, but if Colin Kaminsky comes in here and gives you everything you ever needed to know about how to brew a fresh hop beer, maybe you think that's worth something, and you download it, and if you get a second, you could hit the donate button with whatever you think the episodes are worth. You see what I'm getting at here? It works for the Jameel show, it works for the Sunday show, and there's no commitment. It means, because I don't want to charge you guys for the shows. You tell me what you think it's worth, hit the donate button, and there you go. Maybe we'll get a new website.
What other show does it work for?
If you listen to Lunch, if you download Lunch Meat, we'll pay you.
Whoa! Whoa! Out of Paxton's pocket.
Yeah.
Sounds like Radiohead ripped us off.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. Those limey jerks.
I'm just pointing this stuff out. I know you guys think because you hear we got sponsors on the show now that everything's going great and, we're all making a fortune down here. But guess what? The only one making a fortune over here is Doc, and that's when he's not here.
That's when I'm not here.
See what I'm saying? You want Doc to be around here more? You got to pay him too.
Yeah.
So,
how heavy is that gold chain anyways?
Yeah. Doc walks hunched over now.
Yeah. Got my bling.
Hey, did you start working on my BN grill yet? I told you I want I want a grill for like our next big festival. Do I got to give you the gold to melt down or something?
It wouldn't hurt.
I just wanted to say BN Army, like right across my two front teeth, you know?
The two front teeth would be BN.
My two front teeth.
And then Arnie down below.
That'd be badass.
Until you swallow a diamond.
Yeah, what are you going to do? All right, so that's the deal with that stuff, guys. You got to keep supporting if you want us to be around. I'm tired of not paying rent, so hit the donate button, jerks. You can get Chad at thebrewingnetwork.com if you want to give show ideas or anything else, and you can also get JP at thebrewingnetwork.com. You can get Doc at thebrewingnetwork.com. And if you just want to send feedback, which we're about to do right now, that's feedback at thebrewingnetwork.com, and that should be all the stuff you need.
Is Bevo going to get a Bevo at the Brewing Network?
Well, we'll see how long she sticks around in the chat there. Yeah, if you just point at things on the screen, I can't see what they are.
I'm just trying to tell you I want to talk. I don't want to just jump in.
You jump in anytime you want.
Casey said...
You got to stay right up on the mic, though.
Casey said to tell you if you keep bitching, they'll make you a page... And you won't like that one bitch. One bit, not bitch.
Okay. That bitch works, too.
Yeah.
All right, I'll stop bitching. We'll just... here's what the BN sounds like when you guys don't donate. All right, so there you go. See, I don't got a bitch. I just got to show you.
There you go, Casey.
That was deep.
Take that, Case. Yeah. Let's get to the good stuff, folks.
That made me not even want to breathe.
You've got mail.
Kick ass.
Doc's favorite part of the show. Got to do some feedback for you. Oh, and Schumann's here now, too, so we'll be able to do our GABF wrap-up. All right, let's see. Hey, Justin, do you remember the guy who couldn't go to the GABF because his wife was having a baby that day? Well, he had it, and says, I know how much you like baby pictures, so he thought he'd send me a few. So he sent me a couple of pictures of his ugly baby. It was actually a pretty good-looking kid. It had some schmeg on its face in one of the pictures, so I thought,
Ew. Was it straight out of the vag or
no,
what?
No, it wasn't like straight out. It just, they get like scrapes and stuff. I don't know if what happens on the way out. There's like teeth down there or something. But sometimes they get all scraped up. Pax, you know what I'm talking about?
I think I dated that chick once.
We tried to have one here in the studio, but,
Or their fingernails, they scratch themselves with their fingernails.
Oh,
too.
maybe that's what it was. But there was another one where the kid was all clean.
And they fell.
It cleans up pretty nice.
For a white kid, and it was good looking. His name is Patrick James Oatley. He said, sorry, Justin James just didn't work. Even though he was pulling for it. I guess he was trying to get him named Justin, but his wife wouldn't have it. So his wife had her first beer in a while on the 15th. It was a Dunkelweiss that they made together on their anniversary back in September.
Aww.
So he says, my son is going to know good beer. My brother-in-law lives in Denver, went to the GABF. He was there October 11th for his first time. And also, I guess he brought him to club night at the AHA conference in June. And they got to meet Charlie Peace. They were stoked about that. So he says, even though I wasn't able to attend, I got a new member to get out and drink good beer, and I fathered a new member. So it'll be a while before he has his first beer, though.
He fathered a member with his member?
Yes. Hope you guys enjoyed the fest. Definitely be there in another 21 years. Doc will be dead in 21 years, so you might want to make it before then.
Unless they cancel Burning Man.
So that's from Stephen Oatley, lowly private in the BN Army who's now on KP duty and dirty diaper duty.
Duty.
Yeah, he's on duty. So check this out, fellas. I actually helped somebody brew beer.
What? Whoa.
Yeah. Justin,
Not
you
Chad, right?
actually saved my beer. So that's right. Your screw-up helped me today. I was brewing an oatmeal stout recipe, and I missed my strike temp by 6 degrees. And then I remembered what you said about keeping a pot of boiling water next to you, and I threw in some of that boiling water to solve the problem. Huh? How about that?
Yeah.
Your service to the beer world is so valuable, can't go a day without listening to you asshats. I've listened to all the archives, half the Jameel show, and subjecting myself to whatever lunch meat is.
There you go.
Says, I work at Ford 10-hour days. Listening to you douchebags makes me come home wanting to brew something new every time. My wife just rolls her eyes and says, that's nice. I love the information and fun you guys have on the show, but where the fuck have you been? I know the GABF is important, but come on, no new show for 2 weeks? I had to download Lunch Meat to try to have something new to listen to. Well, that's my rant. Thanks to all you guys give us. It's awesome. And he sent us some songs. That's from Brew Jester in the forum. Glad to help. Brother? What else we got here? Here's another real nice one. Let's go to some mean ones.
There you go.
You got any of those?
Angry Jameel, maybe?
I haven't heard from Angry Jameel in a while.
Well, this one's kind of mean. Justin, you no talent, insert multiple inserts here. I've become a beer nerd thanks to you, a-holes. I can't drink beer with my friends anymore because they drink Miller and I prefer a beer with more flavor. You dicks made me the guy who says, hey, try this, so much that I piss everyone else off. I'm blaming you, Justin, for last weekend when I got trashed and dropped chicken wings all over myself. Just remember, Doc, Jameel, John, and Shatty McDole rule, and you and JP blow. Love you in the pants, and that's from Jason. Here's one from Angry JP.
Oh.
I wonder if I read this one before.
I don't know.
Let's see. Justin, you old graying beard, beer molesting, self-love practicing, shave your face off and hope for a scab, no talent, germ freak hack. It's nice to see that the producer, Chad, or Shat, is learning how to brew from brewers that know how to brew quality beer, and that he's not brewing with you. I'm sure that your recipe for Star Sand Carpet Porter is outstanding. Could we get that recipe posted on the forum, please? What is your next recipe? Let me help you out here. How about a batch of no respect, reach around, happy ending nutshot ale? Man, this guy is angry. Chad understands that you lack any respect for beer. However, Mike McDole shows appreciation for brewing and beer. Don't bust Chad's balls anymore for hanging with someone who knows what they are doing. More Chad. Respect the beer, from Angry JP.
Okay, well, you know it wasn't me.
Yeah.
I'm showing Shad respect there. That's not me.
That's not you. P.S. When I was typing this, I rubbed the keyboard on my junk. By reading this, I just teabagged you germ freak. I think I did read that
Maybe
before.
it was me. No, I don't know. It's new to me.
Maybe it's just not the first time I've been teabagged, and that's why it sounds familiar.
Yeah. By me.
I mean, I think you'd know when you got teabagged.
Hey, check this out, Doc.
It all blurs into one.
I was going to talk about this, but this guy, he said, hey, Justin, Dr. Scott, you semi-talented bronze-winning hacks. Congratulations on the bronze for your Eisbach. We won a medal for our beer.
Yeah, we did.
What was that, some club-only competition?
It was the club-only competition.
Oh, there's only one?
Well, it's the one for... it goes against for club points.
Club of the year.
AHA.
Yeah, for AHA, and it's probably one of the hardest contests there is. It's
So-
it's not the hardest contest. Well, each beer has to make it through their club first.
Yeah.
And then each club sends in the best one they've got.
And that was ours?
Yeah. Well,
And I judged those beers that day.
did
Really?
you?
I did.
The Eisbach?
Yep.
Oh, that night, you have to get out of the club. It was tight. It was tough getting out of our club.
Was it?
It
Yeah.
was. There was two other really good beers, but the malt complexity of that really it shined.
That's my first medal right there, Doc.
Yeah. I was going to bring it. I couldn't find it. I was going to let you wear it around or something.
Yeah. I need to wear it around.
You know what you should do? You should break it in half. So you get half and he gets half. Like the best friends that you are.
Oh, that's a good... You have a way to cut that in half, don't you? Let's chop that
How many
bitch up. Why not? And I know what you guys are thinking. Oh, well, Doc brewed the beer. I just sit around drinking. But know this. Doc has never won a club-only competition until I brewed by his side, my friends.
There you go.
So,
Doc, how many club-only entries have you done? Is that your first one?
No.
Oh, it's too bad.
2 or 3, but our club's never won one before.
It's true.
And this is our first Doze. This is their first one for Doze.
Yeah.
To get that.
Kick ass.
Kick ass.
So, anyway, he says, the winners came through in an email for our club, and I recognized the name. Surprised that the beer lasted that long. He says, but what's up with the name of the beer? What did you name it, Doc?
Black Peter.
Icebox's name is Black Peter. He says, it sounds a little gay, but not surprising. Anyways, it's cool to be able to recognize other brewers from across the country. Feel like I know you guys. Since starting to listen to the Brewing Network in January, my beer production and quality have gone through the roof. I just finished catching up with all the Sunday Show archives, and I'm now making my way through Lunch Meat. What is with everyone all of a sudden listening to Lunch Meat?
Hey, they're good people. Leave them alone.
That's because we've starved them for the last couple of weeks. They've got nothing else to do.
Don't persecute my people.
He says, I think all the programming is great. Waffling, cursing, meltdown, disgusting Lunch Meat news, it all belongs there, so leave it alone. Don't change anything. Hope you return from the JBF, and that's from Pally in Michigan.
Pally.
Yeah.
Pally.
So I was talking, we're already like cursing up a storm on this show. You know, we were trying to be nice before.
Bevo started it.
Yeah, Bevo. Thanks.
I didn't mean to.
Jerk. Call her a bitch.
No, she said. I was repeating what she said.
Yeah, well, we're being real nice at the GABF, and like some of the people on staff actually really like us and like the show. Not all of them.
Oh, really?
But one of the, I was talking to
the important ones.
One of the people who
were they all made to listen to it?
I don't know if they were made to, but certainly
around the boardroom.
Certainly, some people have checked it out. They wanted to make, because here's what happened. Like,
they were afraid, weren't they?
All the brewers and people in the industry and people on the board who have worked with us before, like they all said, you know, you got to work with the Brewing Network. You want someone to do it, those are the guys to do it. So, but you know, they don't get to see that part of it at the Brewers Association because they don't work with us all that much. All they get to do is hear the archive where, you know, before and after the interview, you know, we're just insulting each other and drinking and
you never know what archive they choose.
Yeah,
you know?
Right.
Yeah.
So one woman who actually really likes us, and she's great to us, and she's a spokesman for us. She's on the BA now, and she works with the Brewers Association. She's very cool, and always just kind of saying good things about us. She even came up to me and was like, you know, your show is a little raunchy sometimes. That was her words. I was like, raunch? I don't know if it's raunchy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little crass, maybe.
Maybe.
But it wouldn't go full-blown raunchy.
I wouldn't say it's raunchy. I mean, maybe when we told the story about Shat's crazy bitch, that was a little raunchy.
Yeah.
On that note, I did notice the guy next door now closes his garage.
Did you?
Yes.
I hadn't noticed that.
It's probably dripping. That's why. We should do a raunchy show.
No.
Just one.
Let's start now.
We do one every other Friday. What are you talking about?
No,
we don't need
really dirty.
No. We're keeping that off of the Sunday show. Sunday show is for things like Wet Hot Beers with Colin Kaminsky. Also, Mike McDole's going to be showing up a little bit later. Woo-hoo. He is going to talk about, we got a party with this guy. He won long shot. I don't know if you guys have heard all that at home and in the forum, but our very own Mike McDole is one of the 2 finalists for the long shot competition for his IPA. And he's going to bring some by, so we'll get to drink it and congratulate the guy and find out what it's like to be a famous, you know, long shot winner.
Yeah, he brought his kid there Saturday. Both his kids Saturday night. Chad, did you feel a little embarrassed or like a little left out when McDole's real children showed up? A little bit? Okay.
He did. He felt I could see him eyeballing him. We thought he was going to shank one of his kids.
And then put on his shirt and pretend.
Yeah.
Go down.
It's me, Daddy.
So, let me get Schumann and Shat over here on these mics if I can for a few minutes. I just want to do a little GABF wrap-up with them. We had a great time there. You guys are going to get to hear some of the shows. Good interviews we got, too. I got to sit down with Caligione on one of the shows, and Jim Cook sat down with us, and the other Cook, owner of Stone, sat down with us. Greg, he's a cool guy, played Beer Jeopardy. Brindleton sat down with us. Anheuser-Busch got on our show.
No.
You believe that? Florian, who's their experimental brewer, they actually
cool.
They have one?
He's a cool guy. They let him sit on the show with us. I told him too. I was like, I don't know if you cleared this, but AB's been avoiding us like the plague since we started, man. And he sat on the show for a long time. Played Beer Jeopardy too.
Nice.
Yeah, cool guy.
Wasn't very good, but great dude. Made some good beer.
German. They AB actually imported him just to be their experimental brewer. So
And why do they need an experimental brewer?
You should hear the interview. It's actually really interesting, but he changes one ingredient at a time. Or when they get a new crop in, he's the guy who they test it to see what the results are.
You gotta get right back on track.
Yeah. So that obviously the other beer can taste the same all the time, he has to test all the ingredients. So kind of cool. I mean, we talk about that with homebrewers all the time. We say brew the same beer and just change one ingredient, you get to know what happens. That's what he does for a living. Brews the same beer and just changes one thing every time. So he's a cool guy. I just was excited that we got AV on the show.
Did you get any swag?
Nah, I didn't ask for swag though.
We got beer. But then again,
I think he was
free.
Low on the totem pole. I don't know if they'd give him any swag.
Oh, they're probably just sending him off as a sacrificial lamb.
Let's see how this one does.
Yeah, they're like, we can fire him if it goes bad.
Yeah.
I don't think so. He seemed like one hell of a brewer. Graduate of Weinstefan, and a cool guy. He was a good guy. So I got his card. Maybe we'll get him on for an official show, because we only got to interview him for a few minutes.
That'd be great.
We'll see if they allow that again.
Give Augie a call.
Yeah.
Shaq can call him up.
Shaq, give Augie a call next
week.
week.
Hey, Augs.
You got it.
So, I want to start off by saying thank you to the BN staff who made the GABF stuff happen. Shat and Schumann and Push Eject and another good friend of mine, none of you guys know, he came out from Canada. His name's Adam. You guys did so much work there at that booth while I was running around broadcasting. Wouldn't have happened without you. So, everybody in the BN Army owes you guys a big thanks, and I owe you a big thanks for doing all that work.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it was great.
It was great.
Yeah, we had a great time.
I don't know if you guys read the forum, but people were saying nice things about you, too. Like, they actually liked meeting you.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was a great experience, you know?
You actually liked meeting you.
One guy said you aren't a big fat load like I say you are, Shat.
Yeah, I heard that one, yeah.
Only one guy?
Yeah,
man, he's not that big.
Yeah, they go, hey, he's not a fat load.
That guy's obviously was really drunk.
Did anybody say, hey, Adam's really not that gay, or Schuman's really not that
No,
gay?
nobody said that,
Okay.
man.
It was hard to say with all the penis in your mouth.
Yeah.
That's a teabag.
Actually, I can do it with two of them in my mouth.
All right. Hey, no, I said no raunchy
sorry.
show.
Yeah, sorry.
Maybe I ought to put you back in the chat room. Keeps you occupied, JP.
It's not like he's lying.
Yeah, that's true. So, I just wanted to wrap up real quickly, though. Most of the stuff that we did there, you guys will get to hear on the shows. But all of the juicy behind-the-scenes stuff all happened to Schumann. You know? And,
juicy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Good job, buddy. Good job.
I don't know what it is. Usually it's Shat that weird stuff happens. Like he's the one, puking outside or passing out in a weird location. But, this time Schumann had all the good stuff. First thing he did was he got us flashed by a listener's hot girlfriend.
Nice.
Yeah.
We had to do a Jenga off. We decided to put some Jenga at the booth.
Yeah.
And, basically, she said, well, if I beat you, I get a shirt. I'm like, well, what do I get if you lose?
That a boy. Yeah.
And, it turned out flashing was going to be my reward, so we had a Jenga game of epic proportions.
It was a tight match. This is real Jenga. Our form.
Not beer Jenga.
Well, we do drunk Jenga here. This was drunk Jenga, but the only way we could do it there. So it was a real Jenga. Tight. I guess she does it like competitively. She's in a Jenga league or something. So she didn't think there was any chance of her having to flash.
Oh,
right?
wow.
Well, Schumann brought it strong, beat her after 10 harrowing minutes.
Yeah.
And she gave us a nice flash.
It was worth it.
Shat was pissed the whole week because he's the only one who didn't get to
Still am. Can we move on? Next topic.
He was angry.
I also want to give a shout out to Reefer Brow, who's so cool about letting her do all that stuff.
Yeah, it was Reefer's lady. I hope you guys don't mind me telling the story, but you didn't tell me not to. And
that's good.
And by the way, everybody, the magic words are, this isn't for air, and then I'll keep your secret till the day I die. But if you don't tell me, off the record, it's going on the air.
Chad was really pissed, and did you hear him trying to get a flash of his own? He's like, yeah, and everyone was talking to him, he's like, oh yeah, I missed it, I was so mad.
Yeah.
And he was like staring at her.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, but she wouldn't do it again.
No.
But Reefer Brow is a true BN soldier and a cool guy. Like, Doc, he could hang with us any day. He
could roll with us?
Well, he stood right there while she flashed. He didn't care. He was laughing the whole time. I think the girl ended up getting hit by a car.
She got hit by a car.
Later in the week, his girlfriend was drunk and got hit by a car. She still came out and partied.
Right. That was the thing, is she got hit by a car. She got my number so that like Reefer Brow, his brother, and her could all come to the hotel. And fucking at the time we were in a taxi cab. At one point in the night we had like 10 people packed in a
I was in the trunk. I had to lay in the trunk.
So the phone was ringing, and I guess it was her, but I couldn't reach into my pocket and get it. And all of a sudden she calls, she's like, I got hit by a car, but I still want to party.
She's a trooper. Well, this is how cool Reefer is. Reefer was off drinking somewhere else. She comes parties with us. We're just hanging out drinking beers. Yeah. She leaves her phone. Schumann has to call the next day. He calls Reefer, and he's like, hey, I hope you don't want to kick my ass, but your girlfriend left her phone in my room last night. But Reefer's so cool, just knows that we're all just hanging out. He's like, oh, that's cool, man. Just send it. Send it along, dude.
And she's tied up in the corner, bleeding from one eye.
So anyway, shout out to Reefer and Nicole, because they're a cool BN Army couple. Here's how well they know the show. They came up to me on the floor. I was just kind of walking across the floor at the GABF, and Reefer's like, hey, man, I just want to shake your hand, say what's up. You know, I shook his hand, and as soon as I let go, Nicole, his girlfriend, grabs my hand by the wrist, reaches into her purse, and sprays sanitizer all over my hand. And she knows I was going to walk away and do that anyway.
That's a good chick.
How awesome is that?
Yeah.
So huge shout out to Reefer and Nicole. They're good people.
That's good.
Yeah. So then, next thing that happens to Schumann, we're out partying Saturday night, and we had cause to celebrate because we had a good time, pulled everything off pretty much without a hitch, had been working our ass off for months on this thing, JP, Shat, all just behind the scenes, tons of work on this, so we were real happy to be done. And we're out partying, and Schumann's partying right with us. Nobody's off hitting on chicks or anything. We're just we got our crew going, and we're just stoked to be done and drinking. Last call, right, they kick us out of the bar. Me, JP, Shat, we're all standing outside waiting on Schumann. And Schumann comes like 5 minutes later. He's literally not with us for 5 minutes. Comes walking out with a chick from the bar and says she's coming home with us. Only guy I know who doesn't even have to put in the time. Like, he wasn't hitting on her at the bar, nothing. It was last call. He grabs the first slutty-looking girl he can find and drags her out.
Hey, man, there's going to be weirdness if you call her slut. We could be getting married.
That would be weird, wouldn't it?
She's alone? No slutty friends?
She's actually moving in.
Yeah, what was that? Was she just there alone?
She was there with some friends. I guess her friends left.
I see.
And then Schumann was there to pick up the pieces.
Oh! Schumann was the glue to her heart.
Wow. So, good on Schumann. And then finally... So now it's Sunday afternoon. Schumann's got himself a flight home. JP and I stayed till Monday morning, hanging out still. And Schumann is hungover as all can be. Plus, I imagine he was up for most of the night. So
and so was little Schumann.
So he's got, we had to bring a bunch of gear out there. So both Shat and Schumann are carrying a bunch of gear. They don't know what's packed in their bags. We just threw a bunch of stuff in their bags. Schumann gets about, I don't know, what would you say, 15 people from the front of the security line?
Yeah, and this is Denver security, so there's I'd been there for a while. There's 200 or 300 people just packed, lined up.
Tough security line.
It takes a long time to get through that line.
Right. And they've even got a first class security line. Is this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You can pay
too.
Come on.
That's ridiculous. So Schumann reaches inside his carry-on because he's about to go through the scanner. He finds a 22-ounce bomber of beer. It was Brancid's beer. That was for you. It was for you, JP. He gave us. We're gonna try it. He gave us 2 bottles. That one was for you.
Yeah.
Well, check this out.
That one's for you, not the one we have.
Now let me tell you. How I heard this story because Schumann didn't tell me the story. I'm talking to Roger from Drake's, who happens to be at the back of the same security line, and he's telling me, he's like, yeah. So we're standing in line, and we hear this commotion up front. And we see this guy chugging a 22-ounce bottle of beer at the front of the line. And we're going, wow, that guy's hardcore after a week of drinking. And then Roger goes, hey, wait a second. I think that's Schumann.
I've showed that guy my ass.
And I hadn't talked to Schumann about this lesson. All I'm thinking is, that's my boy Schumann. Yeah. They're about to make him throw away a bottle of beer. And Schumann's like, oh no. I can't waste this beer.
Yeah.
So
I'll risk incarceration, but I'm not going to waste a beer.
Yeah. So what happened?
Well, this is what happened, and picture Schumann very, very hungover. We had just been drinking 4 nights, and what we do is we go to the JABF, 5 to 10, and then after that we go drinking with the brewers.
Yeah.
So I was primed up, you know.
Yeah, you're hung.
I had the cowboy hat on.
Yeah.
And clothes that I'd worn like 2 or 3 days before.
So you just stink.
I stink. I look like hell. And I make it to the front of the line. I just put in my sweater into the carry-on bag, and then after that, that's when I noticed the beer. So what I actually did,
pass the loaded gun.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I stuffed my sweater and grabbed the beer. I was totally bummed out when I saw I had a beer and then I hadn't gotten drinking. So I threw it in the garbage, came back, and this guy behind me is like, "Hey man, why don't you just kill it?"
Yeah.
And then I'm like, "Can you do that here?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, man, that's totally cool."
Yeah.
Well, then I guess it is.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's just some guy.
Yeah, he's some dude. And then his like wife was actually chiming me on too. She's like, "What's the worst they can do?" And I'm like, I'm thinking like a latex glove search is probably the worst
they could probably tase you.
Yeah.
Don't tase me, bro.
Yeah. So they're like, "No, I think it'd be fine. You know, there's no signs or anything." I'm like, "You're right, there aren't any signs." So I went back to the garbage, pulled it back out.
And by the way, it's warm by now too.
It's really warm.
I mean, it's been in the bag now for a few hours.
What kind of beer was it?
It's I forget.
It's a Baltic
barley
porter,
wine,
I believe.
Was it a porter?
Yeah, Baltic porter, I believe.
Oh my!
Schumann's balls have officially dropped in the chat room. They're like 8.9%.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
So
You're the man.
Oh, cheers. So I get it back out of the garbage, and some dude in line like cracks it open on one of those
plastic
stands,
tables or something.
Yeah, you know the stands where they have the ribbons, so you can have
right.
one of those things. Just pops it open, and so I'm standing there looking at it, and this short, fat, old security lady, like all security, like comes walking
with the windbreaker.
Yeah, she comes up like, and she was walking past me, like to go do whatever they do.
Yeah,
and looks
whatever it is they do.
Yeah. You know, make you take off your shoes and strip and do all that sort of shit.
Yeah.
And she looks at me and looks in the beer, and she just kind of goes, "Well, I'm not going to say anything."
Nice.
So it was odd, and I started pounding it, and everybody around me in my immediate area, they were going nuts.
This whole line is
they
like,
were just like, "Ah!" I thought, and they were like you know, mothers with kids, and I thought I was going to be like the biggest scumbag, but they were all.
They loved
going,
it.
Yeah.
Did you finish it?
I got. I left a little bit there. Like by the time I got to the security, I had to throw it away.
Oh, I see.
And then once I got there, another lady looks at me and looks at the beer. She's like, "Is that a beer in your hand, sir?"
Yeah.
And I was just like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Well, what kind is it?"
Yeah.
So,
hey, kudos to Denver security, man.
they were all about it. They were totally all about me chugging a beer at the security line.
Hey, as long as you don't go through with it, man.
Yeah. So I thought I was going to get in trouble, but it was
drinking it down to that 1 ounce so you can get through the liquid.
And apparently, and then that was after that I saw Claudia and Roger.
Yeah.
And then Claudia's like, Roger's like, yeah. Claudia's like, yeah, check out that guy who's pounding one. And then she's like, oh yeah, it's Schumann. And then she's like, what's Schumann doing pounding it? Why is Schumann pounding a beer at security? And Roger's like, because he's a genius.
Yeah. Well, good on you, and Branson, you can give some respect to Schumann.
Thank you, Branson.
He didn't waste your homebrew. He didn't throw it out. He took it down like a man.
There you go.
So there you go. That's pretty much our GABF wrap up. Couple of shout outs, and I apologize if I missed some of you guys. We met a lot of people out there. Really great to meet everybody. Bunch of cool listeners. A lot of brewers in the industry came up to us, said, hey, we turn on your show in the brew house every day. So a lot of pros out there listening to us, Doc. So we got to make sure we do the good stuff. You know, we keep giving good information because they're hanging in there and they're listening. So shout out to Bad Rock, who... That's a good dude. We're passed out Sunday morning. Him and his wife are volunteers. They took down folded up and took down our whole booth for us before we even got there. And then gave us a ride to the hotel because we had 500 pounds worth of gear. So, hey man, good on you guys, and thanks very much for the help. Bug Eater was hanging out with us all week. He was working the booth. People would come up to the booth saying, what is this? And if Shat was busy with somebody else, Bug Eater would step right up and go, well, it's beer radio, and this is what we do, and, just really kind of getting in there and helping out. And a lot of listeners like that, man. Just cool people. So, you guys were awesome, and it's good to meet every one of you. And thanks for coming out, and good BN Army showing. A lot of shirts around.
Nice. Yep, definitely.
People love the shirts. Like even Brewers, Greg Cook from Stone, I could see I'm going to steal that logo in his eyes. He's like, that logo's badass, man.
a gargoyle wearing a hop grenade.
So there you go. That's our GABF review, and our podcasts will be available tomorrow. At least 2 of them will, anyway.
That was a really good time.
I'm working on the others. But it was a lot of fun, right? Everyone had a good time.
Oh, yeah.
Blast.
I wish I didn't have to work. Like my booth.
Well,
as much as I did,
I'm telling you,
work.
I think I'm a bigger slave driver than the More Beer guys were. If you were with my booth the whole time, you'd have been working as hard as these guys.
That's fine. I would have said you can haul your own gear home. Though, I'll tell you that much. I would not. I'd be like, I'll take one, but come on, give me a break.
Now these guys busted ass for us,
totally did,
and it was very cool. And so I appreciate it, fellas. Good stuff.
No problem.
And then again, all you listeners out there came and bought shirts and shook hands and the whole bit, man. That was real cool. So there you go. And that's our GABF review. We're going to take a quick break. Colin Kaminsky from Downtown Joe's is with us. When we come back, we're going to start talking about wet hop beers and how you guys can do it at home. So hang in there, everybody. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Valley Brewing Company is Stockton's premier microbrewery and family restaurant in the heart of Stockton, California, just off the Miracle Mile. Brewmaster Steve Altamari crafts a full array of award-winning ales and specialty beers, from their classic English mild London Tavern Ale to their Abbey Quadruple Decadence 12, and everything in between. And the best part is, Valley Brewing will soon be distributing their handcrafted beers, so you don't have to visit California to try them. Check your local retailer in the coming months for fresh arrivals from California's Central Valley and get a taste of one of California's oldest brewing traditions. To find out more about Valley Brewing's historic past, their selection of beers, or family-friendly restaurant, visit them online at valleybrew.com or come on by and sample the beer at 157 West Adams Street in Stockton, California. Valley Brewing Company. With honesty and integrity, they offer great beer and a fun family atmosphere that you're gonna love.
Is a drag, it's a big, big drag. Set your mind on fire, make your organs sag. Coke is a joke, rather take a toke than be broken and a choking with your brain cells smoking. Tripping on acid makes you flaccid. DMT too rich for me. Heroin aquarium, a nice pine box to bury in. Marijuana makes me wanna eat candy and eat Madonna with her hair bleached by peroxide, huffing on some nitrous oxide. Well, I've tried them all, and it might sound weird, but my favorite drug is a nice cold beer. Bear, 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 bear. We love beer. I get thrills from pills, but mostly chills from Robitussin and a bottle of NyQuil. XTC's okay with me on airplane glue. You sneeze, I chew. Mohawk girl with a needle in her neck. Nervous wreck, gonna call collect. Nicotine is so obscene, and caffeine only makes me mean. Up spray paint ain't so quaint, it gives you headaches and makes you faint. Hash is a gas like a blast from the past, but trying to hunt it down is a pain in the ass. Well, I tried them all, and it might sound weird, but my favorite drug is a nice cold beer. Bear, 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 bear. We love beer.
like the prices you get from the major homebrew shops but live on the wrong coast? Or if your local homebrew shop doesn't carry what you need? Or if you just want a shop where you are appreciated as a customer and treated like a friend, head on over to the Do-It-Yourself Brewing Company at DIYbrewing.com. They have an extensive selection and are bringing new products in on a daily basis. In fact, if you need something they don't have, just let them know, and they'll get it for you as soon as humanly possible. Check out all their products, recipe kits, winemaking supplies, and specials at DIYbrewing.com. With everything from fermentators to carboys, DIY Brewing either has what you need or can get it fast. At DIY, they're homebrewers helping homebrewers get what you need. Visit them in Rollinsford, New Hampshire. Call 603-205-4168. And stop by DIYbrewing.com and get brewing. And during the month of October, get $5 off any $50 or more order with coupon code BN. Do it yourself with a little help from DIY Brewing.
Wait till you can pour it out of your own kegerator.
I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session. You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
All right, everybody. Welcome back. It's a lot of stuff to get to this show. An hour into it, we haven't even started with our topic. Which isn't exactly a surprise, is it, Doc?
No. I was just about to think, what else is new?
It's kind of the way it goes. You can call us, 888-401-BEER. We're about to start our wet hop discussion. You could probably Skype us. If I see you calling in, I'll answer it.
Or ignore it.
You can join our new chat mod, at least for the time being, Bevo, in the chat room there. How's it going so far, Bevo? You having a good time?
Yes.
Are they being nice?
I think so.
Trick question.
I'm not good with, I don't know, instant messaging, I guess. So I don't,
see.
there's like codes. I don't really get it.
All
So
right.
I'm just going with it.
LOL.
Yeah.
I get that.
If they ask you what a pearl necklace is, just ignore it.
No, if they ask
I
you,
give them the honest answer.
If you want one. They'll ask you if you want one.
Yeah.
And
What
if
is
they
that?
if they give you,
If you don't already have one.
if they give you an address, go there.
Just take my advice, all right? Just
Ask
ignore
Sam.
it altogether.
Ask Sam on your wedding night.
I won't lead you astray. All right, so you can join Bevo.
I thought all new brides got a pearl necklace on the wedding.
They do. I won't lead you astray, but I'll lead you
Okay,
into a dark
seriously,
alley.
I want to know what that is.
Oh, dear.
They'll tell you in there.
Look it up on
Ask
Wikipedia.
them and-
Yeah, somebody tell me what that means.
Deja vu.
They'll send you the
No, you don't
But
want that. Don't open that can
don't
of worms.
be lewd and bad about it.
Meltdown begin.
Yeah.
You can't
Yes.
You can't explain
I
it
need
and
another
not be
beer.
lewd. Do you know Sam's what is it called? The Schumann? Help me out. Was Schumann
somebody
in here?
said Bevo rocks.
No.
Thank you.
No. All right, never mind. Well, just don't worry about it.
Okay.
So join Bevo in the chat. You can get your questions that way. We got Dr. Evil, Colin Kaminsky, hanging out with us, the mad scientist himself. We're going to be talking about wet hop beers, and if you've got questions, you should get them over to us. And we're already drinking your Harvest Ale right now.
That's right. That's what we've been drinking the whole show.
You brought us 5 gallons?
Well, I figured we might go through it.
Doc, you picked a bad night to not have a babysitter.
Oh, I know.
Doc is going to be looking at us and drooling all night as we.
I can taste. I just can't pound.
Yeah, that's true. You can sip.
Ha.
You just can't funnel.
Yeah.
Well, I learned something very interesting up at the Hop Conference up in Oregon at Corvallis, Oregon, and you are not allowed to taste. Small tastes and get accurate impressions of what the hops are like. You need a minimum of 100 milliliters in each swallow.
Really? That sounds like a lot.
And that sounds like a lot to me, too. It sounds like the tasting has gotten a lot more fun since this paper came out.
How much is it? Is that like that's bigger than a shot glass, isn't it? 100 milliliters.
Yeah, that's like, but a pint's like a half a liter, right?
Yeah.
So that's like 5 gulps in a pint.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it's not until then that they say you get the full flavor of hops.
Well, especially when you're trying to distinguish the difference between adhumalone and cohumalone bitterness. They say it takes that much.
So how did it, end up on that tasting panel to make? Well, this wasn't quite enough. That's too much.
Well, I don't know. And it was a very old retired hop researcher that brought up the point, and he said the way they're tasting now is ruining all the research that they've done because it isn't the way people drink beer.
Wow.
And it just sent this letter because he was too old and sick to show up that wanted his point of view heard. And boy, it was some of the smartest stuff I heard. 2 days of the most technical lectures I've ever been to.
Yeah.
And it was some of the smartest things I heard.
I had heard a bit about it from some other brewers. It was a hop symposium, and not one of these sort of let's go drink beer and talk about hops events. They brought in hop geniuses from around the world to come and lecture about hop chemistry, essentially, right?
Yeah, and cutting edge hop chemistry. I mean, the papers they were presenting, nobody knew about.
Okay.
I mean, we were like the first people standing there going, "Really? You guys found that out? Oh,
Yeah.
that changes everything."
Wow.
And it was just amazing. And there's guys with wireframe models of these big molecules, and they're showing you how they might bend and attach to different things. And I learned, I've never took an OChem class in my life, and boy, it was a prerequisite to sit in that room.
Slow down, Doc's going to finish if you keep talking about that.
I came out of there and had to go home and read OChem just to go over my notes.
Wow.
The difference between Colin and I is Colin learned something from this. I would have fallen asleep.
But Doc, you'd have loved that too, man.
Oh, yeah.
You could buy right into that stuff.
Yeah, I was visualizing the big molecule.
Yeah, it was phenomenal. Though one of the things that you and I'll have to talk about someday is how hop essences, aromatic compounds, can bond into glucose and survive boil, and then the yeast will eat the glucose off, and it'll release that aroma molecule. So that's why you don't just flash all your aroma molecules out of the kettle.
Oh yeah,
that's
because they get tied up with. In
So
your
Jay,
sugars.
how you doing?
That makes sense.
It was phenomenal realization, but they didn't explain it that clearly. That was what I got out of an hour lecture going, what is he talking about?
Yeah.
Colin needs his own show.
Well, Doc and Colin actually trade molecule, like baseball cards. They've got calendars and...
I got a 45
I don't swap fluids.
psychosynthesis.
I heard nothing but good things about that, so...
It was phenomenal. I got so lucky to go.
That's great.
I went with Brian Hunt from Moonlight Brewing.
Oh, yeah.
And so he and I took the plane up together and carpooled down to it together and stayed in a room together. And his insights into the lectures were phenomenal.
Really?
He got his degree in brewing science, fermentation science from Davis in the early 80s.
Okay.
So he's been, had all that experience.
Yeah. Well, and we wanted to get him with us today too. He's a busy guy. Plus, I think we turned him off the last time he did our show.
I think you scared him.
Well, because the listener, he had that interesting no-style perspective, and the listeners really fired a bunch of
style questions.
Well,
why isn't this? Why isn't
some
that?
of them were attacks, and nobody was malicious, but they just were like,
"How do you?
We don't buy it. How about this? How about that?" And he was fine with it. He did great on the show. In fact, I hung out with him for 2 hours after the show, just talking to the guy. What a cool guy. But I think he feels like... I've asked him to do the show once since then, and he kind of said, I'm into it, but I don't want to be like the shock value guy. And I was like... And I felt bad about that because that's not why I invited him to do the show. I wanted him to do it because he had a different perspective that I thought we should talk about, and I think it ended up feeling like it was a shock value show. And I think he's a little nervous about that now.
And I call him the Dumbledore of brewing. I mean, when everything's going wrong and you just need a calm voice to tell you what is really going on, you can call up Brian and he'll pick up the phone, whether he's delivering kegs or whatever.
Yeah.
And he'll pick up the phone and say, that happened to me about 9 years ago. I tried this and it worked.
We'll have to keep working on him. You keep putting in good words for us, Colin. Tell him we love him, because I think he's a great dude. And I've seen him at bars before. He's always delivering his kegs and having a beer, and we have great conversations. I just think he's worried that he's going to be exploited on the show or something.
What's phenomenal is that he brews and delivers 1,200 barrels a year by himself.
Yeah. He does everything. He's a one-man show.
A one-man operation.
Plus, he grows the hops, harvests hops. I mean, amazing. Let me take a call real quick before we get into this. I had Boob hanging on the line here. What's happening, Boob?
Boob.
The best bub conversation you've ever had.
Boob.
Hey, Boob.
Oh, it wasn't Boob. It was a different one.
Not Boob.
It's not Boob. Oh, it's Brian. What's up, brother?
Did JP get the present I sent him?
I don't know. Who the hell are you? Is this BC?
It's BC.
Oh,
What's
yeah,
up,
yeah.
buddy?
Yeah, no, it's sitting on the counter out there. I didn't open it for him. You want him to open it?
I want him to open it.
Can we do it at the end of the show?
Okay, do it at the end of the show, but I'll be asleep.
Oh. All right, JP, you want to go grab it real quick, and we'll move on, and then, maybe after the next break, we'll talk about it. Because I got to start talking wet hops real quick. So he's going to get it, and then he'll open it, and then we'll do a segment after the next break.
Got it.
All right, brother, hang on.
Brewdog wants to know if Colin can answer the question he posted in the forum.
Well, tell him to give it to you there, because I'm not in the forum.
Okay, give it to me here.
Ooh.
I didn't mean it that way.
Of course not. Yeah. Give her the questions there.
And we didn't think of it that way.
I was in the forum all day and didn't see any questions, so if you posted real late, you're just going to have to send them through the chat there. All right. So I think where we should start here, Colin, is, you've only been doing a harvest ale for a couple of years now. What made you even decide to do this type of a beer?
Well, it was a really bizarre experience. I was up in Yakima, Washington during hop harvest at Hop Union's seminar for brewers about hops.
Okay.
And hanging out with lots of great brewers. Vinny was up there. Tommy Arthur was up there. And, it was an amazing group of people. And we're kind of just wandering around. And this was a beer drinking festival as much as anything. We got some good information. But for the most part, we were just eating good food and drinking and having a good time. And we taking our beers on the bus and going on little tours. And we're pretty hammered. And we go to this hop farm. And we're watching, we walk out in the fields, and I'm in my sandals, so I get hop vines caught in my shoes that have fallen on the ground and everything, and
ouch.
End up taking one home. And we go from there to the processing facility, and we're watching literally the hops we just saw cut get processed in this plant. We get to this room called the kiln room, and what they've got is they've already taken all the hops off the vines. There's big machines that shake the hops and separate them from the leaves and stems, and they've got all the hop cones separate, and they lay them mechanically onto these big canvas floors. And underneath, they have these big million BTU burners that blow hot air. They warm up the hops to about, I'm told, it's somewhere like 140, 160 degrees, something
really?
like that. And these rooms smell phenomenal. I mean, just the best smelling place you've ever been in your entire life.
Like a Grateful Dead concert.
Yeah, better than a Grateful Dead concert.
Wow.
And
a Fish concert?
So I'm sitting there and looking over at the 4 or 5 brewers that are sitting next to me going, what are they doing to my poor hops?
Yeah.
I want these aromas in my beers. I've been struggling for years to get these aromas in my beers, and they're throwing it all away.
Okay.
And that was when I heard about Vinny and Brian doing some wet hop beers, and it's like, I've got to try this. I'm going to do whatever it takes.
So really, it's just, any time you're smelling things coming, it's the same with your boil kettle, right? When you put in that aroma hop and you smell all that hop, that's leaving the beer.
That's right.
So you're just thinking the same thing about those wet hops. Look at all that great stuff leaving.
Yep, and stuff that I really wanted.
Yeah, okay. So that inspired you to do it. And now, getting wet hops, because all of these hop distributors do this process you've just talked about in drying the hops.
Well, because they mold basically instantly.
Okay.
If you don't have them within about 24 hours into your boil, they're pretty much done for. There's a white mold that'll grow in them, and then you don't want to use them.
Okay.
So it's such a short time to go from vine to boil. Brian talks about trying to be 4 hours vine to boil.
4 hours?
Yeah.
Wow.
I use as a rule of thumb 24 hours.
Okay.
I've heard of another brewery that's using 48 hours. But boy, even after 24 hours, I throw out some cones. I'll tear them open, and if they don't look right, then I'll start weeding through them.
Wow. So with Brian and Vinny, they've got a cooperative hop field of their own, and
right.
they grow theirs for these. How does a guy like you, a professional, and a guy like us, the home brewers, how do we get hops? I mean, I don't think I can get wet hops and be able to use them within 24 hours.
You would have to either grow them, or you would have to know a brewer that was going to do a wet hop beer.
I'd have some
like,
extra,
like for me, it'd be really easy for me to shed 3 or 4 pounds of extra hops.
I see. But for our listeners, they're going to have to grow them.
Or know a brewer.
Yeah.
Or
JP, doesn't Hop Union, I thought Hop Union will actually package some wet hops, like they'll.
Well, that's what I was going to say, but they only do it in I want to say in 44-pound boxes, and they will only ship. I think it's like next day air.
Yeah,
because
that's how I get them.
Yeah, because the aromatics are so volatile. And Colin, I'm sure you correct me if I'm wrong. And I mean, that's what started a couple fires up there this past year. It's just
CTZs.
Yeah, and so. And they don't have like a date. Like you can't say, okay, on October 20th, you're going to get all your hops. It's, hey, you guys, 2 days from now, you're going to get your hops. And then so we have to call all our customers. We tried to do this year and do like a big wet hop brew.
Yeah.
Or, sell a bunch of wet hops. But, it'd be too hard logistically. So maybe next year. But
so
I don't know if they'll go direct to consumer with wet hops because it's kind of a hard thing, as Colin was saying. There's
Hops Direct would be
things.
the place to try to talk to.
Okay.
If you want to do that. I mean, I pay a fortune. And normally all the hops to make 7 barrels of beer cost me about $35.
Gotcha.
I paid $700 for the hops in this beer we're drinking.
Wow. For how many barrels?
For 7 barrels.
Exactly.
Well, is that part of the new price of hops, though, or just because of
no, that's
quickly?
But you pay for them by weight. So the
more.
cost of Centennials, when this was an all Centennial brew, was $8 a pound.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't need 5 or 6 pounds like I would normally make a beer like this with. I needed 100 pounds.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
80% water.
Yeah, well, and that's a really important thing. You have to find out how much water because you can't. I've had anywhere from 50 to 80% water, and if you think that it's 80% water, and you go brew with it, and it's only 50%, you're going to end up with the most bitter beer you've ever had.
Okay, we're going to talk about that.
Yeah, you might as well grow them. When actually Shat and I did our wet hop beer, I just picked them from my vines.
You did?
Yeah, just two vines. I got 12 ounces.
It's the easy way to do it.
But yeah, I mean that way you don't have to do it, and you can do it kind of on your own time. It's like picking fruit. Like when it's ripe, it's ready to go.
I just thought if they vacuum seal them,
no, because the mold's already on them.
Okay.
And they do start to mold really quickly.
Okay.
Now,
I can't even save some to dry hop with.
Okay.
Really? Now they off gas, right? So is it like coffee, where once you roast coffee, it kind of off gases CO2, and that's why if you buy like a pound, Starbucks has a little vent hole to allow the gas to come out, or the bag will explode.
Nothing
I wonder
but
if it's
the gas
like that.
out. Yeah.
When they pack them to me, they pack them with a lot of air in them, or CO2 or nitrogen or something. They don't vacuum pack them like they do normal hops. They leave a lot of room, and they're literally coming to me straight from the farmer. They don't go to Hop Union or to Premium Brewers or whatever they're called. Yeah.
Okay.
The Brewers Wholesale Group, brother. They come straight from the farm to me overnight.
Okay.
And I literally got 24 hours notice. I got a phone call that said, we have 240 pounds of wet hops. How many do you want tomorrow?
Take them now.
Right.
Okay.
And that's the problem. Unless you're, like you said, unless you're a brewer, you can't just go to your homebrew shop and buy wet hops because you have no time frame.
Right. You pretty much have to get them off the vine. You either have to have a contact at a brewery or at a hop yard or grow them yourself.
I smell a winner coming into the room.
I think a round of applause. Mike McDole has just walked into the room, winner of Sam Adams' long shot competition.
With a keg.
By the way, we've since changed his name to Tasty McDole. Because all of his beers are so tasty.
Yeah. Mike McTasty.
Tasty McDole hanging out with us, just coming in, getting handshakes all around, and we're going to get to try his Pliny. Speaking of hops, his Pliny Clone IPA that Sam Adams is going to be brewing. And the cool thing about this, McDole, is we've always talked about your beers, but now the whole nation is going to get to try one of your beers because it's going to be in the Long Shot 6-pack, man.
Woohoo!
And we're going to do a tasting here, he says. All right. We're going to do a whole thing with McDole here in a little bit, so, hang in there and stay with us for that. All right, now, Paxton, you've done a lot of growing of your own hops, and I'm sure you've got some pointers for us about, without doing an entire discussion of quickly how we can grow them, when they should be harvested for this type of beers, things like that.
Well, it's good to, last year I had, in my backyard I have 16 vines, and I have 2 vines per variety. So I like to try to mix it up a little bit, and the different varieties that, we have a harder time getting, like Glacier, Newport, but Centennial are so great when they're fresh like that, and Magnum, and a whole bunch of other ones. But basically, you grow them. Vinny's show that, what was it, a year and a half ago that he did about growing hops. That's a great one.
You can go back and get all the details
from
there.
Because, he's right with the bat guano. That's a real, it's amazing because you could watch them grow. But when they're ready, depending on how wet of a year it is, and like in the beginning, like March, they start kind of popping through, and then by pretty much August, beginning of September, they're ready.
Okay.
At least here in Sonoma. And, I had, 6 guys over to my house, and we picked them all, and we threw them right in. So they were about an hour into the kettle.
Wow. So
and then what I did on mine, which was a little bit different than Collins, but then again, I was using 8 different varieties. I kept each variety separate, and I added it in like I normally would. So the noble hops went in later in the boil. The bittering hops went in the beginning, like the Magnum went right in.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of used it like I normally would, and it actually came out to be a wonderful, wonderful beer.
Okay. There's no in between, that 1 hour from when you picked them to put them in the boil. You don't have to wash them. There's no processing. There's nothing you have to do to them.
I grow them organically, so I wasn't too worried about that. All we did is we basically picked them right off the vine. And there was no leaves or stems.
And what about you, Colin? If you're not getting it from an organic hop farmer, are you worried about pesticides or anything? Like, is that something you got to be concerned with?
I've read papers that say that nothing they use in the field's ever been detected in the beer.
Okay.
So it's nothing that I've really focused on.
Okay.
I know organic hops don't have the aromatic qualities that the traditional hops do. So I haven't had much success with trying to brew with organic hops.
Okay. A question here, and I'm getting your questions from the chat, everybody. I'm just going to place them kind of where they're valid in the conversation, so hang in there. But this person asks if chlorophyll is an issue while using wet hops.
Well, it's funny. You actually can find a green hint to some of the beers.
Vegetal.
I think that this one has it's such a different, and by this one I mean we're drinking Collins beer here, his Harvest Ale. It is such a different hop flavor. I've had other wet hop beers. This one is such an amazingly different hop flavor. Is it that green kind of taste that I'm tasting?
That's some of it. There's also a lot of tannin that I've extracted in this particular beer.
Okay.
To me, it tastes like a cigar box smells.
Yeah, it does have, absolutely.
Cedar.
Yeah,
like cedar. Not as much cut grass as it did, a week after brewing.
Okay.
There was a lot more cut grass. That's aged out. It's about 4 weeks old now.
Okay. So
these are all Centennial, right?
This is 100% Centennial brew.
Okay. The green aspect of a beer, if we're doing these, is that just from chlorophyll? That's what's causing that flavor?
No, I don't think so. I think there's other chemicals as well.
I see.
When you look at the spectrograms of these, when they, what do they take, what is that, a GC, gas chromatograph?
Gas chromatograph.
When you look at these retention times, these guys are going out to 45 minutes of retention time trying to find all these chemicals. And even at 45 minutes in these stills, they're still finding molecules out there that are intensely aromatic.
Wow.
So there's hundreds of aromatic molecules.
Yeah. Okay. And all that stuff is normally stuff that would get cooked off during the kilning process, right?
Well, I mean, a lot of stuff is cooked off. I've never seen a GC analysis of a wet hop. So I don't even know. I'd love to see a GC trace. Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, Sierra Nevada's got their own GC now, so maybe they're doing it because they do a wet hop beer every year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. New Harvest Ale, actually, that they're bottling this year.
I hear they just do all that stuff really for fun. They don't even need to. They're like, send it to our lab.
Yeah, why not?
Because we can.
Yeah, well, when you're up there, the guys are a lot of fun.
Yeah.
They're you can tell they've had a few beers, and they're just going around playing. And
you mean that day they've had a few beers, or just like in general?
No, like that day, yeah.
When I was out for breakfast one morning at the GABF, Chris and I ran into King Grossman's daughter, Sierra.
Looker?
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, a girl.
Yeah.
That's a winner to marry right there. You got to marry. You want to marry into a rich beer family.
Yeah, especially because old Ken has to step down every once, at some point. But he named his daughter Sierra after Sierra Nevada.
Really?
Well, yeah.
Which came first?
Interesting.
I think the brewery did.
The beer or the daughter?
No kidding. I think that's kind of weird. I think it'd be cool if the daughter came first. The daughter coming second.
Yeah, or sometimes not at all. I'm sorry.
I guess Ken's never doing our show. Thanks, Jake. I'll be editing that out of the archive.
So much for that sponsor.
Sorry about that.
Good Lord.
I apologize. I'm going to push this back now.
I tell you, maybe you want to help Bevo with the chat room a little bit over there. 888-401-BEER if you want to ask us questions personally, or you can join Bevo in the chat as always. Okay, so let's start talking about the process of figuring out how we're going to do a wet hop beer. And you've told me that one of the first things we got to do is calculate the bitterness.
Well, and that I have to thank Brian and Vinny for pioneering all of this work. 'Cause without them, I wouldn't have had a clue what to do.
Okay.
But what I do is I take a very large bowl of hops and I weigh it. I figure out the tare, how much the bowl weighs, and then I weigh the hops in it so I know how much hops I have. And then I throw the whole thing in the oven and just cook it until it won't change weight anymore. 15 minutes at 300 degrees, and all the water's gone. And at that point, I weigh it again, and I calculate what my percentage water was.
So just by the difference in weight?
Just by the difference in weight.
Okay.
And this particular batch of beer had 71% water.
Okay.
Well, hops normally come in, 10 to 12% water. So that means, I had roughly a 7-to-1 factor. So if I were to use, say, a pound of regular Centennial hops, well, then I need 7 pounds of these hops to be the same.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to get an alpha acid reading. The lab hasn't done that work yet.
Okay.
So you just have to make your best guess at what you think Centennial is going to be.
I see.
And which I take as the mid-range of the published specs.
Okay. When you grow your own, you don't get that option.
And when you grow your own, you don't
the same
get,
thing.
Yeah, you don't know
take
it all.
The average. Take
so
the
you
average
maybe look at the lowest alpha of that hop and the highest alpha of that hop and just pick the center?
Yeah, this year you could have picked the low one and been better off, but I picked the center.
Okay.
Yeah, I picked the center on mine too.
Okay. Now, this whole math thing gets me crazy. But is this a stupid question in saying, I know you're just taking the difference in weights, but there's got to be, is there an equation there that then helps you decide how much was water? You see what I mean?
Well,
what
yeah,
are you using?
so
you're not just subtracting one from the other and getting a percentage.
No, you're dividing one by the other.
Okay.
And so for me, the easiest way to do it is to take, because normal hops are about 10% moisture, you can drop a bunch of this equation out. So what you do is you take the wet number, divide it by the dry number, and that's going to give you a large whole number, like somewhere between 5 and 7. You use that to multiply times your recipe.
Okay.
That's the easy way to do it.
Okay.
You can get more sophisticated if you want. For us, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
We don't even know what the alpha acids are to begin with. So.
Okay. And so that let you know the percentage of water in the wet hops that you're going to use. And then what do you do with that information?
Well, then I use it to calculate. So let's say I'd already made a recipe the day I knew hops were coming. I figured out, okay, well, I want it to be, 40 IBUs.
Okay.
So that meant I was going to need, X ounces of hops.
Regular dry hops.
Regular dry hops.
Yeah.
So then I multiplied that by my multiplier, which turned out to be 7.1. And from there, I got a number that was like 9.5 pounds. Well, that was close enough to 10 pounds for me that I just threw 10 pounds in. So
now, what I don't get is why the IBUs are different on a wet hop than they are on a dry hop.
Because it's all water.
Because it's all water. You're throwing a pound of wet hops has X amount of IBUs in it, and a pound of dry hops has a lot less in there.
Right. I mean, yeah.
Because
actually, that's got a lot. The dry hops have more.
Leave.
No, because as they dry, a bunch of water leaves, so they get more concentrated.
So the dry hops actually have more.
I guess I got it backwards.
Yes. The dry hops have more in there, so you need to add more of the wet hops to compensate for all that water you're throwing in there too.
Okay.
Because it's pounds of water.
Okay, I get that. That makes sense to me.
So then I had my bittering edition, which was 10 pounds. Well, my next edition, I figured I wanted a lot of flavor, so might as well use 20 pounds.
Why not?
Right. So then I needed an aroma edition. Well, and if it's going to be a wet hop beer, you might as well, So I added 40 pounds at the end of boil.
Nice. Wow. Okay.
And then I had some hops left, so I stuffed the hop back full.
Yeah.
And that pretty much used up 80 pounds of hops. And I was content with that. It was tasting pretty good in fermentation. And I get this phone call from a sales guy who says, I'm really mad at this brewery. I just shipped them 20 pounds of Cascade and 20 pounds of Centennial wet hops, and now they're complaining. And I'm just done with them. Can I come deliver you these hops for free?
Wow.
And I'm looking at my fermenter going, well, it's been fermenting for 7 days. It's time to dry hop.
Yeah, very nice.
Or wet hop.
Yeah, wet dry hop.
Yeah.
So he brings them over. He was there within about 2 hours. And I pulled all the yeast off the cone, and I stuffed another 20 pounds of Centennial into the fermenter, and took the other 20 pounds, which happened to be Cascade, and brewed a pale ale, just putting that 20 pounds into the last edition of boil.
Okay.
And one of the things I learned is most of the aromas come from the last edition. If you don't have a lot of hops, save them all for your last editions.
Okay.
You use the pellets for your bittering. You use some of your pellets and some of your wet hops for your middle edition, but save all your wet hops for your last edition, because that's where your biggest bang for the buck is.
Which is kind of the standard for brewing anyway, isn't it? When you're going for a lot of hop aroma and things like that, it's really happening in the late anyway. So,
yeah, but especially I think for wet hops because it's an unknown.
You don't know. Right. I had no idea this beer was going to taste like this.
You want that bittering for your balance.
It was a roll the dice kind of move.
Okay.
And that's what's kind of fun about it, too, is because you're kind of going blind, but you know what you know, and you're just hoping that it comes out because you're using all that technique and ideas and putting it all into one. Like, when I did mine, I did a 10-gallon batch of wort, even though I didn't know, because you don't know how many hops you even have until you pick them all. So once you pick them all, then you're like, okay, well, this is what I can do. I have enough for 5 gallons and not 10, and I'll just use that for something else. So, I mean, you have to really think and kind of go with what you have, because as like a home brewer, if you can't get fresh hops and you've only grown 3 vines and you got 12 ounces, you got to have a backup.
So this is a very dynamic brew process if you're doing a harvest ale.
It is. I figure I allot myself 12 hours on it.
Okay.
I end up hand sorting through every hop, making sure that none of them are moldy. One of the things I did, and
what does a moldy hop look like?
It just doesn't. There's no question about it.
So just compared to a real healthy one, you'll see it?
Yeah, so you get a white mold and you get a black mold as well.
Okay.
And
speckly.
If it starts to look funky at all, you just toss it.
But if they have any of that brown stuff that just happens when things grow, that's okay?
That's fine, and you can see that.
Right.
And one of the things I did last year was I tore 20 pounds of them in half and threw them in the mash kettle. Well, when you tear them in half, when you eat a wet hop out of your boil kettle, it's still really bitter.
Oh.
So there's a lot of things that you didn't extract. So the idea was, hey, well, what if I rip them all in half?
Gotcha.
Well, I think you extract a lot of tannins in that process. And this year I only ripped apart the hops that were in the hop back. But I still think I picked up a lot of tannins from just the maybe 5 to 7 pounds of hops that went in my hop bag.
Interesting. So you might have just you might have done better just to get the sort of fresh hop flavors without the tannins had you left them whole. Even though you're leaving back some.
Maybe that's one of the pieces of advice I've been given by Vinny and Brian. Is that ripping them open tends to increase your tannins.
Okay.
And I would say this beer has higher tannins than any non-oaked beer I've ever had.
Yeah.
Now,
go ahead.
I was going to say, going back to the formulation about how much, how many pounds per, gallonage or whatever. Is there like a general equation that you can use so you don't have to, cook them down and find out the weight, the water weight, and all that kind of stuff? Do you have like a general modifier or something like a home brewer can do where we don't have to sit and do math at all?
I think it was more that he had 80 pounds and he's going to use them.
Well, yeah, there was a lot of that.
You got 80 pounds, and where are you going to put them in?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, like Chad, when Chad and I did ours, we had 12 ounces.
So
I just split them in half for flavor and half for aroma.
And you take that 12 ounces and divide it by somewhere between 4 and 7.
4 and 7.
And that's what you would have used in pellets.
Okay. All right.
Well, I got to ask you this, because someone did come through and ask me, how are we going to calculate the percent of water at home? And I think you explained that with
you have to have a
do
scale.
That at home.
That's the only way
to have
to
a
do
scale.
it.
You got to do the oven bit at home. Since I know you have nothing better to do when you're not on the air here, can you write up the equations that you
no
used,
problem.
give them to me, or at least, or you can put them on the forum if you want?
I'll email them
because
to you.
I know people are going to ask for these. I know they're simple equations, but just seeing it in front of us makes it so much different than here. You know what I mean?
Of course.
So if you can do that, then I think we'll really be on a good track to figure that part out ourselves.
Right.
And then we can go ahead and even then how you take that information and plug it in to figure out your IBUs from it. Because that seems to me the most important. And just okay. Well, even the part tell us where to go in ProMesh. That'd be great.
Okay.
Just so we know where to begin.
Or where to
Because
get the
this
numbers to
me,
plug in.
Yeah, because this to me it sounds like the most important part. If we don't just want to end up with this either really sweet beer or super bitter beer, we're going to have some way to tell.
Well, and it's certainly a situation, like I said, when I made this recipe, I had no idea it was going to taste like this.
Yeah.
But I think it's a situation where luck favors the well-prepared.
Okay.
The more you do know going into it, the better shot you're going to have at getting something you like coming out.
This must be why my luck sucks.
That's true.
But also, Colin.
And everything you produce sucks.
Blame it on luck.
How many pale ales have you brewed? I mean...
more than 100.
So that's the thing. I mean, you have that experience, and that's what, if you're going to do one, you should really, play around and at least have brewed an IPA or a pale ale, whatever you're trying to get there first.
But I think it's also kind of forgiving, too. I mean, if you put an extra handful or two of wet hops in your beer, and versus an extra handful of pellets or whole hops, like traditional dried, processed whole hops, that's a difference. But the wet hops, it gives a little bit, I think.
Well, and also that you're going to get flavors that you've never experienced before anyways.
Oh, yeah.
So, it's, and you're not going to be able to reproduce them next year. Mm-mm. So you might as well just explore and have fun.
Yeah.
I mean, and it really is a have fun kind of beer to brew.
It's like you're in college. Explore and have fun.
And
it's like you're in the Castro.
And with this beer, I was shooting for something that was stronger than a pale ale and lighter than an IPA. And I think it hits somewhere in the middle there.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, here's a question that came through for Doc. And I think that Colin, you've had enough experience in your life, you could probably chime in the same way. The question is it possible to extract flavorful hop oils from fresh hops the same way that you can extract certain oils from the cousin? Because, you can make... In fact...
Or like lavender.
There are other people in this room who are really good at extracting things from cousin.
Yeah.
And then placing it in other people's drinks.
Uh-oh.
So can you do the same with fresh hops?
What you talking about, Willie?
I mean, is he asking, can you make a tea? Like, should you make a hop tea?
Well, there's a lot of different ways to extract things from organic stuff.
Yeah.
And
CO2 is the current.
CO2, you got emulsion, you can...
Alcohol,
and then use a still, get it up that way.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of different ways. Steam extraction.
They're using that with hops.
There's a couple of websites on the web that'll actually go through all those for you and tell you all the different ways you can extract. Because there's certain kinds of chemicals that you need to extract different ways.
What would you Google to find those sites? Just extracting
essence extraction. I think.
Okay.
Essence extractions.
In the industry now, they're doing pretty much all CO2 extractions. Yeah. I've seen some steam ones lately, but
yeah, you can buy the cool little glass globes to do it with, and because some things volatilize too quickly, and so there's different kinds of extractions. But yeah, I think it's essence extractions. So a lot of people want to get essence of some flowers, or
you might get a dark crystal fan site though, so watch out.
Yep, so watch out. But essence extractions, extraction methods, it'll kind of explain all the different ones and how you would use each one of those. But sure, it's available out there.
Okay. One more question, then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to start getting into the actual brew process where we add these things, what happens. This one is, does the aromatic hop compounds bind glucose? And the reason they're asking is, does that mean I should add my extract at the end of the boil? That's how they're relating this question to you.
Well, no, you don't want to add your extract at the end of the boil. I do believe that hop compounds are binding with glucose. That's some of the new research that I think will come out in some papers that came from Corvallis. But the most important thing you're doing when you're boiling your extract is driving off DMS.
Ah.
So adding your extract at the end of boil would be throwing out the baby with the bathwater.
Are we talking about hop extract or malt extract?
Malt extract.
Really? Because we've always talked about a method of adding your extract at the end of the boil to reduce
Oh, well, they
twang
boiled it once before,
Yeah, they
didn't
boiled it once before, and if they've done a good boil, they've done most of that
They've done
already.
most of that, have they?
Yeah.
I've never brewed extract, so...
Okay.
I actually I did once, and it tasted like sherry.
If what you're talking about is true, where the hop extracts are getting bound and then released later, you might even want to do a two-step where you put half of it in at the beginning and then the other half at the end. Because it's a balancing act. If you boil in your extract too long, you get other flavors you don't want.
Yeah.
It really,
and we've
extra
talked about
caramelization of things, yeah.
That same advice has been given on here before, that some extract should be in there. And you know what the best answer I heard to that was that, you know what, people have been brewing beer like this for so long, for so many hundreds of years, that there was malt and hops together, that there's a reason for that. And whether it be because the glucose is binding to the, what the fuck ever, I don't even know. Whatever it may be, you see what I'm saying? Something is happening there that the malt and the hops should be together for a period of time in the boil. Right?
Yeah, I like to add hops at all parts of the boil too.
Yeah.
I'm not so bad that I have a machine that drops one pellet in at a time, like some brewers do. But I do like to add at 60 minutes, at 30 minutes, sometimes at 15, sometimes at 10, sometimes at 0, sometimes at 2. Certainly, I love hotbacks.
Okay.
Well, and it's interesting too because Brian Hunt did the wet hop beer this year, and we tried it actually at your birthday party.
Yeah, we were up at Toronado. He was there, and we were having
that was day 10. And when he brewed it, he didn't add any hops to the boil at all. So he had put some in the mash, and those were actually
a lot
putts.
in the mash.
Yeah, a lot. And then
I was on the phone with him that day.
And then he boiled for 90 minutes
with no hop additions,
no hops at all. And then he basically dry hopped with wet hops.
And guess what? The beer had bitterness.
And not only did it have bitterness, it was really balanced. I really enjoyed it. It was very, very nice.
That actually was the main thing I wanted him here to talk about, because I just thought it was amazing that he brewed a beer with 0 hops in the kettle, just in the mash and just dry hopping. And I had actually tasted it before he told me that. And it tasted like a nice fresh hop pale ale to me.
I was very amazed.
So just kind of a cool thing.
It was a phenomenal beer.
And that I think a lot of that came from a conversation Brian and I had is, you're adding so much green matter to your boil kettle. It soaks up all of this liquid that you could be making beer out of.
Yeah.
And so the idea of putting it in the mash tun, struck me immediately because, all of a sudden you can use the mash screen to filter out all of that stuff.
Right. Well, and that's one of the questions I have, just the amount of hops that have to go into the kettle and how we can deal with that as homebrewers and all of that liquid being soaked up. So we're going to talk process in your wet hop beers when we come back with Colin Kaminsky. Hang in there, girls.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Did you know that you can not only order from More Beer online at morebeer.com and receive free shipping on most orders over $59, but you can also shop in person at their 2 retail locations located in Concord and Riverside, California. In fact, the Concord facility has grown to over 15,000 square feet to fit all the new products, expanded showroom, and new Knowledge Center classroom. And now, in conjunction with the Brewing Network, More Beer is making it easier than ever to keep up on what's happening. Download the More Beer monthly podcast by clicking podcast at morebeer.com. You'll learn about More Beer's history, sales and discounts on More Beer products, get to know team members, and hear ways to save you money. They're also launching a brand new website soon with more features and a better online shopping experience. So go to morebeer.com or call 800-600-0033. That's 800-600-0033.
The ugliest women that I've laid eyes on got together and decided to come here. They're not pretty, they're not small, I don't give a damn at all. Tonight I'm only having just one beer. Yeah, tonight I'm only having just 2 attitude's improving with the beer. I was mad, but now I'm glad. The women in here, they ain't so bad. Tonight I'm only having just 3 beers. Yeah, tonight I'm only having just 6 beers. I kinda like the atmosphere in here. It feels so right, it must be wrong. I know I can't stay too long. Tonight I'm only having just 6 beers. 12 beers and I quit. Oh, good Lord, I'm drunk as shit. I just spent my whole paycheck in here. I took a chance, I tried to dance. I threw up and pissed my pants. One beer. Yeah, tonight I'm only having just 1 beer. At least that's what I said when I got here. It felt so right, but it was wrong. I know that I've stayed too long. Think I must have drank 100 beers. Well, I wished I'd only had 1 beer. God, I wished I'd never come in here.
What have you gotten out of a vial of White Labs yeast?
WLP 001, Cal Ale, baby.
23, Burton Ale. 008, East Coast Ale.
Cal Common, WLP 810. It's gonna be WLP 400 with beer.
I got a sweet hoodie for my vial.
Huh?
White Labs, your source for great brewer's yeast, would like to invite all homebrewers to join the White Labs Customer Club. Redeem your empty vials for great White Labs merchandise and products. Free yeast, glassware, t-shirts, baseball caps, sweatshirts, polo shirts, and you won't believe what you'll get for 5,000 vials. Members also receive a newsletter packed with White Labs updates and facts, interviews with professional brewers, brew your own clone recipes, beercook.com recipes, and customer club stories. The White Labs Customer Club. Save your vials and get in the club. White Labs. It's all in the vial.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
The Brewing Network. Saving your life.
1 beer at a time.
Yeah, Bevo already belching them out right in the on your first episode.
Oh,
how's it going in that chat room?
it's going good.
They're being nice to you?
I think they think I'm something special. I was
Really?
just telling Doc, like, somebody will be like, "Hi, Bevo," and I'll type back "Hi," and they'll be like, "I got a response." I'm not that cool guy.
No, you're special because you have boobs.
Because I have boobs.
Yeah, and you don't have
You're certainly the most special person
That's
in
true.
this room.
But mine aren't nice. Mine are hairy
Yours
and
are
gross.
hairy, exactly.
Yeah.
That's the disgusting part.
And stop showing them.
Damn it.
Oh, poor JP.
Sound like you've been deprived, Bevo. They think I'm special. Nobody thinks I'm special.
What, does Sam hit you? You were worth nothing.
Only because he loves me.
That's true. Only because I make him mad.
Anybody whose fiance is Sam, you're in trouble.
When are we going to hear from Doc's kids?
Well, one's in here now.
Oh, you want more headphones for McDowell? I thought you wanted more volume. No, I don't have more headphones for McDowell. There might be some around here.
Here, Mike, I don't need mine. You can take mine.
Do we even need headphones?
Well, I did want to talk to McDowell. I don't want to do the whole long shot thing right now. I just want him here with you guys to talk about hops because we're going to talk about but stay right there, McDowell. Don't go anywhere. Because here's what I think we're going to find interesting about the wet hop beer process is all the different places that you can use hops. And McDowell is a guy who uses hops in every place that he can. So I think that's kind of a cool thing. And he can just maybe kind of jump in and help out here. And also we're going to be drinking his long shot winner while we're at it. I figured why not throw some more hops on our palate while we're doing the whole thing. I did have a caller call in real quick here. I got Garage Beer on the line, I think, wants to talk about the price of hops and things like that. Garage Beer, turn your volume down there, and then what's your question, brother?
Hey, how we doing?
We're doing real good. How are you, man?
All right.
Where are you calling from?
Rhode Island.
Rhode Island.
Yeah.
East Coaster there, Shat.
Good
job, buddy. All right.
Yeah, I wish I knew you were down in Mystic, man. We could have, hung out there and drank some of my beer.
No, he just left. He's weird anyway, dude. You don't want to hang out with Shat.
Not any weirder than me, I
His
guess.
parents
right?
may move out. Yeah, maybe not. So, what's your question, Garage Beer?
Hey, you guys talking a lot about using hops up. I just called up more beer, and guys, you're almost out of all kinds of hops around here. Looks like we're into a great shortage.
Yeah.
My Cascade, I'm trying to do some American, beers, and there's no Cascade to be even found around here.
No, in fact, we've been talking about this on some of our other shows too, and I was talking to some people about it. There is a shortage. I was talking to the More Beer guys, JP included, obviously. Everyone's having a hard time getting hop varieties. And there is a shortage, and some of the big companies, they're buying up what's left because they have huge contracts and because they can. And so some of the smaller guys, Colin, you having any trouble with this, getting hops?
Well, I got lucky, so no, I'm not going to have problems this year.
But you have a contract, right?
No, I actually brought them all in house.
Wow.
I didn't trust the contracting this year because I'm so small that they can actually just buy my contract. It's like,
sure.
if I sign my contract at $7 a pound,
it means nothing to somebody.
It means nothing, to some brewer that's just going to go say, well, I'll give you $15 a pound, but you have to give me 2,000 pounds.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, here, your 70 pounds is gone,
Yeah.
That's kind of what happened to us. We had a contract for a little bit, and they just didn't have enough hops to fill it.
Yeah, nothing you can do.
The problem is there's a huge alpha acid shortage. So the high alpha acid hops are lower in production this year than they expected. So the big brewers buy based on alpha acid. They don't buy, 1 million pounds of hops. They buy 1 million times 4.5 alpha acid units.
I see.
And so when that drops, then they need more hops. So because of the alpha acid shortage this year, they just started looking anywhere they could buy alpha. It's like, okay, so the 14% alpha varieties are all gone. How about the 12% alpha varieties?
Yeah.
And then those all went. And then it just started to trickle down.
Right.
And East Kent Goldings was a big problem this year because of some of the issues in England with the drought. And Cascade's a huge problem. Cascade was the hardest one for me to find. Fortunately, I was able to find. I couldn't find any 07 Cascade in when was this? August. I couldn't find any 07 Cascade, but I was able to find 06 Cascade, and decided I'd deal with it.
Yeah, why not? It's been frozen.
Yeah, they storm it right at 30.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Garage, I'm going to call Hop Union this week because this is a hot topic right now, and I'm going to try to get them on one of our shows. I don't know if it'll be this one or the CBS show we do, but it'll be posted on the website either way. So I'll try to get you a better answer. Is that cool?
Yeah, cool. Hey, that's cool. Hey, another question for you. Jamil's book. When are you shipping that out?
That will be shipping. We haven't gotten it yet. The publisher has not given it to the people who ordered it. It's. I think we're supposed to get it by the end of this month, so I'm hoping to ship it out by the second week in November because I got to get Jamil in here to sign them all. So that's my hope.
Geez, I figured Jamil would have a little bit of power there to get it to you guys first and before anybody else.
You know what's weird about that is, and I'm not saying this is this publisher thing. I think all publishers do it. It's a money thing, man. And you write that book for them, and they're stoked to be selling it. You don't get a lot of power after that. You get the name of being an author, and you sign it over to them, and whatever they want to do, that's just the way it goes. And publishers,
that's the biz, man.
It's just a publishing biz. So he's got no pull. We get it pretty much when everybody else gets it.
Hey, thanks a lot. I can't wait for the book to come out. You guys got a great show. Keep up the good work. I'll donate. Bye.
Hey, thanks very much, brother. Out there in Rhode Island, that's Garage Beer. Appreciate the phone call. Very cool. You guys can call us too, 888-401-BEER, or go on Skype, or you can do Beverly in the chat room. I mean, you can talk to Beverly in the chat room.
Hey, now.
Sorry. Bevo.
I don't want them to know my real name.
You're going to have 8 names by the time your tenure is done here anyway. Someone asked, where do you get Horizon hops? You been able to get Horizon hops?
There's only one grower that grows Horizon hops, and he has 23 acres planted.
So you're not going to get them.
They were tough. I rely on Horizon hops. They are my favorite bittering hop. Anything that's subtle at all, I bitter with Horizon. even if it should be Tet or Saaz or something, I bitter with Horizon. And so it was the most important hop for me to find. And it was tough this year. It was tough last year.
Okay. All right, I got one more question before we can move on to process here. Someone asked, does pollination of a female hop cone lead to a decrease in lupulin production? You hear anything about that?
You know, I'm not knowledgeable enough to answer.
Okay. I'll have to get one of the hop cones.
I have some opinions about it, but I'm not knowledgeable enough to answer.
He's thinking along the cousin lines.
Yeah. This that whole cross-pollination thing works for the cousin, that's for sure.
I was up at the USDA hop breeding facility, and there was a lot of cones that we ran into. Each plant was a different strain in this facility, and you'd run into cones that had been pollinated. And they certainly had some different qualities about them. Boy, they sure tasted as bitter, though. You know, USDA, all they care about is alpha acids, so...
Sure.
You know, so I don't know. I don't really know the answer.
Okay. Fair enough. I like that. You gotta answer that way when you don't know. That's what McDole says when he doesn't know, which is rare. McDole always knows.
That just sounds dirty, pollinating cones.
I know that I don't know.
All I know is I don't know. I should have a shirt that says that, by the way. All right, let's start talking about the process and where we can put hops in. And what I'd like to do is talk about exactly how you did it with your harvest, and then we'll talk about other options that we could have done too. So,
well, sure, yeah. You know, the first time I did a harvest, I did a lot of mash hopping because it seemed like a great way to separate the plant matter. But I don't know if I quite got all the qualities that I smelt in the hop in the beer. So this year I decided to do it traditionally just to see exactly what I got. And so this year I did 60 minutes from end of boil, I did 10 pounds, 30 minutes from end of boil, I did 20 pounds, at the end of boil I did 40 pounds, and then I whirlpooled for 20 minutes, and then ran it through a hop back that was a 15.5 gallon keg stuffed full of hops, which I didn't weigh.
So no mash hops for you. You went straight just
this year. I didn't do any mash hops.
Okay,
and then I lucked into 20 pounds of hops I was able to put into the fermenter. So
dry hopping.
Yeah, that ended up topping off the batch at 100 pounds.
So a pretty standard way to add your hops, but to me the difference sounds like the amount of hops you're putting in there.
Is
and
huge,
Paxton,
yeah.
You've done this before as a home brewer, so between the two of you, how do we deal with that? I mean, I have a hard time when when Shat does his Pliny clone here, we got so many hops in that beer. It's tough to get the wort out. There's all sorts of problems that come along. So how do you deal with that in the wet hop beer?
Well, the hop back was one of the keys, because that way I could let cones flow out of the boil kettle and drop into the hop back.
Okay.
So that was one of the reasons why I chose a hop back. I mean, A, I really like them, but B, it was a way to try to separate some of the liquid from some of the solid. And running out of the kettle towards the end was really slow. And I wanted every pint I could get out of the kettle. You know, if it was running out clear, if it was clear in my sight glass out of the pump, then I wanted it in the fermenter. So that was one of the strategies. But still, when I jumped in the kettle to clean it out, I can't hose whole hops out of my kettle. So I jumped in rubber boots, and I was shin deep in hops, passing them out through the door with a bucket.
Was it magical?
At that point, I was just exhausted. It was just, my assistant only speaks Spanish, and it's, necesito cerveza, por favor. Una cerveza. Yeah. Rápido. Ándale.
No deport.
I had a girlfriend that sounded like that once. All right. Now, when you do your process, Paxton, are you doing just a regular hop additions like this, or are you doing the mash and the whole thing?
I've played with mash hops, not with the wet hop beer, but I find with the wet hop beer, because, as a home brewer, to get wet hops, whether you're growing them or you have a source through a local brewery, you have to be pretty, flexible with your brewing, because that's really what my biggest point is that you don't know exactly how much you're going to harvest. I recommend, especially with the way hops are going right now, that everybody come February or March, they buy some rhizomes. It's a really cool process just to see them grow in your backyard and have friends over and sit in your beer garden. But to actually see what you get, and then by the time you actually get that amount, and then try to calculate it out and say, okay, well, these are the alpha acids I'm thinking I'm getting. This is the amount that I have. Colin's idea is great. I didn't do the drawing just to see the amount.
the moisture was,
I
right.
just went for it, and I mean that's also why I brewed a 10-gallon batch just to see how much hops I would have, and then once I actually did the harvest, I took out 5 gallons. Let that on the side, and I had some extra hops in my freezer, and I just did a single hop on the side. And it was kind of fun to take the same wort, but to compare it,
Right.
because I felt like I could also blend it back in if I needed to. But also, like, one of the things that we were talking about on the break was that you think about the alpha acid that we get on a hop bale. That actual package, it's been packaged, it's been transported, it's been hot, it's been cold, it goes to B3 or Northern Brewer, and then by then it gets to your house, and whether it's been shipping or you picked it up and then it's been in your refrigerator for so long, or your freezer, or maybe you didn't do either. So what really is the alpha acid? And so when you think about a wet hop beer, you don't really know what the alpha acid is.
Yeah.
And really you're taking a number that hypothetically isn't really the number it was, because that was the average of the whole bale. So you're kind of going blind, and if you just kind of relax, don't worry, have a home brew, and say, hey, it's just, let's throw this in and see what happens.
See, I dig that about commercial brewers doing this, because to me, it's really close to home brewing, because you don't know.
It's totally backwards from a commercial standpoint.
And it's different this year than it was last year, and you're throwing up on your chalkboard at the brewery that it's maybe this many IBUs, but you don't know.
I have no idea.
You're
I don't even have a chalkboard for that
You
reason.
don't, yeah. But I like that. And I think that you commercial brewers who venture out to do this kind of thing are really kind of keeping with the heart of why you started brewing in the first place.
Well, I haven't gotten you up to the brewery to brew yet. But when you do, you realize it is just a really large home brewery.
Right.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, you don't want me fucking that stuff up.
Oh, you need to come in and brew.
You do, actually.
You would really
It's
love
a really good day.
I would just do like I did the last time we did a show there, which is sit in your back room and breathe oxygen for half an hour to get rid of my hangover.
That's a good trick.
It was a good trick, and it worked.
Dos más.
All right, I want to back up to compensating for the amount of hops in here for a minute, and maybe get some tricks out of you. And I think, McDole, you can help us out too. Colin, you're saying, that's the great thing about a hop back, because those hops just kind of travel through and into the hop back. But on my kettle, I got what? I got a 1-inch coupler. I don't even, is it a 1/2-inch coupler? Whatever that is.
Yeah, you're going to need a screen.
It gets clogged. And McDole, you're using a lot of hops. So as a home brewer, how am I going to transfer my wort with that much hops clogging up my spout?
Slowly.
But I've gotten slow. You're talking like 4 hours kind of slowly. I've had it get really plugged up in there.
Well, diverter plates help a lot.
Yeah.
And I use a perforated steel diverter plate. The people that boil with whole hops all the time, I use mostly pellets. The people that boil with whole hops all the time actually have a cage out of perf plate that covers that port.
Okay.
And it gives them some more surface area to transfer through.
Is that what you do, McDole? Do you use a screen of some sort?
Well, I put all my hops in a hop sack. So, and I'd probably do the same if I was wet hopping as well.
So that's an easy way.
It's a big sack. Use a grain sack.
Yeah.
So you're saying a tea bag.
Yeah. So when you pull the sack out, it hangs pretty low. Then is that what you're saying?
Mike McDole has a low-hanging big sack.
Yeah, when he pulls it out.
Yeah,
we covered that
on Jamil's show. Yeah, that's true. Jamil did get all the sack information.
But also to think too, like, if you're using the bazooka screen, or you've made a homemade, coupler, or stainless steel scrubby. They actually have that one. It's kind of like a scrubby, but it's like a ring that goes around the bottom. I've seen some really good results with that.
Up with the hop stopper.
Yeah, the hop stopper.
Yeah.
And then if
those
you're
are all
just
great
using
ideas.
like a false bottom, whatever it is, just to really rethink that. Because
It'd be fun to have a nice wedge wire screen down there, wouldn't it?
It would. Hey.
So
where's John Palmer when you need him?
The hop bag idea seems like the simplest way to do it, and it's what B3
Cheapest.
has recommended too. It's cheapest. But I'm always concerned, because when you read about hop utilization, you read about how it needs to churn in a vigorous boil, a vigorous boil. I'm sorry,
Vigorous.
Doc.
Come on.
Where is she
who said
anyway?
that? Who said
Jeez,
Vigoroso
I'm
anyway,
heartbroken.
I know. Hey, you and me both, Colin. So, but
Okay,
it's
probably more you than me.
Yeah, most definitely. All right, let's have a moment of silence. No, but it needs to. They need to rub up against each other and churn and a boil.
Yeah, they
so
do.
I'm thinking that you're not getting enough
rubbing
efficient. You're not extracting enough out if they're sitting in a bag. Is that not the case? I mean,
I certainly would think there's a difference.
McDowell has some
Mr.
damn
Winner,
hoppy beers,
let's hear
so
from you.
maybe that's.
Well, I use a lot of hops. Well, there's two things. One is don't overfill your hop sack, and the other one is if your beer's not hoppy enough, use more hops.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a recipe issue, is what I'm saying.
I see. So if you find maybe if you do it one way without the hop bags and you do it another way with them, you might find you need to put more hops in when you're using hop bags.
Yeah, instead of using 2 ounces of hop, you might have to use 3 or something.
Okay. Just a good way to compensate for it.
Right.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. Just add more. I love the add more part of home brewing. Just add more.
And remember, too, realistically, you're only going to get wet hops once a year. And so that we're talking this is a once-a-year brew.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean, you have to think about it in that context because you're not, let's do 4 different wet hop beers, and I just happen to have the,
Well, and it should be something that kind of special. I mean, I think that's why it excels. It's, I mean, if I were to brew this beer again, I would want to do something totally different. Last year I did all Columbus. This year I did all Centennial. And next year I'll do something totally different.
And you have all year to plan.
No, I don't. I'll get a phone call and they'll say, "Hey, we're harvesting.
This is what we got."
Yeah, and
you got an hour
be
to think about it,
or something that I've never heard of or used or anything.
No, you got an hour to think about it,
right? And
it'll be Fatumpwich hops.
Yeah, right.
A listener wanted us to know you can find Horizon Hops at
www.horizonhops.com.
YPSI. What is his name? YPSILANTI Brewing.com.
Oh,
Ypsi.
Yeah, it's
YpsilantiBrewing.com.
Yeah, it's some city name somewhere.
Yeah. I usually get mine from hopsdirect.com, which is where I got them from this year.
I figured you get them in the back alley somewhere.
Yeah, right now that's pretty much all the only deals you can make.
I got a sack for you.
Right.
Hey,
I've got a really large sack for
you. Hey, dip this in this thing.
I'm actually making a deal like that. Yeah.
Are you making a deal like that right now?
I'm scoring like 6 pounds of Cascade whole hops.
Who are you doing that with?
I can't tell you.
Oh,
Secret Source. It's a back
But
alley
I'm trading,
deal.
some cookies I made for it.
Is that right?
Yeah.
All you got to do is trade some cookies for a nice big sack of Cascade, huh?
Yeah, it's a great deal.
That is a great deal. That's not bad at all. Well, magic.
And you know what
cookies.
and actually one of the things we're going to see next summer is all the brewers going, oh, you know what, I overordered on this, I got a little extra of that. I'm going to see a pretty big spot market on all of that.
Yeah, people are panicking right now, but I think it'll subside just a
I have
little
a ton
bit,
of Simcoe whole hops that I would sell to somebody.
Ooh. Call Chris.
How about that?
Call Chris.
Does he want some? Yeah.
Hey, Colin,
I've got a bag.
We want everything we need.
I've got what is it, 14 pounds, the whole hops?
22.
Nah, mine's smaller. I've got an unopened
sorry to hear
bag
that.
of 06.
Okay.
Simcoe.
Don't be ashamed.
Yeah.
It's either 11 or
You're
22.
safe here, brother.
I have an unopened bag. She's a virgin.
Oh!
Hey, Colin, are you hungry? You want to try one of McDowell's cookies?
Yeah, no. I have to drive home.
Just checking.
He knows his hops.
I don't know, man. I thought maybe you'd be hungry.
Just leave right away.
Tampa's not too far.
What is it, an hour ride home? You'll be fine.
Under an hour, you're okay.
Well, I think if you're driving home with a cookie in your belly, it's going to be less than an hour. It's going to be like half an hour.
What if he almost makes it home?
Speeding.
Almost.
It's pronounced Ispelanti.
Ispelanti. Okay, so there you go.
Just all the letters are silent.
www.ispelantibrewing.com, wherever I put there.
And they're selling
You
hops?
can get Horizon hops there. I guess. I don't know. Look, I'm not saying it's true. It was passed on to
I'm not
us.
saying they're good.
From
I'm just
a listener.
saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Oh, it's also apparently available at www.ihomebrewsolutions.com / the hop stopper.
Oh yeah, we talked about the hop stopper earlier.
Okay.
Is that the dude from iHomebrew Solutions, or he just likes the hop stopper? You don't know.
I
That's
don't
all right.
know.
Yeah, we
It's
mentioned
gonna
that.
turn into the
Bug
free
eater,
plug
so,
show.
yeah,
if you
I
don't
think so.
move on.
Yeah. You know what? This show has always been the free plug show. This person wants to know, what should a false bottom for a kettle look like? And how effective is it at filtering out hot or cold break? Do they use false bottoms in an actual boil kettle?
I have.
You do? Yeah.
You know where you can't get Horizons hops? At SeanPaxtonTheHomebrewChef.org.
That's .com. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Free play.
And that's at 573.
You have used a false bottom in a boil kettle?
Yeah, we did a bunch of trials with them at Beer, More Beer when I worked there.
And did it end up being a good idea?
You know, it kept whole hops out.
Okay.
It didn't separate true out very well.
It did.
I ended up going back to a diverter plate in the system I experimented on there.
So if this question is, would it filter out hot or cold break, then no. If it's not filtering out pellets, it ain't going to filter out hot or cold break.
It didn't as well as I would have liked.
Okay.
No, let's just leave it at that. It's not that it didn't, it just didn't as well as I would have liked.
But like Doc says, I mean, you have to know your system. I mean, you know if you use pellets, it does this. If you use whole hops or plugs, it does that. I mean, it's the same thing. So,
hey, this is off topic, but you guys know Doc has a sister?
Yes, 2 sisters. I did know that, actually.
2 sisters.
He has 2 sisters.
Single?
And we've never seen them. I'm thinking they're hot, and that's why he's kept them. That's why.
Well, we know his brother.
Well, if they look like a Lothamer, then forget about it. But
yeah, I'm thinking they look like Doc.
Now, are they geeky?
I'm thinking there's a reason we've never seen Doc's sisters, and I'm thinking it's because they're hot.
It's because they don't live around here.
Is that the only thing? Did they not? Do they like you guys? Do they like?
Mostly.
Mostly.
No, actually, I'm the favorite brother, so of course.
So they do like you. Of course.
No,
you
it's actually totally because he doesn't want you guys to meet them.
Yeah, I'm pretty much thinking that's it, right? All right, couple other different questions that came through. Well,
how did you get on that?
I don't know. I just thought of it real quick, and I figured I had to get it out right then, or I was going to forget about it.
Forget about what?
Yeah, exactly.
See what happens when you drink wet hop beers.
Yeah.
All right, I want you guys to describe real quick what a hopback is. We talked about it before, but maybe we've got some new listeners, and you guys have kept saying you can use a hopback. What is it?
Well, in my homebrew system, what I did was I took a little steamer, a stainless steel steamer insert out of a kitchen. And I just literally went to a restaurant and said, hey, will you sell me one of those inserts? And they sold me one out the back door for $5.
Was it made in Cleveland?
And I put... And I put a drain, fitting on the bottom of it, and put a piece of perf plate in it, spaced up about an inch off the bottom.
Okay.
And I would just drain gravity drop into it from the kettle, and let the hops get wet and pump out of it on the bottom back into my ferment.
Now, you haven't chilled the wort yet?
No. It's important that it's hot. Yeah.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Why?
Makes a big difference.
Because it's still extracting from it then?
Yeah, you extract different flavors at every temperature. So I can even tell the difference of dry hopping at 65 and at 55 degrees.
Really?
You get different flavors.
Are they worse flavors when it's colder?
No, they're just different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you just don't get, it's a recipe formulation thing. If you're looking for the traditional hot back flavor, then it's got to be hot.
So are you passing, nearly, I mean, it's obviously not boiling anymore, but you're passing really hot wort through your hot back? Or
yeah. It's
on the way to the
degrees.
chiller. Yeah.
On the way to the wort chiller.
It's on the way to the chiller. Is that how you do it also, McDowell?
Yeah, same way.
So, now I do a Whirlpool chill, the immersion chiller, so I couldn't pass my wort through a hot back, could I? Well, I couldn't pass it through hot.
You wouldn't be able to, and then sanitizing it would be a little bit of a challenge. But you could probably do it. The more times you expose your cold wort to air, the bigger risks you're going to have.
Unless you could do a cold system.
I do the Recirc immersion Whirlpool chiller, the Jamil
style.
The Jamil
style.
You
could probably pump it through the hot back and then back in.
Especially if you had a sealed one like a Randall.
Yeah, you need a sealed one because it'll suck air in.
Is that what they call them in the homebrew world, Randalls?
No, that's what you're...
That's the serving.
That's the serving. Then when they pop it,
yeah, but you could do that. You could make a Randall and pump it through.
Yeah. Because what I did a double IPA where I called it my cold fusion. So I was talking to Brindleson for a while, and the idea of taking a beer, pretty much all late hop edition hops, and then chilling it, popped it in the conical, and between the two ports, hooked it up to another container that had 2 tri-clamps, and basically did a closed system. And in the container, I had 7.5 ounces of Amarillo and researched for 2 hours over those hops.
Wow. Just kept going through it.
And cold. And it was amazing. I mean, it was one of the best IPAs or double IPAs I've ever done.
But the key to it being cold was that it was a closed system?
It was a closed system, so I wasn't too worried. I mean, oxygen, that was perfectly fine at that point because I didn't pitch the yeast yet. But as far as keeping it closed, as far as extra air outside and whatnot.
Just jumping in there.
I figure, too, I mean, when I used a pound of 9.9 alpha acid Amarillos into 5 gallons of beer, and it came out just beautiful. So.
Yeah.
So it's a different idea. Breathe, brother.
Well,
CPR.
Made me choke.
I'm trained.
You know, and that reminds me of one of the things we did in this harvest ale was we took our wort circulation pump and we pumped out of the bottom, actually out of the side port of our fermenter, and dropped it back in the top fitting of our fermenter for 4 days to keep the already fermented beer flowing through the hops because we were getting such poor
extraction.
Because we were getting such poor extraction, and I didn't want to leave it in the fermenter.
They just float on the top, right? They don't sink down.
They weren't even wet. You'd look in the windows, and they weren't even wet.
Hi, how you doing?
So, I'm thinking that contamination from the hops you're not really concerned about because it's pretty much the same as dry hopping because you're not boiling it anymore once it goes through the hop bag.
Right, and Matt did a study, and he said that Matt Brendelson cultured a bunch of organisms off of hops and identified a bunch of them at a lecture I was at and said none of them can survive in beer. And I've just I love dry hopped beers enough that I took it on faith that he was right.
Well, he just won like mid-sized brewer of the year. He's a hop chemist. I'd listen to anything he says too.
Yeah. It was a good paper he presented.
Even if he didn't have like solid numbers, if he goes, well, I kind of think it'd be fine.
Well,
right? Yeah, no, he actually did all the research on it. He actually cultured all the organisms and.
Considering where he also won all of his medals outside of the mid-sized brewery of the year, it's pretty impressive. I mean, he swept that category.
Oh, so. He did great. Lots of good winners.
Passion of the ales, baby.
Okay, so here's what we got to do. I got to take another break. And when we come back, we're going to wrap up the wet hop thing. So if you guys have any questions out there, if you feel like we didn't cover something you need to know, then speak up now or forever hold your peace. You can join Bevo in the chat room there by hitting the Chat Now button on the homepage. You can call us 888-401-BEER. A lot of you guys are calling in with completely off-topic stuff. You got the questions about the forum. One person called in, he's like, I can't listen, so I want to know what's happening. Look, I love taking these calls at the end of the show, but I got the evil chemist here hanging out with us, and I'm not going to interrupt the hop talk with it. So I appreciate you guys calling in. The number's 888-401-BEER, but keep the completely drunken off-topic stuff to the end of the show for me. And Bevo is doing a great job of weeding out those calls for us, and topless while she's at it, which is very nice. I didn't even say that was part of the job, and
but not bottomless because that would be
no, because that would be inappropriate.
Yeah, exactly right.
That'd be a little pervy.
You want to play Jenga with Schumann or what?
Yeah. So hang in there. Colin Kaminsky from Downtown Joe's. Hit up downtownjoes.com and check out all the good stuff he's doing over there. We're going to talk to Mike McDowell about the long shot competition when we come back too. So hang in there, ladies.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
All right. Brewing classic styles, take one. So we got to do this commercial for the BN.
Okay. What do you want to do?
I don't know. It's for Jamil's new book. Are you going to get it?
Of course.
Are you going to pay money?
I think we get that stuff for free, don't we?
I haven't got anything for free yet, have you?
No.
Got a free kick in the butt.
Yeah.
This is starting to sound like an episode of The Butchers.
Why haven't we done one of those Butchers lately?
No one likes them.
Oh. There's good reason nobody likes those either.
What's that? Because I'm short and insecure and you're fat and smell like ass?
Oh, man, that hurts.
All right, should we roll tape?
All right, let's go.
This fall, the most anticipated book in home brewing will be available from just one place.
No, you can get it in a lot of places.
Well, the most anticipated book in home brewing will be available for pre-order from only one place.
That's not true either.
All right, smarty pants, but only one place will have it signed.
Oh, that's cool.
TheBrewingNetwork.com offers Brewing Classic Styles by Jamil Zainasheff, the most awarded homebrewer in history, and homebrewing expert John Palmer. Available now for pre-order from the Brewing Network store, signed by Jamil himself.
It's every BJCP style. Every recipe is extract and all grain. Every single one has won awards. Every style has some tips on how you brew the beer, what to focus on, what the key parts are of brewing an excellent version of the style.
Available this fall, Brewing Classic Styles. Pre-order your copy today. Visit thebrewingnetwork.com for more details.
will I die for you, baby? I'm for real. I really like the way that you patch me up inside. I love the feeling I get when I'm holding you. I'm a different person when I'm through. You got the power to make me do anything, and I won't even ask why. And when I feel you on my lips, everything else in this world just slips away from me. I just got to let you know that I will never let you go. And since I'm about to pass out, let me say I love beer. When I pissed and vomited on myself, the way that I could have done that without your help. Vaguely remember ass banging some fat chick 'cause I blacked the fuck out. How about that time that I woke up on some lawn with nothing else but a G-string and high heels on? But I guess these things tend to happen when you black the fuck out. You are God's greatest gift to people. The liver must be punished 'cause it's evil. So I drink a case each day. I just gotta let you know that I will never let you go. And since I'm about to pass out, let me say I love beer. You call me a slob 'cause I can't hold a wife, I can't hold a job. You try to get me to quit, but I can't, and only pussies get liver transplants. I've been drinking since before I was born. My mom drank when she was pregnant, that's why I'm deformed. And what the hell, everybody's got problems, and you might as well solve them with beer. Budweiser, Miller, and Keystone Line, Michelob, Foster's, and Natty, and Milwaukee's Bees. Red Stripe, Dos Equis, Orania, Boom and Coke 45, Guinness, Corona, and Asian beers too. Coors Light and Balzac and Heineken, Rolling Rock, Sam Adams, Fake Pits, and Pabst Blue Ribbon. Ice House and Boddington, Busch Light and Anal Wards, Moose Head, Magic Hat, Nine Backs, and Poop.
Hi, I'm Sean O'Sullivan, the brewmaster and co-founder of the 21st Amendment Brewery and Restaurant in San Francisco. 6 years ago, Nico Freccia and I opened the 21st Amendment on 2nd Street with the intent of bringing back the local neighborhood brew pub. Well, the neighborhood has really changed over the years, but the 21st Amendment still remains a great place for people to meet over a terrific meal and a tasty pint of beer. In the past, the only way you could enjoy the 21st Amendment's handcrafted beers was at the brew pub. Well, all that has changed. Now, the 21st Amendment beers are available in cans. That's right, cans. When was the last time you had a great beer in a can? Well, that day has come. We're offering our world-famous Watermelon Wheat and 21A IPA in cans. Cans are a better package than glass because cans keep the beer fresher longer, but you can also take cans to places where bottles can't go, like the beach, lake, golf courses, and sporting events. So join us in the revolution to take back the can from the big breweries and crack open a cold 21A craft beer in a can. The 21st Amendment, 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park.
Keeping the ass out of Brewcast. This is the Brewing Network.
we're back, and we got a lot of beers to taste to wrap up the show, and we got to cover a couple more things. Bevo, you been drinking the whole time you work in that chat room, or what?
Yes.
That a girl. And are you liking the beer?
Yes.
So why do you think she's topless?
Yeah, seriously.
Because Sam's not here?
You're a beer girl, right?
I am.
Although
Well,
you like some of that
it's
cidery...
no, I don't. I've grown out of it.
Really?
You'd be very proud of me.
Pale ales and IPAs?
Just gotten into the pale ales and the IPAs. I'm liking it.
And you've liked the beer so far tonight?
I have, yes.
You can tell
Aside
Colin.
from being
Colin won't be
slightly drunk.
offended. Are you getting drunk?
Yes, I have to drive back to home. Excuse me. Home tonight. I should stop.
Yeah, you got to be
JP will
careful.
take you home.
You got to be on the Dr. Scott plan tonight. The taste don't drink.
Yep.
Yeah,
JP's got a couch for you.
Yeah. What have you been doing to that thing all night, JP? Stop dicking around with it all night and it won't fall apart.
Jesus.
Good Lord.
Did I mention to hit the donate button?
Yeah. So we can get some mic stands so I don't get thrown under the bus for something I didn't do, Chad.
Chad,
I expect
Chad's
that to be
across
fixed.
the room.
Yeah.
Stop moving it. Stop moving it. Now you have to move to it.
There you
Because you've broken it, and now you have to be the one that moves.
Chad, I want that fixed by next
They
week.
told me to
please.
grow a stash. What does that mean?
A mustache.
A mustache.
Grow a stash.
Why?
Why would they
I
tell
don't
you to do
understand.
that? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know either.
I don't want a pearl necklace. Quit asking me.
Oh, she figured out what it is.
I don't know what it is, but I know it's bad.
Yeah, you don't want
It's actually not that
You can
bad.
pick that person out.
Yeah, Beavis, you can even silence them if they keep that up. So be nice in there, everybody. It was a joke at the beginning. Do not disrespect the beeve. Oh.
Especially when she doesn't know what it is yet.
All right. So one thing that we wanted to wrap up the wet hop beer discussion with was balance, and this can go for any beer, as Colin and Paxton were talking about at the break here. So, kind of figuring out the malt and the hop balance, and I guess it's maybe a little different with wet hop beers, but let's talk about that to wrap up this discussion.
Well, I guess I don't even know where to start with it because it's a topic that could do 5 shows on.
Yeah.
There's a ton of balances that go on in any part of brewing. Balancing malt and hops, though, is I think the primary balance that you have to undertake. If you have something that's really bitter, you better have some malt behind it. We do a beer at work that was a recipe before I got there that's just bitter with no malt backbone. And it's balanced simply with the roastiness out of some Caramel 120. And, if there was a beer I could take off my menu, it would be that one.
Really?
But it sells?
Well, it's got a loyal following of regulars that have been there since the brewery opened.
And they're just used to it.
Yeah, and then the sales go down every year as people move into, pale ales and IPAs, and eventually one day it'll disappear on its own. But
Or with a little help from you.
Well, yeah, it's right now out of 9 flavors, it's my number 7 selling beer. And when I got there, it was the number 3 selling beer. So I've actually been able to take the pale ale and the India pale ale and take them into spots 3 and 4.
Congratulations.
Mostly with water chemistry.
Okay.
But balancing malt and bitterness is extremely important. One of the things Mike and Sean and I were talking about in the break is that adding a little bit of dextrose can do a lot towards drying out a beer that might be too sweet for the flavor balance that you've got going on. It's something in IPAs, double IPAs. I have to add a little dextrose.
Where are you adding this?
Because that's a good question.
When do you decide it's too sweet? You don't decide that during the boil, do you?
Well, I get to brew the same recipes over and over and over again.
Well,
so sometimes I decide by tasting it. But
let's clarify it a little bit too, because a lot of people say, "Well, how come if I just add dextrose to my beer, is it going to make it drier?" Well, you're actually replacing some of the malt with the dextrose.
Or just bumping up the alcohol.
Or bumping it
right.
up. But you want to have an certain starting gravity.
Right.
Well, you're going to get up to that starting gravity by adding the dextrose to it, not have your beer at that starting gravity and then add dextrose.
And since dextrose is 100% fermentable, it tends to dry out the beer.
And you'll still have the alcohol up there.
It'll even be higher than if you take 100 pounds of malt out and replace it with 100 pounds of dextrose, you'll have a much more alcoholic beer.
It'll ferment farther down.
Okay.
And Doc will still be sober.
Yes. But you're still not gonna. You're not gonna just. My beer's too sweet this time. Throw some dextrose in it. It's not gonna make it.
No, it's got to happen before the yeast is finished.
Yeah.
But you can do that. You can actually the yeast can be almost finished, and you can decide that the balance isn't quite right and if you want to increase the alcohol and dry it out, you can add dextrose to the fermenter.
Some high alcohol beers, sometimes it's a good idea to do that.
In fact, with my double IPA, I do indeed do that. Day 3 and day 5, I add dextrose of fermentation.
So it sounds to me like with a wet hop beer, because we don't know exactly what the alpha acids are on these hops, it's kind of we're just throwing a bunch of things into a hat. We're getting as close as we can. Maybe there are 2 things that we need to keep by, and one is more hops, in case we didn't get enough, and the other one is possibly some dextrose to knock down the sweetness.
Well, I would say that you probably want to think about it before you start brewing, that what kind of beer you're trying to make. Are you trying to make an IPA? Are you trying to make a pale ale? And really concentrate very hard on what kind of flavors, malt flavors, that you can layer in to balance all of those flavors. You get a ton of flavors out of wet hops, and they're pretty strong. And if you've got no malt character at all, it's going to be a pretty boring beer. It's going to be hop heavy, and I don't think that really does justice to the very special ingredient that you've so carefully acquired. In this particular recipe, I wanted it very light in color, but I still wanted a lot of complexity. So there's Maris Otter as a base malt. There's Vienna malt from Weyermann's. There's Weyermann's Munich Light, Weyermann's Munich Dark, and Carapils, all mixed in there relatively subtly, so that none of them are more prominent than any of the other flavors.
Okay. And your color's perfect on it. I mean, the percentages of those malts are really nice.
Well, thank you. It was a lucky guess,
But that's actually what's kind of fun too, is to really think about the balance, and I mean, this goes with all beers, not just the wet hop beer, is to really think about, if all you're tasting is hops and there's nothing else supporting that hop, it's out of balance. I mean, you should get some malt complexity. You should have a malt backbone to the hop.
If you're trying to get any depth in your beer at all, and that's one of the things that I think brewing is doing a disservice. Big brewers are doing a disservice right now to the consumers. Is you have beers like Ruination. I love having a Ruination once in a while, but it is by no means a balanced beer. And I think just more hops is better mentality isn't doing our clients, our customers, a good service.
Maybe
did
more
I just
hops.
ruin another sponsorship for you?
Absolutely not. But I think that a lot of more hops guys would agree, unless they're outwardly saying, "Hey, we're just making an outwardly more hop beer," and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I think you're right. As we develop, it's more hops, but with complexity. Like, it's not just how bitter can we get it, it's how complex can we get it, too.
And it really comes down to something that I was hoping Brian would add to this discussion, and it doesn't matter what you add to your beer. What matters is that you get down to that end of that pint, and it's delicious.
Yeah.
And you go, wow, that was delicious.
Yeah.
And he calls it the delicious factor. And boy, that's elusive.
Sure.
And you can take the same recipe in the same brew house with the same brewer, and one batch was delicious, and the next batch was good.
Yeah.
But it wasn't quite delicious.
Right.
And where is that little line? And it's all the little tiny details. All the details that Jamil and Doc can teach us. And without Jamil and Doc, I wouldn't even have a glimpse of them. And they're way farther down the road than me.
How about that, Doc?
That's cool. I like that.
Well, and Paxton has talked about believe me, he has talked about the art portion of brewing. So, look, I can throw just a ton of hops or a ton of something in a kettle, but that's different than thinking about what you're going to do with it and how you're going to combine the things and really make it, like I said, a complex beer. So, I think you're right about that.
I brought one of those.
Yeah, what can you teach us about layering all those flavors? Because I've had dinner at your house; it was phenomenal. You know more about layering flavors than anybody I've ever talked to.
Oh, thank you. When you stop and you really think about what is it that you like, and then from there think about the childhood memories that maybe support that, to what can you get today, and to think about really. I want an IPA that has, a nice soft flower notes. I think about the Nectar IPA from Humboldt Firestone, and that beer to me, there's enough flowery characters from the hops, but also there's that nice malt backbone. And I just think it's such a perfectly balanced IPA for that style that it's just, I mean, you can drink a bottle and then you drink another one and then you drink another one and you're like, God, I think I could drink this whole 6-pack. And it's not just because you want to get trashed. It's because it just tastes so good. And to understand, I mean, it takes a lot of time to get to that point, but to think about what flavors, I mean, each time you taste something, taste it again for the first time. And really think about, is it, you know, that hop character that's coming through that you really like, or is it that, you know, that vegetal flavor, or is it that bitterness, or is it the malt sweetness, and is that coming from the Maris Otter, is that coming from the Vienna, is that coming from the 120, whatever it is, and think about proportions and where that's going to come through. The beer that we'll try a little bit later was an idea that went back and forth, and we'll talk about it later, but it's just, it really goes to show that whole idea of sharing and talking, because I also think that this is what's great about a homebrew club or the Brewing Network, where you can really stop and think about and talk to friends and talk about ideas and talk about conceptualizing a flavor. And hey, this comes from this, or this comes from that, and how can we build on that, you know, as far as fermentation temperatures, what yeast you pick, what malts you're picking, and, you know, to really stop and design a beer. You know, I mean, I think Ray Daniels does that very well with designing great beers, and to really stop and think about what we're brewing before we just brew it, because, I mean, this whole conversation is really kind of, it's an ad hoc experience. I mean, you're like, hey, I got this much, and hey, I think this is going to work, and this is when I'm going to throw them in, and hopefully it's going to come out. But then, at the end of it, try it and say, hey, okay, so next year's harvest, this is how I want to use it. Or, you know, to build off what you've done for the last 2 years, is to really think about, I like this, I didn't like that. I mean, the idea of ripping your hops in half, I mean, that's a beautiful idea, and it's a very conceptual idea, because when you actually, like, are looking at your hops and you open them up and you're smelling the lupulin right there in your hand, it's so dynamic. But then after it's been boiled and it's been fermented and everything else, it's a different product altogether. So how did that go from the vine all the way to your glass? Okay, now you can start to take that idea and say, okay, well, what about if I do this?
Well, and that's where experience comes into play.
Definitely.
You know,
and you start somewhere, right?
And you look at, you know, somebody like Brian or Vinny that have
totally
done a lot of these beers, and that's why they're phenomenal, you know.
I feel like I just dropped acid.
Are you back at Burning Man?
This Paxton's always you're so deep about your beer.
I'm sorry.
Which is great. It's the way you think about beer, and it's how you design those beers, you know. And you make the rest, you make the rest of us high around the way you think about it.
Am I levitating again?
Yeah.
My wife loves that. She's like, come on, honey, you're just levitating again. I know.
Absolutely. No, I think you're right. You really, I actually really like the way you think about things as a whole picture. I think that's the way you get a good combination of ingredients.
Can I have a hug?
It's like a love fest in here. Turn on the neon lights, Shat. Put on the black lights and get out the lava lamps.
And everybody, take your top off.
Beavis! Getting into action already.
Mike, more plenty for Beavis, please.
All right, I want to thank you both for hanging out and doing the Wet Hop Show. And of course, you're not going anywhere because we got a couple other things to take care of. Just wanted to say thanks. If you have any more questions, Colin is always more than happy to respond and hang out with homebrewers. He digs homebrewers.
And actually, you can email me at Colin, that's COLIN, 1L, at downtownjoes.com. I get a lot of homebrewers off of these shows that tend to have protracted conversations with me, and it's really actually quite enjoyable. I learn a lot.
There you go. And sometimes you can find Colin on the forums, too, so if you post there, he might see it. But if you don't hear from him, go ahead and email him. And Colin's going to email me the equations that we talked about earlier so you can figure out how to
After
calculate.
a few more of Mike's great beers here, I'm going to forget that.
I'll
so
have to
remind
email
me.
you. Yeah, no problem. No problem there at all. So, if you have more questions, just get with Colin about that, and he'll be happy to answer it. All right. I wanted to talk a little bit about and celebrate with Mike McDole, because I can't tell you how happy we were to see this guy win the long shot competition. Shat and Schumann and I were all lucky enough to be at the event where he was announced as the winner, and we didn't know then. Jameel was convinced all along, right, McDole? Jameel said from the beginning, that's it, you've won.
Well, yeah, he said that to get me to buy drinks at the Tornado when I won the Western region.
I see.
He says, "Oh, don't worry about it. You'll have all that money." I says, "Yeah, you're right. Okay." So.
I told Mike I had no doubt.
See, I
just got the confirmation call.
I'm so superstitious that I hated it every time somebody said, "Oh, he won," because I feel like that's a jinx. And so I'm thinking, maybe he did win, and you guys are ruining it for him if you keep talking about it like that.
Yeah, break a leg.
Yes. Yeah. But he did, in fact, win, and we were lucky enough to be at the brunch when Jim Cook himself stood up there, and he talked about the history of the long shot and talked about why he started and how he was a home brewer and how he still really believes in the homebrew community. And then announced the 2 winners, and Mike McDowell was one of them. And I'll tell you what, McDowell, we were all teary-eyed. Shubin, he's walking home with me, that big fag, telling me all the way home about how there's only 2 times in his life where a brother made him get all teary-eyed. And one of them was the first time I got on FM radio, because he knew I had been working hard at that for years. And the other one was you winning the long shot, McDowell.
That's pretty cool. Thanks, Shubin.
Yeah, he was getting all teary-eyed about that.
Thanks.
But it was awesome, man. What was it? Something around 2,000 homebrews across the entire country?
Jim was saying 2,000 homebrews. There was 1,700 homebrews. And,
well, that's a lot.
I think there was 300 homebrews in their employee competition.
Okay. But they only competed against themselves.
Yes.
The 300.
Right.
Not to take away from that winner either.
No, not at all.
But
they're serious brewers.
But you and your counterpart homebrewer, who doesn't work for the company, you two competed against 1,700 brews.
Exactly.
And you rose to the top, and now you're going to be featured in this 6-pack, which is just awesome. I mean, unbelievable. Colin, you tried this beer?
It's phenomenal. I was just saying when we were off air that I drink 3 Pliny the Elders a week, and
how does this stand up?
It's a delicious beer. It's not quite the same as Pliny, but I love it.
Yeah.
When I started homebrewing, I got to taste in the first year I was homebrewing. I got to taste 3 phenomenal beers. And one was brewed by Doc, one was brewed by Mike, and one was brewed by George Fix. And they were the only beers I remember from homebrewers from those early days.
Okay.
And so these guys were brewing phenomenal beers before I even brewed a beer, before I even knew how barley was malted.
Yeah.
These guys were brewing phenomenal beers. So
thanks, Con.
Yeah, thanks.
Absolutely. Now, tell me, what did you feel like winning this thing? I mean, you've won competitions before, and we tell you your beer's great all the time. I'm curious, is it different when you win a competition like this?
Well, sure, it's different because it's a national level competition.
And it gets paid.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's like more perks, and obviously it's a bigger carrot, so it's a bigger deal to win it.
Yeah.
A little bit like I'm not worthy sort of feeling going on because it is a homebrew competition. In the Western region, there were 23 beers that made it to the best of show around, and 3 or 4 of those guys were in my homebrew club. A bunch of other names of people that I compete with all the time, and I'm sure every one of their beers was just an excellent example of the style, but somehow I made it into the top guys. So.
Yeah. See, McDowell's so humble about it too. Let me
well,
tell you
there's a lot of luck involved in homebrew.
Sure, there is.
I realize that.
But
you can't have a bad beer.
I mean, when a couple of guys and when a couple of guys like Jameel and Doc see you in the region and know that it's going to go all the way through, I think all the luck part is gone at that point.
At that point, maybe. Yeah.
Then it's just good beer, and all the people who judged it that work for the company go, that's just damn good beer. I also think they wanted to brew a mean IPA, and you just happened to give them one. You know what I mean? They wanted a mean IPA.
It's hard to say. One thing I have to admire them for, because they brought in like outside judges. Here, Jim Cook was one of the 6 people that judged the final 4 beers.
Yeah.
And but they bring in outside people, and they're not told anything about like, well, we don't want to make this beer because it's, it's got 100 IBUs, and we don't have enough place to store all the hops to make the stupid beer.
Right. Well, we don't think our customers are going to buy it.
Yeah, they're going to throw up when they drink this double IPA or something like that. So I have to give them credit. They, just on the beer on its face value, that's it. And then they, go with the flow.
So we're at the thing, and Mike has announced the winner. And McDowell, you didn't even know this. They had already brewed your beer.
Yeah, I had no idea. I thought, that I would win, and then they'd go off and brew the beer in it. And the first time I get to taste it
was when you bought your own 6-pack.
When I bought the 6-pack.
Yeah, you didn't think you'd get you.
Probably the first guy, I'd be,
But they said, hey, Mike, why don't you go over to the table there and serve your beer?
Yeah.
Because we've brewed it already.
I was just totally blown away by that.
And are we tasting yours or theirs?
No, this is mine. Theirs is similar, just like mine's similar to Vinny's.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not, keep in mind, I don't attempt to replicate Vinny's Pliny that he brews today. This is like based on something he did some time ago that I've tweaked a little bit, not much.
Loosely based on a.
It's loosely based on.
Yeah.
But
the funny thing is, you and Vinny stood next to Jim Cook, and you told Jim, hey, this is loosely based on a Vinny beer.
Right, because I guess there was some collusion. Vinny and I agreed that we wouldn't mention to the Boston Beer Company that my beer was essentially a clone of Vinny's beer.
I see.
And the thinking being that once it was, Vinny would go tell him himself, and that's exactly what happened.
Oh, so Vinny went up and said, I see.
Right. And that's the picture that we got on the forum.
Of the three, you guys.
Three of us, yeah.
That's a pretty cool picture. I mean, you're standing there with Vinny and Jim Cook.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah. You didn't like finish to that picture or anything like when you got home.
No, but I get kind of bubbly every time I look at it, I'll tell you.
Did you get emotional when they announced you there?
A little.
Yeah?
Anytime I seemed to come on, I sort of snapped out of it, yeah.
You had your kids there cheering you on.
Yeah, right. Well, you guys helped a lot. The network being there was really nice.
We were cheering for you. Yeah. You had the loudest crew. Let's face it. I mean, everyone. There were other winners, and we really, you had the loudest.
Yeah, the rest of the media was just polite applause.
Yes.
But you guys were rowdy.
No, we were. Of course, we are. Right. We were throwing panties at McDole.
Right.
Schumann's panties.
Haven't we told you to keep your panties on, Justin?
It'll never happen.
Pants. No panties.
Question from the listeners. They want to know if you had to rebrew it for each round, or was it just the same batch that went all the way through?
Same batch. Basically, for some reason, it's a 4-bottle competition, which is sort of a nuisance, especially since I'm the cellar master. And
when you had to carry all those sets.
Yeah, we had 500 entries times 4 bottles. I mean, it's completely different when you've got times 3.
Okay.
And but no, once I won, then they wanted like 6 bottles from me. Well, fortunately, I had that.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'd do if I didn't.
See, well, first of all, I'd never get that far. But second of all, if I did, there certainly wouldn't be any beer left over for me to send more. Like, if I made a good beer, forget about it. Doc and I would have drank it that night.
It's party.
So
that could have easily happened, because I didn't know that they wanted that much more beer. I thought that's what the 4th bottle supposedly is for, is if you're the winner, they send that bottle off, and that's what they use to decide which are the 2 finalists. But
I see.
They needed more beer for analysis, they called it.
Yeah.
Sounds like a company picnic.
Yeah.
So here's the other part I really dug in it. It has to do with McDole's humbleness. So he wins, and they say, why don't you go over to the table and why don't you pour your beer? Because they had brewed it. And he's standing there, and people are coming up, and they're asking him all these questions. What about this? What about this? What about this? And Mike, and he answers a couple of them. Mike, and you can tell he's happy. He's just to be there. But yeah, after a few questions, he's just like, because everyone's standing around with empty glasses, and McDole's like, hey, why don't we just start drinking this stuff, guys? Come on, let's have some beer. Let's try it. Yeah. You can see it for yourself. Yeah. And it's just like the McDole persona that he doesn't want to stand there and just talk about him and how he did it. He just wants to give everybody good beer. And that's always been McDole's thing. Like, we all tell him his beer's good. He doesn't care so much about that. Of course, it's nice to hear. He just wants to give you good beer. He wants to see you drink it.
Yeah, he's happy when your glass is full.
Yeah.
If you drink a second glass, I mean, that's really cool. And I love spreading the love on beer. And there's so much good home brew to be made and to be shared. It's just a great feeling. That's the number one reason I brew.
My mom would call Mike a gracious host.
Yes, always a gracious host.
And the back of McDole's truck is always that way.
Stocked, yeah.
It's always stocked.
Yeah.
It's like he opens up the tailgate and it's like, boom, all of a sudden, hey, you want a beer?
Yeah, it took me a year to learn that when he says, hey, if you want a beer, go ahead and get one, he means it. Because I knew him for a while, and I was like, oh, I don't want to... He's often the only one with beer. He's certainly often the only one with good beer when you go to these beer festivals and stuff. And I remember the first year at NorCal, I felt bad because I wanted to keep going back to McDole's truck. And I just felt like a dope. I keep taking his beer. And it took me a little while to learn that, no, he means it. If he brought beer, he wants you to drink it.
He didn't want to go home with it.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the difference between Mike and me. You know, when you come to my house, it's like, help yourself to the refrigerator. That's just because I'm too lazy to get up and get you a beer.
Yeah. But McDole means, hey, I brewed it, you drink it. All right. I've got one last testament to McDole's commitment to the whole homebrew thing that I want to talk about before I just give him a blowjob.
Thought you already did.
So McDole wins a bunch of money on this thing too. They give
how much?
The 2 winners.
Five big.
I don't know if do you care?
5 large.
It's public information.
You got $5,000. for winning this thing. You know, you sign over your recipe, and they
What are you
brew
doing
it,
later,
and,
honey?
I mean, let's face it, they're going to sell a bunch of six-packs of this thing. We're going to buy a bunch ourselves. I think it's a cool thing that the Boston Beer Company gives the guy $5,000. What a great incentive, too, to enter the competition, put your best foot forward, and do the whole thing. So, anyway, they give the guy $5,000, right? McDole's telling me the whole time before he knows he wins, so for months now, if I win, giving the BN some money. Just going to donate. You guys deserve it. I'm giving it to you. And I'm telling the whole
Hit
time.
the button.
I'm telling the whole time, you can't do that. You know, you got to keep it. Listen, you know, it's hard-earned stuff. You deserve it. So McDole shows up today, gives the Brewing Network a check for $500.
Nice.
You know? Like, the guy's just so into the homebrew thing and sharing the wealth, literally. And the information that he knows the BN this will go a long way for the BN. And
do you want my bank account information right now, or do you just want to cut me a separate check?
Shall I just pay to the order of?
Please do.
Yeah.
Kind of submit your demand for back pay.
Can I kind of add on to that?
Yeah.
I think that maybe I had met Mike like maybe 2 or 3 times. He totally offered to brew for my wedding.
Yes.
Like.
Yeah.
Gonna
totally
brew beer
offered.
for your wedding.
So nice.
That's just the way I roll.
Unbelievable. I love you.
You're marrying the wrong guy.
I am.
He might make cookies for your wedding too, but you got to watch out for that. So listen, McDole, that is very generous of you.
My pleasure, believe me.
You know just as well as anybody around here because you help us out a lot in ideas when we're talking about all this stuff. You know how far this will go for the BN, and so you listeners out there could be given the same thanks to McDole that I'm giving him because this really helps, and that's awesome, man. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Really appreciate that. So that's what the community's all about, man. People just kind of handing it down like that, you know? Everybody helping each other out and doing cool stuff. So what a cool thing. I think I got to take one more break. And when we come back, we're going to do some tastes. We got a lot of listener beers. I'm all verklempt right now, McDole. You're just a good dude to have around. All right, so hang in there, everybody. We're going to take a little break. We're going to come back. We're going to talk about the beer. You guys, Doc, you've been having his IPA too, right?
I just told him I love his IPA.
Isn't it great?
I don't think I've ever finished an IPA in my life.
But his,
yeah, definitely. It's it had delicious factor. It really did. I wanted another one.
You filter this thing?
Yeah, I filter all my beers except the Weisens. Yeah.
I was going to say, just look at the clarity on that with all those hops and stuff, but you filter it. So that's cheating.
Yeah. Well,
you can find all those things out too.
Yeah, you can do that.
I know you're Captain Fining over there, Colin is.
I find a lot. I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah. It's good stuff. All right, we're going to drink more of this. We've got a listener beer to taste from Bransid. Shat, we got another beer to taste too. Is it a commercial beer we got to try?
We do, from Firehouse in Sunnyvale.
Firehouse in Sunnyvale.
It's a double.
And we've got 2 beers to taste that were imported to us hand delivered from a friend from England. So we'll try those 2 and talk about that all when we get back right here on the session. So hang in there, kids. Be nice to Bevo in the chat room. She's going to be with you for a little while longer, and I guess then we'll let her go. And if you're nice to her, maybe she'll even come back next week. We'll see what happens. Hang in there, kids. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Coming this fall. 4 beer kits and a bag of sanitizer. That'll be $4,000 for shipping.
Never. I won't pay more than $20 for shipping.
Ha ha ha! You will not find a deal like that now. Northern Brewer's flat rate shipping promotion is finished.
No! I'll never pay that much. Never!
My patience wears thin, young home brewer. You must pay too much for shipping.
Never fear. Northern Brewer's here.
Foolish Northern Brewer. Your flat rate shipping promotion has ended.
No, sir. Now we got $7.99 flat rate shipping all the time over here.
Northern Brewer has all of your home brewing, wine, mead, cider, and soda making needs. And a complete line of award-winning beer kits, including the intergalactically boozy Bourbon Barrel Porter. Still with cheap-ass shipping. Place an order at northernbrewer.com and get some flat rate $7.99 shipping action. Offer good in contiguous U.S. only. Some heavy and or bulky items are excluded, such as glass bottles, sacks of grain, bulk DME, and oak barrels.
Take that, guy. $7.99 flat rate shipping.
My retina!
Retina? Damn near killed ya.
I play one mean guitar and then score at the bar. There's a line of chicks waiting for that chance. So come on now, honey, I'll make you feel pretty. These other gals mean nothing to me. Let's finish these drinks and be gone for the night, 'cause I'm more than a handful, you'll see. So kiss me, kiss me. I'm soiled and brown in the trousers. Say kiss me, and I only butter one round. I can bench press a car. I'm an ex-football star with degrees from both Harvard and Yale. Girls just can't keep up. I'm a real love machine. I've had far better sex while in jail. I designed the Sears Tower. I make $2,000 an hour. I cook the world's best duck flambe. I'll take the pick of the litter. Girls jockey for me. I don't need these lines to get laid. So kiss me, kiss me. I'm soiled and brown in the trousers. Say kiss me, and I only butter one round. I'm a man of the night, a real lady's delight. See, my figure was chiseled from stone. One more for the gal, then I'll escort her home. Come last call, I'm never alone. I have a house on the hill with a red water bed that puts you Hefner's mansion to shame. With girls by the pool and Italian sports cars, I'm just here in this dump for the game. So kiss me, kiss me. I'm soiled and brown in the trousers. Say kiss me, and I only butter one round. So kiss me, kiss me. I'm soiled and brown in the trousers. Say kiss me, and I only butter one round. Oh, fuck it. Who am I shitting? I'm a pitiful sight, and I ain't all that bright. I'm definitely not chiseled from stone. I'm a cheat and a liar, no woman's desire. I'll probably die cold and alone. But just give me a chance, 'cause deep down inside, I swear I got a big heart of gold. I'm a monogamous man, no more one night stands. Come on, honey, let me take you home. So kiss me, kiss me. I'm soiled and brown in the trousers. Kiss me, and only butter around. So kiss me, kiss me. I'm soiled and brown in the trousers.
It was tiny.
And I only butter around.
I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio.
Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
And now back to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Beer's flowing. We got to wrap things up. We got a couple people to get out of here. Bevo's got to go take care of drunken, sickly Sam. He was out drinking all day yesterday. Doc's got to get home and feed those kids.
Got to shower them up and
get them presentable again.
Yeah. Well, they got
school tomorrow.
They got school in the morning. I can't send them in looking,
looking like they've been
rolling with me all weekend.
Yeah. Isn't Stephanie their teacher? They can go dirty.
No, Stephanie's fourth grade teacher.
Oh, it's not till next year.
First and fifth. So.
Oh, I see. Oh, so not even at all.
But she knows of them. In fact, you heard the story where Steph walks up to my oldest one and says, "Hi." She says, I know your dad. And he looks at her and goes, "Who are you?"
Yeah.
He goes, I'm on the show with him sometimes. "Oh, you know Justin?"
Yeah.
He's cool.
Yeah. That's my fellas right there. I had JP off, and having heard that comment off mic, I'm glad I accidentally had him off.
You make me sad. You make me cry.
You're messing
Don't
with
cry.
that.
Just cry inside. That's fine.
I cry in my pants.
Men are allowed to cry in their pants. That's fine.
It's just a good T-shirt, right? I cry in my pants.
I cry in my pants. All right, so we got a couple tastings to get through. We've nixed the English beer tastings because I'd like Doc to enjoy those. They were hand-delivered by a friend, and I want to be able to drink with us, too. So we'll wait for that for next week. Plus, Paxi brought some beer here, so we got to try his. And we're going to get through a listener beer and a commercial beer before we go. I want to drink Brancid's beer. Cool guy, lives in the Denver area there, and gave us a couple bottles to bring back with us. One of them Schumann had to chug in the security line. Where is Schumann? Is he passed out somewhere?
No,
or
he's
what?
taking care of the kids.
Is he watching the kids?
He's making sure Doc's kids shower.
I think they're showering together.
Yeah, dude, never let Schumann take care of the kids, man. Are you nuts?
Now, kids, don't tell Daddy.
Oh, man. All right, so we're going to try Brancid's beer here. I think I had some of it.
Hey, Jay.
Oh, is this it already? I see. I think I had some of it while we were still in Denver, but it was late at night and it was warm and we just wanted a beer. So he's like, yeah, I don't care.
You weren't supposed to say that.
Well, he's like, I don't care if you guys drink it. Just make sure you drink some on the air so I can get a proper evaluation. So let me just say this, Brancid. I've got a great panel of tasters here who have been drinking hoppy beers all night. So they're going to do the best they can at evaluating your beer and telling us what you could do and not do and
Do we know what kind of beer it is?
Well, he calls it his Christmas beer, but it doesn't have any spices or anything, and he told me that. It wasn't meant to have spices or anything.
So it's probably more like an old
It's more
ale.
of a winter warmer.
Yeah.
He said it's a winter warmer in the vein of a Baltic porter. It's got 82% Maris Otter, 80% Crystal 4. Is that 80 or 8? 82% Maris Otter, 8% Crystal 40, 8% chocolate, and 2% Crystal 80. And that's how he did it. That's all I know about the beer. So, what do you guys think? Any impressions? A silent room can either mean they're really enjoying it or they're searching for the words to tell you.
I think it's clean. I think
needs to be
it's
done.
a little too sweet.
I like the malt bill. It's sweet if we were calling it, a pale ale or something.
Mhm.
But I don't think it's too sweet for a Christmas beer.
No. When it comes up, it's dry in the finish, though.
I'm curious what yeast was used.
A dusty dryness in
Yeah.
the finish. Yeah. Is that the darkest crystal? You think?
Yeah, because it comes with the sweetness probably, and there's not that much he puts in there, so it's not cloying.
No,
nice.
but I find the darkest crystals give me a roasty dryness at the end of the palate.
It is clean, and it does have a great malt character. I definitely like that.
I am curious what yeast he used.
Yeah.
I mean, it's dry, but yet there's that sweetness. It's kind of interesting.
Get some
Mike?
yeast.
It doesn't seem to have like an English yeast flavor to it. It might be.
Think Cal?
Maybe
It's clean?
Yeah. It has a little bit like a Scotch ale sort of flavor to it too.
Yeah.
Strong Scotch ale.
You know, I'm going to say that I like this beer, but I can really taste those crystal malts that he used. And those, to me, they're just a little too sweet. I think he... And what the fuck do I know?
What were the
but I think he could have
Amber-esque.
gotten... like I might have thrown some Vienna or something in there to get the same sort of malty... to get the same OG, right?
Mhm.
But there's something about the crystals that kind
Or
of...
the Munich.
They stick around for a while.
Yeah.
And...
Well, it reminds me of a Scotch ale. I think that's a great call.
Yeah.
I think that if I was going to enter this in a style, I would say Scotch ale.
You'd go Scotch ale? Think you'd do well as a Scotch ale?
Yeah.
There's the tiny littlest hint of vinyl that I think that my Harvest Ale has as well, so I'm really sensitive to it right now.
Yeah.
And I think I picked that up a little bit in here.
Okay. You think that's a hop thing?
Actually, we were thinking as a yeast.
Yeah, I think it's an underpitching
dry
yeast thing.
yeast.
The dry English. That was my favorite yeast as a homebrewer. I
That's
really
what he said that he used?
Well, no, somebody else. I don't know.
Oh.
Somebody named Test Engineer said that.
Oh. Well, he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Sorry, Test.
When I get that flavor in my beers, it's because I don't have enough cells. It's an underpitching.
Oh, it's an underpitching thing. Okay.
And
Well, that's
I get
good to know.
I get just a touch of that, and I think there's a touch of that in the Harvest Ale we had tonight as
So
well.
what was the OG on this? Did you say?
I don't have that. He didn't give me the full recipe. Shat, did he give you the full recipe where you can see like his
1094.
Oh, start at 1094 and finish
So
at
it'd be easy to
1027.
underpitch.
Oh, don't listen to my whole crystal malt rant like a jackass. Maybe it's just sweet because it finished at 1027.
Well, yeah, it's
Well, and it's a
English
huge
barley
beer
wine.
to start. Yeah.
But I think it's maybe in some of the unfermentables from all the crystal. I don't think it's too sweet, but I
Thank
mean,
you,
it is
JP.
definitely. That's what I said in the first place.
Oh, you
Bevo
did?
likes it.
Yeah. Oh, you'll get used to that. Chad has no clue what he's doing.
Gotta
The
give
fact
Bevo
that
some more beer.
the fact that he started at such
Decided
high
not to drive
gravity
home after all.
And got that is pretty good.
and got so little esters out of the yeast means that he was phenomenal at managing his fermentation.
Yeah.
Not phenomenal.
Yeah. No, and that's really impressive. To-
Homebrew jokes, gotta love them.
Get them when you can.
Only here.
Anytime you're starting above 1080, trying to get a low ester ferment, I think is a big challenge. And this is really low esters for starting that high.
I like this beer.
Yeah.
I think it's a good winter warmer. Like I said, the only thing even though you guys saying you did a great job fermentation, I'd have liked it to have been a bit sweeter. So maybe, like you said, Colin, a little under pitch.
A little bit drier.
Sorry, yes, a little drier.
Yeah, I would say double the number of cells.
Okay.
And at 1094 starting, he should have finished like at 1020 or maybe just a little bit over, but not too much.
Okay.
So yeah, a lot of the residuals.
Yeah.
Well, depending on the yeast.
Yeah,
some
better.
yeasts are a quarter. So 1022, 1023.
Right.
I would even done some Munich or some Carafoam or something, because at the end it kind of drops, it kind of falls apart a little bit at the end.
Yeah, that's
to me.
It just kind of finishes.
Yeah, so something just to kind of carry it through, and otherwise I think it's great.
Yeah,
I hope we're not hurting this guy's feelings because it is a
screw
really
this
good
guy
beer.
anyway.
Yeah,
No, I'm just
I mean, it is a good.
No, I mean, leave it as it is. But if you're going to tweak it, do some of these things.
And the reason why we're actually bringing it up is because it's such a good beer to start with.
That's why. It's just like judging. It's like entering your beer in a competition, although you don't get anything from us except a lot of lip.
Nah, Brantz is a good dude. He gave
Oh,
it
yeah.
to us. He wanted me to put it in front of a panel that could tell him something about it. So he's fine with it. I'm quite sure. Okay, well, it's a good beer, Branson, and nice job. Thank you for giving it to us. Just take those couple of pointers and brew it again, because I think you should definitely brew it again.
Yeah,
It's nice.
certainly. The more times you brew it, the more experience you'll get with the recipe, and the better it'll get.
Okay. One last thing I should tell you, because he made a point of telling me, that's why I made sure we drank it this week. He just filled it in the bottle right off the tap, too. He did no special, no fancy bottle filling, and he did a pretty clean job of doing that, didn't he?
Pretty much what Mike does.
Yeah.
That's how I roll.
There you go. You didn't do that for the ones you entered in long shot.
No, for competition, I flushed the bottle with CO2.
Okay.
Otherwise, I still just pour it into the bottle. With
Even for competition, you don't use a counter pressure
any
filler.
beer I've placed with in the last 3 years.
Use a picnic tap.
picnic tap into the bottle.
See, McDole does a bunch of freaky shit though that nobody else does. Like I remember John Plissé was telling me once that you carry it from the backyard down to the basement. And you just pour it right in the ferment.
Right.
You do a bunch of
in buckets.
Yeah.
You do that, right?
Yeah. I'll sell you some of the wild yeast off my.
Your rafters?
Rafters, yeah.
Yeah, under the deck.
Yeah, that's my secret.
That's the McDole
farmhouse.
That's that McDole house flavor. It's
everything's the farmhouse ale. Yeah, exactly.
See, I'm telling you, I would love to do a show about McDole's process, but I don't want to encourage people to do some of the things that this man does.
Yeah, it could be disastrous.
It's something about just he's got the green thumb of brewing.
He's a trained professional.
Yeah,
it's a Zen thing. That's the secret.
It's a Zen thing.
It is a Zen. It's a cookie thing. It's a Zen thing.
Well, and I bet I've tasted 25 of Mike's beers, and I don't know if he just censors the bad ones from me, but they've all been really good. So
I've had some beers at the shop where Mike's go, yeah, I don't really like this one, and it's phenomenal.
Yeah, and
it's like,
when did I meet
crazy?
You, like 6-7 years ago.
Quite a
right?
while ago, Colin.
Yeah, and so I don't get to taste his beers a lot, but I bet it's like 1 or 2 a year.
Oh yeah, when you were working for B3, yeah.
How many beers you dump out?
Oh, in a year, maybe I better not see how much I make. A couple batches a year.
You do?
Out of 200 gallons, Mike, a
sometimes
year.
It's like it's not a high enough quality that I would share it with my friends, and then of course that's where all the beer goes. So I mean, it's just going to get old, so I just throw it away.
Then you dump it.
Isn't that making a good brewer, though? I mean, I think you're a real brewer when you can say, you know what, this is not a quality, and I'm going to toss it.
No, it's not good enough for my friends. I wouldn't drink it, but I wouldn't even give it to them.
Because, just let it sit around.
Well, but Mike's the other way around. He's like, well, I'm not going to let my friends have this, but I'll drink it so I don't have to deprive my friends of other beers.
Mike's like the guy who'd jump on the grenade to save everybody else.
I don't know about that.
The hop grenade?
All right, I got a couple calls coming through. The guy on the phone, I guess, getting bitchy. That I'm keeping him on hold. And I got Boob on hold, too. Boob, you can hang on a little while. Let me get to this guy. Caller, what's happening? Who are we talking to? Is this Caleb?
Oh, yeah. Hey, what's up?
What'd you do, fall asleep? You waited so long?
Yeah, basically.
Caleb calling in from Detroit. You got some questions? What's happening, brother?
Yeah, I just have a couple of technical questions.
All
I actually have like 8 questions, but I'm just going to kind of go with 2 maybe right now.
Let's
I can get away with that. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's fine. Go for it, man.
Okay. You guys are always talking about aeration, so obviously that's important. Does that just affect attenuation? Is that what that's all about?
No, it's more than that. It's bigger than that.
It's all about the yeast health.
It's health. The whites always say health.
You need the aerations to help in their phase where they're multiplying. And the more cells means they're not going to have to work so hard, not be so stressed. So when they're stressed, they give off a lot of different esters and things you don't want. Sometimes
so
you do
want definitely affect flavor if you under aerate.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, because
I'm getting good attenuation. I'm getting really good activity.
Well, you'll have enough there to
so
probably ferment, but you're going to make them work harder. And there's times when you want to stress them. I've experimented a couple times with some Hefeweizens where I underpitch on purpose just to see what they're going to do and give me what I want. And it does kind of work with certain beer types.
But ideally, in a normal situation, you don't want them stressed.
No,
you want them healthy and happy.
Healthy and happy, and make lots of babies.
If they don't have O2, they actually use what is it? They use their own something.
They use their own glycogen.
Which you don't want them to use. They need that. But if they don't have O2, they'll go ahead and use their own glycogen to make up for it, and that makes a bunch of weak pussies like me. And you don't want your yeast
or
like
a lot
that.
less of them too.
Well, and then they don't get a chance to rebuild those glycogen reserves, so you can't use them again.
All right, so really the only way to tell if you're getting proper aeration is to kind of test the final product, the esters that you're getting out of it.
If you got 2 carboys, do side by side, aerate one, don't aerate the other, and pitch the same amount of yeast in there.
Yeah.
And
gotcha.
That's a good idea.
Treat them the rest of the way, and you'll see what it is.
Or spend $800 on a DO meter.
Do you do 10 gallons?
You know what? I got one of those in the garage, and I wondered what that was for. So.
Really?
Right.
What the hell is that?
You got a garage sale.
I'm good then.
Dissolved
I'm
oxygen
good then.
meter.
I just got to hook that bitch up, right?
Yeah, there you go. I have one in the garage. Listen to this guy.
I have one more quick question.
Yeah.
Do you guys have like a really complete resource for kind of descriptions or information on all the different hop varieties and malt varieties? I've looked around on the web and I haven't found anything that's like complete. You know, they always seem to have a few things missing, and I'd like to be able to, I'm just kind of getting into this, and I want to know, for instance, the characteristics of the Simcoe hop. What would I use that for, what the alpha acid is. I want to know everything about everything. Is there a really great resource that I can turn to for that stuff, or do I have to just kind of get my shovel out and
Good question.
dig?
The short answer is no. The long answer is if you go to Hop Union's website, they have a pretty good description of hops. At least all the ones they carry. They have a really large PDF that's got about 70 pages on hops. But really what we want for hops is big spider diagrams of the tasting profiles of all of them.
I want like a family tree type thing.
We don't have that. I was talking to Ray Daniels the other day, and he really is trying to get them to put it together. And I think he's excited enough about it that he might actually just put it together himself. He's got two books he wants to put out, and that's one of them.
It would be great to have something like that, because I can't go out and spend, $200 on samples of every single hop pellet and
well, and they're different every year,
one
too.
after another, so I'd love to be able to have like a decent, at least synopsis of what each variety has to offer,
Well, certainly Hop Union's website will give you that much. The malts are a lot more difficult because there's so many different maltsters out there, and they all have a different vision of how it should work.
Oh, okay. So the same type of malt from a different maltster might have a slightly different...
Yeah, I'm using two varieties of Maris Otter. One was malted by Crisp. One was malted by Simpsons. Both of these are probably buying malt from the same farmers. Completely different colors and subtly different flavors. I find I have to adjust the color a lot. I have to adjust my water chemistry to get the pH right. Now, we're talking about the same variety, two different maltsters, really trying to compete with each other, and yet I'm getting different flavors out of them.
So malt's going to be a little more of a hands-on type situation.
And I don't even know at the homebrew level, do you guys even know? I mean, when you guys get a bag of malt, does it say Great Western or does it say raw?
Well, you can find out.
At my
sure.
shop, it does say the maltster on it.
At least then you can. At least then for one season, you can get it consistent.
Are you a home brewer?
Yeah.
Are you going pro?
I'm attempting to be. I'm working on the. I'm working toward my Ninkasi here. So.
Yeah, you are. You're working towards something. This is insane. Let me tell you what. Even the guy from Anheuser-Busch, the reason they have the experimental brewer, he's the guy we got to talk to at the GABF, the Florian guy. The reason they have him is because there aren't the resources that you're asking for from crop to crop and from year to year. His entire position at Anheuser-Busch is to test these ingredients batch after batch after batch so that they know what they're getting at. So I think, like Colin said, you're going to find things on Hop Union. You're going to find some very general descriptions and as close as you can get. But this stuff changes so much from year to year that's why guys like AB have their own department just to figure it out. So,
well, that's cool. So it's like at least the industry is kind of moving in that direction then.
Sure, they're looking for it. Like they got they need their beer to taste the same every time. So that's why they got that guy to do it.
Yeah, them obviously, but just something that can kind of trickle down to the homebrewing community.
Yeah. Well, I think even the hop symposium that Colin was talking about, he went to, the industry is getting more and more scientific and more specific and more into the research. So,
well, and John Palmer was sitting next to me, and Ray Daniels, was there as well. So, that information will disseminate out.
Yeah. So
that's cool. Yeah, that's basically what I'm looking for. I mean, I'm not by any means swinging the heavy lumber here. I'm just. I'm probably on my 7th or 8th brew here. I just switched to all grain, but I'd like to, I want to be able to have as many resources as I can to try and progress, Well,
my advice to any young brewer, anybody starting off in this craft is the most important lesson you can learn. So take the exact same recipe and brew it 10 times in a row.
Yeah.
And you're going to realize that there's so many process variables that the recipe variables aren't that big of a deal. Like people walk by with the brew house all the time, say, oh, what's in this beer? And I'll just give them the entire recipe exactly as it's written into my logbook. And they're like, well, aren't you afraid somebody's going to steal it? I can't even train my assistant brewer to make beer taste exactly the same in my brew house with me standing there. You're not going to be able to walk into a different brew house and make the same beer. You just have to learn your own equipment. And my favorite way to do that is to take one recipe and brew it over and over again.
Hey, Caleb, what do you do for a living?
You're saying my Igloo cooler doesn't really match up with your...
I love my Igloo
Not at
cooler
all.
that I use at home. I have a 10-gallon Igloo, and I love it. And actually, it matches up really phenomenally.
I saw Colin eyeballing my Igloo cooler out there.
I find that mash depth is the most important parameter once you have it insulated. And if you match your mash depth, you can actually get pretty consistent results scaling up into large brews.
Caleb,
Really?
Caleb, what do you do for a living?
You really want to know that?
Yeah. I also want to know if you have anybody buried in your backyard.
This coming from the Skin Suit Show?
Yes, exactly. What do you do?
I clean windows.
Really? Because I thought for sure you're going to say like some sort of biologist or something, because you're really into this stuff.
No, he's just thirsty for knowledge, and he wants to know it all now.
Yeah.
Yes,
He's got the
do.
bug.
Yeah.
Yep. Actually, my first all grain was a Kolsch, and I listened to Kolsch Nazi Doc every week.
He is a Kolsch Nazi. You got that right.
Trying to harvest as much info as I can.
Yeah. Oh, good on you, man. That's good.
All right. Well, I appreciate the help.
Brewing the same recipe over and over again will give you all the knowledge that I can't write in a book.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to try that. I'm working on an English IPA that I flamed out on pretty bad last time, but I definitely want to keep rolling with that and
keep track of any variables you can think of, like evaporation rate, any variables that affect the process.
Oh yeah.
Or
dude, I'm taking notes like freaking Hemingway. Trust me. I'm going off here. So
Good.
Yeah, I'm going to get it dialed in for sure.
Hey, you're going to advance fast, so keep that up, man. That's good work.
Right.
You're like Shat over there. Brew all the time and asking.
Don't say that.
Asking a bunch of questions. That's what you got to do.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, douchebags. I'll talk to you later.
Later, brother. Wait. Hey, Boob, what's happening, man?
Yeah, I know.
What's the word, man?
Turn me on?
Yeah, I got you there.
I'll turn you on.
Cool.
What's up?
Yeah. Hey, Doc. Hey, you know what? One of two reasons I'm calling today.
All right.
Is you inspired me, Doc.
Oh.
I am hereby challenging the Brewing Network Army and or community to a Movember contest.
Oh, this is the Mo discussion. You seen this in the forum, Doc?
No.
Tell him what a Mo is.
On October 31st to shave completely, unless you're a total pussy, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah.
I can't reach my back.
No, just your face. It only has to do with your face.
Just your face.
Yeah.
And throughout the month of November,
Karen doesn't have to shave your ass.
You grow the mustache, the Mo.
So it's just a bit like your Tom Selleck stash that is now in the
all
forum.
Selleck on your ass. Or I'm actually going to go Hogan, I think.
Are you?
Oh, really?
A little Hulk Hogan.
Like,
my wife even actually bought into it.
Or senior.
So we can do the chops too. It doesn't just have to be on the upper lip.
As long as the area directly below the lip is clear, and the sideburns do not touch.
Yeah.
The
but
mustache.
I wanted the soul patch.
Yeah, so that's the thing.
Patch, man.
Then it's not
that
a Mo.
would be a beard.
So here's the thing. I saw this in the forum. Everyone's got to, you got to shave your, see, Paxy's got a big fucking foo he's been working on for a long time. You got to shave your whole face and then start fresh on the 31st. And then for the whole month of November, which is now Movember, only grow a stash.
See what happens.
And then we got to take a bunch of pictures and post it on the forum.
It's going to look like 70s porn.
Exactly. And that's why it's Movember. Yeah.
And here's the deal: if you're a total puss and you've already got a wicked stash, or even like a goat or whatever, you can just shave the offending areas and leave the stash there and grow it in good and bushy.
Oh, I see.
You know, because if you've got a sweet fucking handlebar or something, I'm not going to tell you to cut that off because that would just be blasphemous.
See, I don't know what's under my, and I'm looking at McDowell thinking he's going to say the same thing. I don't know what's under my beard anymore, man.
Yeah,
it's been there a while.
Dude, neither do I.
What are you talking? I've seen your picture. You don't even have a beard.
I'm probably
what are you talking about?
You got a little tiny. You got a little tiny foo. I got more hair on my balls than you got in your chin.
Wow.
He's got a goat. Come on.
And by the way, Casey is a total puss because he's not going to do it.
Yeah. I don't think I'm
Casey from Salt Lake City. Okay, so the other thing I had...
JP, you can do it. You shave your face all the time.
I have no idea. I don't know what the conversation is.
You just have to grow a mustache. Shave everything and grow a mustache like a
I have
giant
like 8
stash.
hairs on my
Just taking him how
face.
long?
I can't do it.
But you just gotta let them go. You gotta let all 8 go.
I'll totally do it. I'll shave all this garbage and
Jip is in.
and then braid it.
Cool.
And then braid it.
Yeah, JP's
It's
in.
Doc,
Don't you
are
have
in?
to paint something with
Doc, will
lipstick
you
on
grow
your
the
chest?
stash? Come on, you gotta give us the stash back.
Come on, bring the
Just
stash
for a
back.
month.
You know what,
So
Doc? I
fucking
have a
wicked.
picture of you and John Palmer from Vegas Nationals.
Yeah, you sent me that picture.
Yeah, with just this
It's
caterpillar.
At the end of November, you can shave it back off, but give us a month.
Or you can go beard after that. Whatever.
Actually,
It's all-
nah. People could ask me at work, "What are you doing?" I go, "It's a contest."
Yes, exactly.
It'll make a good. It'll make a good.
Is it a contest?
conversation.
Tell them it's for charity.
Actually, there's there's
The winner
a
has to
couple
donate to the
different
BN.
events that are organized around this. There's a Movember it's supposed to support like men's prostate health or something.
There
so,
you go.
Next time you wipe your ass, pop one up in there.
It's for charity. Will you do it for the month of November? Just give us that stash. I just
Look,
want.
I got all these eyes on me.
I want to see that thing again. It's so freaking Tom Selleck. It's unbelievable.
All right.
There you
Doc's
go.
in. There you
I'll do
go.
Bevo, how about you?
Yeah, Bevo, you in? You gonna grow that stash out?
Absolutely.
Bevo's in. We try to get Sam to grow out his hair. He could go for friggin' Mo March from here until then, and you still wouldn't see the hair. It'd still just look like dirt.
He'd have 7 hairs, but they'd be really long.
Yeah.
He's like Chris Graham.
Actually, there is a mustache march as well.
Is there really?
He's a face of
So I'll be calling
Poor
them.
guy.
Hey, I actually have a legit question.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So remember the kegerator I was telling you about that I haven't used in like 6 months?
Yeah.
So I went out into the garage because that's where it's kept.
Okay.
And
I found a
I
bunch
was
of
taking out the
raccoons
garbage.
inside.
I was taking the garbage out a couple of weeks ago and everything was cool. I took it out like last week, and I've got hair on my floor. I had a keg in there that like totally puked, and it
It had been there a long time.
Oh yeah, like 6 months ever since I unplugged the thing,
Yeah.
and it leaked out out the beer side hose.
You had a
and,
carpet.
Oh my god, it's so fucking foul.
Okay, so I'm curious about this. Which color is the carpet? Because there's a blue carpet, there's a white carpet, there's a black carpet, there's a pink carpet you can get from this.
Inside the fridge, it was green.
Yeah, green carpet.
On
too.
the floor of the garage,
It's a
was
film
white.
over the top.
On the floor of the garage, it's white. I'll post some pictures later. I took some pictures.
It's the black one. They pitched the black one into a pint of beer a pint of wort one time.
No, I'm dude. I totally hosed it down the driveway. It's so nasty.
Anytime I find those things in the brew house, I pitch them into a pint of wort just to see if they'll grow. And you know what? A lot of times they will. They'll grow in a totally anaerobic environment. Scary as hell for a brewer.
Yep. The ropey stuff.
Yeah, so I don't want to do any of that. So, what do I do to like totally like? Should I just shit can the freezer, or should I
wipe it down with bleach a couple of times?
Well, you don't want to get bleach on the aluminum though. So the aluminum.
Yeah,
fins-
because it's got the exposed coils. It's an upright.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what
I was just thinking the inside of it.
Yeah, the
Oh, I'm
inside.
talking about
Any
the inside,
stainless
yeah.
surface, any plastic surface, you can wipe down with bleach. That's your best choice. But to get inside those aluminum fins, I have a true refrigerator I had to do this to. Get quaternary ammonia and spray it in there. And it doesn't matter if you have quad A or quad B. You're only going to need it once. Just use it.
Yeah.
And it'll kill
It's a surface
everything.
disinfectant.
Yeah, and
We use it
it's
at work.
lasting. Yeah, and it's lasting.
So where would
if
I
you're using
pick
it a
up
lot,
this-
I get it from McMastercar.com.
Mad scientist.
I know. What the hell do you do with your life
what?
when
No,
you're not
what?
brewing, Colin?
Well, okay, so
Every show you
I've-
get me with this shit.
I've been saving this one for you. So you know what my latest hobby's been?
Oh dear.
I'm trying to write a book.
Okay.
On the history of the nuclear weapons designers from 1944 to 1963.
Are you?
It's actually a pretty interesting topic.
Listen to Bub the terrorist over here. It's actually quite fascinating. I've got a lot of the manuals. Colin,
It's not that difficult to make a nuclear weapon, really.
are you just? I mean, can you not just sit still for a few minutes?
No, I can't.
You get
Sean and
bored.
I share that. Yeah, Sean and I share that particular problem.
God damn it. I always feel like such an idiot when Colin's around.
That's why we like hanging out with you.
As if I need help with that.
I mean, every hobby you have, why can't you take up like knitting or something? Every hobby, I hand make guitars, I do holograms, I make airplanes. Now you know about the history of the nuclear world.
Okay, so my shameless plug, holographyforum.org.
You're still heavily into that.
Oh yeah, I still run the largest forum for holographers in the United States. I'd love to webcast it, but there just aren't as many holographers as there are.
Oh, I bet that's got to be
You have like
just
a sweet
riveting
hologram of your
webcast.
No, but you know
Bunch
what?
of pasty
a friend of
nerds
mine,
with no facial hair and glasses doing holography.
Yeah.
Colin, I have a question. Somebody wants to know if you've been to the Nuclear Museum in Vegas.
I haven't been there though, but I've requested a lot of the videos. They have all of the original testing videos available for $10 per video, and I've gotten a bunch of them. The ones they haven't deleted the audio from are just phenomenal.
So you know what I've just
Can I
discovered?
bring some popcorn over?
Yeah, you really can. You can actually watch the mic test,
All
the
of
Trinity
these,
test.
all these things that Colin does and can do, Doc actually does too. He just knows better than to admit it. Like it comes out every now and then, but he knows better than to say it.
I have been to that place.
I mean,
I spent an afternoon in there.
You never just want to go play bocce ball, like join a bocce league or something, Colin?
I love bocce ball.
Or at least just masturbate furiously on the internet to porn.
I mean, something.
Can't you actually tour where they blew shit up and stuff too?
No, I don't think they've been wanting to make the Trinity test site a park, a national park.
You can't do that. You grow third nuts if
No,
you
they did a bunch of underground tests and shit.
Not
so you
anymore.
can
Yeah, but
drive
think of
by
how much
and
money
see a
you can
bunch
make
of
in porn
craters
and
and
three
shit where
nuts.
they blew shit up.
There are some craters from Operation Plowshare where they were trying to figure out how to use nuclear bombs to dig canals. And there's some craters you can go visit in Arizona. But the Trinity test site is actually one day will be the big national park, I think.
No, so you know what?
It isn't yet.
That not anymore? Bullshit. Didn't everybody from that... who's the Western guy?
You don't know anything about this.
John Wayne.
John Wayne and everybody on the cast of his film that they filmed in the desert there where they tested, they all died of cancer.
Dude, you're a fucking idiot.
But John Wayne smoked cigarettes too.
He smoked 20 packs a day and he drank
and so did everybody on the set of the film. They all happened to be...
It was the 1950s, dude. Everybody did
You
that.
saw pictures of my house.
You could walk outside a casino in Las Vegas and watch a test.
Yeah, they also thought it was really neat to watch the colored sky.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Every time they tell us, it's safe now.
Nuclear weapons are so incredibly
So was Olean.
overrated.
Paxton, help me out here.
You know how many shorts I ruined eating a lot of
Anytime you
Olean?
have extra neutrons, you have a problem. And
You have a problem,
anything we can do to keep neutrons inside their own atoms, we're doing a service for the planet.
I think my family has
Right.
extra neutrons.
I want to cook with one of those burners.
It'll sear whatever you want.
Sean Paxton's nuclear potato
the
chip.
gamma ray sear.
Yeah, .com.
All right, Bub, I'm done with you.
All right, F you too.
Later, brother.
Douchebag. I had to get it last in on somebody.
Douchebag.
Sorry, Bub, just happened to be you.
All right, just real quick, did you guys taste this Firehouse Grill and Brewery? It's a Firehouse Double. It's their Belgian double style ale.
Oh, good call.
Shat brought home with us.
Doc figured out what it was.
Shat won. Oh, did you call it already, Doc?
Yeah.
Shat went on the 21A Oktoberfest on the bus yesterday. I didn't get invited back after last year. Isn't that weird? I did a whole film of last year. I don't think they were too happy
It was a
with
videotape.
the film I did.
It was a video.
But Shaq got invited back, and this is a nice beer that you brought home with you. What was this? Just one of the stops on the tour, Shat? Yeah, it's one of the first stops. What did you guys think of this?
It was nice.
Isn't it a little thin for a double?
Yes, I thought it was pretty thin for
Think
a
it's
double.
thin?
Yeah,
It was his
I couldn't
first
figure
shot
out what
at
it
a
was.
double.
Yeah,
His first double
he's
he's ever
never done
done.
it?
Yep, first double
yeah, I
he's
just
ever
thought
done.
it's.
So it's a single double?
Yeah, I just thought it was a little thin, alcoholic heat.
Okay.
It's not hidden enough with enough malt.
Okay. I think he used a great yeast. I think he got awesome Belgian yeast flavor on it.
Yeah.
To me, it tastes like a double.
A nice little bubblegum aroma that I thought was beneficial to the overall flavors.
Yeah. Oh, you got to get out of here, Doc? All right, Doc's outie.
Hey, we got to say hi to his kids. Come
Thanks,
on.
brother.
Come on the
You
air.
want to say hi on the radio?
Parker, you want to say hi to the folks at home? Put your headphones on, Parker. You got to have those on. And say hello to the
Bryce,
folks.
come on.
Just say hi to the folks at home.
Hi.
That's little Doc right there. That's one of the little Docs. And,
Are you going to be a dentist?
I'm going to be a goat herder.
His goats.
You're going to go to college, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to go to college.
You don't want to sleep on the street.
What happens to people who don't go to college?
Want fries with that?
Say it again. What do they say?
Want fries with that?
That's right. People who don't go to college say you want fries with that.
Or they say, like radio, beer shouldn't suck.
Yeah.
Or one of the two.
They say, welcome to the Sunday show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Want the other one on here too?
Yeah, come on.
Double up on the kids.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, Schumann already did. Why not?
We had Karen on the air. Might as well get the kids on the air too. Where's he going?
Bryce, come here.
Bryson, put your headphones on like a real radio man. Get up on that microphone and say hi to the folks at home.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Bryson, what grade you in?
I'm first grade.
First grade. Do you get good grades?
Yeah.
Yeah. Does Daddy yell at you if you don't get good grades? He doesn't know how to answer that.
Silence says everything.
There's a signal I give him.
And hey, Bryson, you going to go to college?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why are you going to go to college?
What?
Why? Because it's a smart thing to do.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What would you be doing if?
Yeah. What happens if you don't go to college?
Want fries with that?
That's what happens. Hey, Bryson, you got any cute girls in your class? Girls are
shaking his.
Are girls still icky?
No, he just likes the older ones.
Hey, how about?
I got one hot one. It's my teacher.
Hey, Bryson, you guys got a babysitter, right? Yeah. She cute? No, she's not that cute.
Parker, what do you think?
Doc,
is she cute?
what are you doing? You're not.
Is she cute? No.
No, she's not. Doc, what are you doing? Not getting him a cute babysitter?
Oh, sometimes we get them. They don't last.
Oh. You got to take what you can get.
Came home one time. I went, who's this? Oh, we're trying a new babysitter. Score.
Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't see her again.
Oh man.
I forgot to come home early from work.
Hey, Bryson and Parker too, if you want to get on here too. Does Daddy fix your teeth also? Is he your dentist?
Well, he did it once and...
Get up on the... Come over here, Parker.
Well, my dad worked on me once when I was 3, and then I screamed and cried.
So now he doesn't do it anymore?
No.
You gotta ask for the blue tank, Parker.
I went down to the other end of the office, and this patient, what are you doing to that poor kid down there? I go, it's my kid.
I can do whatever I want.
Whatever I want.
All right. Well, you kids keep doing good in school. Go to college. You got a good dad there. He's all right sometimes, right? You guys like him?
We all do.
All right, kids.
Hey, but kids, just in case you don't, it's 8 minutes aside for the patties. Okay, just so you know.
If you don't go to college.
Yeah. Ask everybody they want fries.
Yeah, super size. You got to upsell.
You got good kids here, Doc. They're always fun to hang out with. You got goats at home, don't you, Bryson? You like your goats? What are their names?
Belle, Buck, and Becky.
Which one's the new one?
Becky.
That's Becky. Which one's your favorite?
I like them all.
You like? Oh, wow! You've already got him a diplomat too.
The one that doesn't bite me in the butt.
No, the one that knocks him down.
Yeah. One goat knocks Bryson down. Well, once he was come down the driveway, and Bryson's like, "Whoa, that thing's fast!" And all of a sudden, kablam! And he goes flying across the garage.
You ran right into him.
Oh yeah.
Did you cry?
Yeah.
Oh,
rat it out.
You don't rat him out, Parker. You say, no, he was a man.
He was a stud. He was a male.
Come on.
I see him get hit sometimes really hard.
Yeah.
Just out of the corner of my eye, and he goes down, and I'm expecting him to cry. And he just gets up, and he goes, brushes it off, goes, man. Gotta watch out for that.
Because I'm a male.
You guys learning karate like your dad too?
I used to do it.
Yeah. You got to do that. That way you can, punch people when they're mean.
You guys play white dot, black dot?
What is that, JP? I don't even know what that
you
is.
You never played that? Oh, Doc's got to play white dot, black dot with you.
Do you know what that is, Doc?
Oh, yeah, I taught
Doc
JP.
taught me.
Oh.
You're the one who taught him. No wonder we don't know about it.
All right, we got to get out of here.
All right, bye,
All right.
kids. It's
All right.
nice
Thanks,
to talk
guys.
to you guys.
See you next week.
All right, Doc, we'll see you next week. Good kids. The Doc kids. The Doc twins. All right, let me throw some questions at you guys I had. Why haven't we heard from any of the Beer Jeopardy Vannas? Oh, because Schumann just pulled them out of the crowd, and they were Vannas for us. We didn't know them or anything.
Okay, wait a minute. How does this work? Hold on. Doc's leaving with the last of Mike's double IPA here. Oh man, break my heart here.
I owe Doc, so...
Hey, McDowell, can you do this one real quick? Someone asked, what's a good method for keeping your hops from clogging the Therminator wort chiller? What do you do?
I do hopback.
And it just saves all the hops right there on the hopback, and then it goes to the Terminator after that.
Right, exactly,
yeah. So there's a good way to do it. Here's a question that was totally off topic from tonight, so I've been saving it to the end. It's pretty basic, though. You can find this from anywhere. How do you control freezer temp and fridge temp for your fermenters with a Renko temp controller? You just adjust the dial, right?
You plug it in.
Plug it in, put the probe in.
Put the probe in and you adjust the dial.
The question is, where do you put the probe? I think mostly is. That's the big variable. Some people...
And where would you put the probe?
There's a bunch of things I did with the Rankos, and I've done this a lot, and Mike's probably done the same things. First off, as a minimum, I put the probe in a pint of water, but I'd prefer it in my fermentation. Yeah, Thermal Well in the fermentation. That was actually one of my products for Beer More Beer was a Carboy Thermal Well.
That's the one that just fits inside the stopper?
The stopper, yeah, and I developed it specifically so I could control fermentations better. But the other thing I noticed was I always wanted my refrigerator fan on. So I actually wired those directly into the refrigerator instead of turning the whole plug on and off like the Renko's designed to do. I left the fans on and only turned the compressor on and off with the Renko. It takes a little bit of electrical experience to get that wired in, though.
Another random question. Does carbonation offset gravity readings? Can you take your final gravity before you've carbonated, I guess is the answer. Or after you carbonated, yeah.
No, because the bubbles keep up.
So
they push the hydrometer up. So you get
they stick to the hydrometer, but I also think there's
the roof.
But I think there's another factor that goes on as well, is, like if you dissolve salt in water, the specific gravity changes. I think if you dissolve CO2 in water, it actually increases the specific gravity. All of the
carbonic acid.
Yeah, all of the test manuals I've ever read about measuring specific gravity say to deaerate the beer, decarbonate it. They talk about pouring it between pint glasses back and forth. I put mine on a stir plate or even in a blender until it stops foaming.
Okay. Well, that's a good way to get rid of the carbonation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Blend it. Look at you. This guy freaks me out sometimes, man. I gotta say. Go ahead, Bevo.
Branson has a question. He wants to know, from Colin, the best way to get chalk to dissolve in water.
Chalk.
You really can't. The best way to get chalk into your mash is to put it into the mash tun itself.
What are you using chalk for? Is that a pH balancer or something?
Yeah, it's if you want to do like Dublin styles or anything with really dark malts, it's really good to add some chalk to the mash.
Like
it gives you
Like, do you go buy a stick of chalk?
Calcium carbonate.
Calcium carbonate.
Yeah, no, you buy food grade calcium carbonate.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
You don't go buy like
Beer More Beer sells it. Yeah. And
like sidewalk chalk.
The best way though is to put it in the mash because the pH of the mash will dissolve it.
I'm pretty sure Bevo and I have the same questions, and she doesn't even brew beer.
That says a lot.
Well, sidewalk chalk.
Doesn't that pretty well sum it up?
I have a lot of pinks and blues.
All right, I got Brian on the back on the phone. He called the beginning. BC's the one who gave you a gift at BC. What's happening, brother? Hey, BC, what are you?
You jumping out of a plane?
Does sound like he's on a plane, doesn't he?
Yes.
Is he on that phone? Hey, BC. All right, well, I can't help you there, buddy. You're not going to answer me talking to you. There's nothing I can do. Who's on this one? Sully. What's Sully doing up so late? He's got pneumonia.
We should call him Sally from now on.
Sully!
Hey!
What the hell? I thought you might be dead.
He's alive and well. Hello,
I gotta tell you, hold on a second.
He lives.
No, get the big diapers this time. I got a big one.
Not a bottom.
Sully!
No, I thought I'd call in and say that I'm alive, I'm well, the show sounds great. I listened to all the shows while you guys were back in Denver.
Oh.
It actually got me through the bad stuff, and
thanks.
It was touch and go, but Beer Jeopardy saved my life.
Hey, great! I'm glad to hear that. Are you back on the uphill now, or what's happening?
I am. I'm cured. I got a little residge, but that keeps me honest.
So you still have a faucet for a behind or what?
Yeah.
No, JP. That's what you left in Denver.
It's true.
I'm doing
actually.
a lot better.
Sounds
way
heartbroken.
better.
Good. I got worried about you. See, it always when we hear that Sully's sick, it starts with us just calling you a pussy. But then people start telling me, no, I heard he's really sick. Yeah. I had to call Sully and be like, hey, what's happening, my brother?
And then we realized that he's like 85 years old.
Well,
he got that going for me too.
Old people shouldn't be getting sick.
What happened, the long and short of it, I called you on the plane when I was out to Oktoberfest, out to Germany, and then I just got sick there, and it's like the whole thing where you just fight through it, and you're drinking, and you're fighting through it, and then the plane ride back, man, it just kicked my ass. So.
Well, the tits keep you alive, don't they?
Yeah, the second time I've had pneumonia in 2 years. So, JP, you and I, we're never kissing again.
We kissed twice and I got pneumonia twice. Coincidence? I don't think so.
I think not.
Pneumonia. What'd your doctor say? How do you get pneumonia twice?
Well, JP, again, could probably tell you better than I could. But, no, what happens basically is that you just kind of get run down. I've been traveling a lot all this summer to events and conferences.
Yeah, Sean
and all
works
this
hard.
Stuff.
Yeah.
So you just kind of, you overdo it, man.
You know what
Especially
I think,
when you're
Sully?
85.
Well, this is what I think, and I've said this to more than one person, so you might hear it again. I'm serious about this. Sully parties like a young rock star. He does.
2 hours.
He does. He really does. But he recovers like an old dude. Do you know what I mean? Like the guy, he has the mindset of a young guy. He is out there with, he is partying down. Like you never, he's right there with Doc. But
and then it's 10 o'clock.
But he recovers like an old guy. Like the next day, he's like, fuck this, I ain't moving.
He's right there till about 9:30, and then
You're exactly right. I mean, last year at this time, I was in Europe, came back, same thing happened.
Sounds like you have an issue with going to Europe.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
I think you've been misdiagnosed. It's mad cow that you've come. Well, you sound a lot better. The last time I talked to you, man, you still sounded like hell.
No, dude, when I talked to you, I don't remember when that was because I didn't know when the sun was up and when it was down for that matter. But they wanted to put me in the hospital, actually. That's how bad it got at one point.
Oh, man. That's never
not
good.
to go into too much detail, but why not? No, it was bad, but I feel great now. I went up for a ride today on the little scooter with my big helmet up to Napa today.
Good.
Had a good time, so...
You rode all the way up to Napa?
Yeah, I just kind of went for this crazy ride up to Napa. I don't know what I was, just kind of out there.
How come I didn't see you at the brew house?
I rode right by, but I got to tell you, Colin, and this is nothing against you, I'm not drinking right now. I haven't had a beer in over 3 weeks. So.
I make root beer.
Man. Yeah, cut out a root beer. Yeah, you got to watch out. You can't be drinking again yet.
I love the fact that Justin is giving me medical advice.
Yeah, I'm the one to listen to. Well, Shat went on your bus tour yesterday, and I said, hey, was Sully there? Was he drinking with you? But you didn't even go on that.
No.
Oh, man.
No, after all this went down, when I came back, I basically canceled like 3 big events, and I just said, that's it. Actually, it was kind of nice because I would have just been going too much further, and so that, just kind of took the meds, slept a lot, that was it.
Well, I do have to thank you for the wonderful beers for the dinner. So.
Yeah, Sean. Actually, your menu, man, was amazing. I mean, I wish
that NorCal dinner.
That.
Why does Paxton put on his sex voice when he thanks you for the beer?
I just
he gave me his
really
last 5 gallon
but,
kegs of watermelon funk, and that was a real big please, and it was just everybody was just loving that because I think out of 180 people, only 2 people had actually had that beer. And it was great to share it, even if it was a small amount.
It was good.
When you gave me
and there was some of it at the GABF. Hey, Sully, congrats on your bronze, man.
Thank you.
Woo! Yes, how kick-ass is that? Their double IPA, which is a badass beer, won a GABF bronze this year.
Finally.
Yeah, that was exciting.
You were stoked, right?
Yeah, it was funny because I got 8 text messages immediately, and 5 of them were from Push.
Yeah, he's a star fucker, and
he's exactly he was going to invite me down and wanted to take me to some hotel room.
He was he was probably drunk dialing at that point.
You had become a star.
And then I got a call from Nico and Jesse, and it was great. I mean, you think bronze, that sucks, but really when you think about it, 72 beers in that category, and it's dominated by a lot of the big players, and that was great. I mean, but you got to put your you gotta say thanks to Moreland's. I mean, those guys, they had a gold and a silver. I mean, that's unbelievable. Denise Jones, just, banging it out there.
No, she kicked ass. But that also was the second validation you've gotten this year for that beer, because you also won the double IPA fest at the Bistro with it. And
I didn't win that. I got a gold at the IPA.
Oh, gold at the IPA. That's what it was. Not the double IPA. A gold at the IPA. Yeah. And then now you get this bronze at the... You're kicking ass, man. And Jesse's doing good stuff for you.
He's doing a great job. It's nice to have, to have a great brewer in there that's spending, that's just brewing beer, and that's what you need in there. Not somebody who's
distracted with like what I'm doing.
Sure, you can't do right. Well, if you're gonna, I mean, you can brew good beer, but to really focus on it, you got to have somebody in there. So Jesse's a cool guy too.
Our wet hop beer will be at the. When's it going to be? It's going to be at the Tornado this week, and also down in San Diego. Tom Nichols doing a wet hop festival down in San Diego, I think, next weekend as well. He owns what is the name of that place? It's a tap bar down in O'Brien's.
O'Brien's, yeah.
So, hey, is your wet hop beer going to be anywhere else but the Tornado so I can have some, or what?
No, it's funny. I haven't even had it myself. Because
really?
of this whole shenanigans I've been going through. But that's they have the last of it, where we just ran out. So
that's too bad. What did you brew it with? What hops?
I brewed with Chinook, and I did it differently than a lot of people. It's a harvest beer, so I didn't use wet hops all the way through. I used 50 pounds of Chinook hops, and I cleaned out my mash tun. I actually brewed this beer, if you can believe it.
What?
Put 40 pounds of the Chinook wet hops in the mash tun, and then at the end of the brew, while the wort was still hot, basically used that as a big hop back, and then ran out the wort through the mash tun and into the heat exchanger, and then into the fermenter, and then I reserved 10 pounds, and then I used that to dry hop, and it came out great.
How did you store the 10 pounds?
What's that?
How did you store the 10 pounds you reserved?
I froze them.
You froze them. That's a great idea.
Yeah, I got that idea from Brian Hunt, actually.
Ah, the man.
So, but I got to tell you, these beers are crazy. To ship 50 pounds of wet hops overnight from Hop Unit cost $500.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah.
Hey, are you having trouble getting hops in general with this whole thing going on?
I was concerned about that, and I have actually contracted all my hops for next year with Hop Union already.
You have. See, you're smart.
And more to the point, malt is becoming a big issue.
Yeah.
Barley malt, so I've already contracted that as well through Brewer Supply.
See, Sully's no dummy. You got to get in there fast to do it.
Yeah.
Hey, Branson said he tried your funk at the GABF and wants me to tell you it was awesome.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, that watermelon.
We are going to do that again. I was talking to Vinny. Once he gets his big production brewery up and running, we're going to do a whole bunch of it. So
very nice. Oh, good.
So my garage is out now. Is that the deal?
Yeah. No more Paxton's Garage production.
Well, no. I'm not. Yeah, we got to get that thing going too.
Well, that's different. That's the side project.
That's a side.
We can talk about that one later, Sean.
Yeah, that's the down low project.
You didn't use your sexy voice that time.
All right. Well, so my last question for you is, I want to know when you get to have your first beer, and I kind of want to be there. Like, I want to, let's go have a beer, man. Good Lord, I feel like I don't even know you anymore. You don't send flowers.
It has been a long time since we've held each other, hasn't it?
When are you going to crack one open?
Well, I was thinking about waiting until this Saturday, but I'm getting kind of itchy,
Yeah.
And,
they have a topical.
They have creams for that.
Devo.
Yeah, she's getting the hang of this.
So you might go before.
I don't know. I mean, maybe
I think Schumann has some you can borrow,
tomorrow,
actually.
something like that. Maybe sometime this week.
Yeah, all right, we'll talk. Why is there something special Saturday? Or
Well,
just
that's the Wet Hop Festival.
Oh, that you're going to
At
San
the
Diego.
Tornado.
At the Tornado. Oh,
Yeah.
not the O'Brien's one. See, now I'm getting them all mixed up.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if not before, I could do Saturday. That sounds good to me.
Okay.
Let's see. I mean, JP won't be there.
No.
That's fine.
I'd rather
I'm okay
punch
with
myself
that.
in the
Yeah,
balls.
you're fine with that.
Thanks, Sully. Hey, I have a listener gave me a can of beer to give you, but after that comment, I'm just going to chug it myself. So, F you.
All right.
Well, Sully, look, I'm telling you, I'm glad to hear from you, mostly because you sound a ton better than the last time I heard from you. So good.
Well, honestly, it was terrible. Never get this because it'll just put you right down. And I got to thank young Stephanie, man. She really pulled through, and we make cracks about her changing me and all that, but it's true, she did.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
And no, she really she was really great.
Sounds like you drained her essence and recovered her T cells or some weird crap like that.
She's like an 85-year-old woman.
Thanks to young Stephanie, I recovered very quickly.
I gotta be honest, Sully. The thought crossed my mind that as you're going through this sickness again, that Stephanie might have been like, you know what, F this. I'm younger. I don't need to deal with this shit. I'm telling you, I actually thought about this and was hoping that she wouldn't do that to you.
Well, I make cracks to her about it all the time and says,
if you gotta go, I mean, I'm not doing well here, and I can't even lift my head right now.
Yeah.
Is that you, Stephanie?
Yeah.
Come closer. I cannot see you.
Yeah.
Oh, you're with JP.
Why? What have you heard?
Well, good on her for sticking around.
Yeah.
All right, Sullivan.
All right, guys.
Thanks, brother. I'm glad you called in. You sound a lot better. Good.
All right, take care. Thanks a lot.
Cheers,
man.
Sean. I think it's easy to stick around when you're bounded with duct tape in the corner.
Yeah, let's try Brian again real quick. Brian, you there this time?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound like you're crossing the Atlantic in a biplane.
I'm at 40,000 feet right now. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Are you sure this isn't Charles Lindbergh?
No,
Where's your baby?
I'm popping my Skype chair here, so I've never used this headset.
Passengers, just like you to know, everything's doing fine. We're losing altitude. Yeah. We're going to have to lose some passengers. We're just going to do it alphabetically. Is there a Brian on board?
Just so you know, ladies and gentlemen, the oxygen masks have deployed, but it's no big deal. It happens all the time. Oh my God!
Brian, could you stop smoking in the lavatory? Thank you.
To the passenger who decides to throw DNA all over the room, please stop.
No, it's fine.
All right. Hey, man, I just wanted to know if any of you guys saw that thread that was posted on the Burgundian Babel Belt website about substituting oxygen with a little bit of olive oil.
We talked about this a while back.
Yeah, the New Belgians.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically,
yeah, the whole thing at Leuven they were doing with it, like a tiny drop. Well, I guess for a 5-gallon batch, it would just be like a minuscule drop.
Yeah, for homebrew, it's not even worth it.
You know what he's talking about, Colin?
Yeah, the idea is oleic acid as a replacement for oxygenation. When I brought this up with because this is a little beyond my chemistry experience, when I brought this up with the guys at Sierra Nevada, all of them just
laughed at you.
But yeah, basically talked about how gross all the off flavors would be, and that oleic acid would be a really bad choice as a replacement. One of the things that came out of all of that same textbook where people are pulling this out of is actually kind of interesting, and I've been doing some experiments with it. It's actually taking your stir plate and putting an oxygen stone in it and oxygenating all your yeast for a good 4 hours. What you do is you oxygenate it for 2 hours. You add a little bit of dextrose, which I don't have the calculation, be like 2 tablespoons or something of dextrose, and then you oxygenate it for another 2 hours, and then you pitch that without oxygenating your wort. The idea is that you rebuild all the glycogen reserves before you pitch, so that you don't have the lag time. It's supposed to be a Belgian process. That seemed more promising out of that textbook. The olive oil and the oleic acid ideas seemed a little scary to me. There's a bunch of off flavor compounds that can be built out of those molecules that you really don't.
It seemed
want.
a little weird when they were saying 1 drop in a 5-gallon batch would be, a way big. It's like an overdose amount.
Passengers, if you look out to the left of the plane, you can see Colin's giant brain. It's there sitting at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. It's huge.
Well, one of my girlfriend has a very good point about that, and that's, I forget everything all the time, but fortunately I read so much that there's some of it stays inside.
Yeah. Just whether or not you can ever use it again besides shows like this.
Right.
But it's there. And BC gave JP here a gift. He also sent us Meltdown juice, which we can't use until another week. We'll talk about that the next time. Jipper, what'd you get from BC?
I don't know. You want
to crack that thing open.
Let's see what it is.
Gonna open it right now.
I have a feeling it's made out of human flesh.
Did you? You didn't make him a skin suit, did you, BC?
No comment.
Passengers, BC has jumped out of the airplane. You're going to have to forgive us.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking, Brian.
This is the other Brian. This is in BC. This is Richard 700.
Oh, it's too many friggin'
You guys don't even know who you're talking to. You guys are the drunks of the week, man.
Shit, if I had known that, I'd have hung up on you a long time ago.
Yeah, no wonder you didn't answer when he was talking to you. Yeah.
All right, Brian. Hey, use your parachute, my brother.
All right, jumping. Later.
See you later. Okay, wrong Brian. Where's he? Oh, it's the Brian. Too many friggin' Brians. Here, I know which one it was. I'll call him. Since you're going to open it. Go ahead and open it now. Let's not, Oh, that guy's gone, too.
It's a Texas shirt. That jerk.
Don't you hate Texas?
I can't stand Texas.
And you got to wear it though, dude. How come it's like size friggin' massive?
I don't know. I think he thinks I'm shat.
That thing is huge. We got
huge in Texas.
We got
Put it
Icky on the line too. That's very nice of you, BC. He'll wear it with pride.
Yeah, thank you.
Rainbow pride. Icky, what's happening? Hey, Icky, you there?
Yeah.
What's going on? dude?
4,200 feet today.
Are you at 4,200 feet? Good for you.
Yeah, on the ground.
Icky almost got in a fight with the people at the NorCal Homebrew Conference.
I was going to take off my shorts and lay down in front of the stage.
Because there was that whole thing where, like, there wasn't enough time for us to go on the air, and Icky, he wasn't having it. He's like, I'm going to take off my pants and lay in the stage.
I'm going to revolt.
Yeah, I had to stop him. I was like, Icky, don't do that to me, man. this could get ugly.
Yeah.
But,
what was the revolt about?
Well, we had clearance to have Justin up there, like in between our somewhat packed schedule, and then certain things took longer. And
just got behind schedule. It was nobody's fault, really. And
but
I
feel bad because you should have been up there. So
it's fine. Hey, it's their loss. What are you gonna do?
Pretty much. And I do appreciate you coming out, and it was great to have you.
No worries. It was fine. And that's the thing is that I knew it was nobody's fault, but Icky was like, no, this is not right.
Tell you what, bro.
This is not
if you don't
right.
let the session go off, someone's gonna wake up without skin, man.
At least I was there, bro.
I know.
Oh.
Well, you're right.
JP can't go away on long weekends where there's people around.
That's true.
If it were like a deserted island, he'd be fine.
I'd be all over it.
Yeah.
That'd probably be the only festival I'd win. Too.
We drank with Icky till like the middle of the night, middle of the morning, whatever.
We missed you, JP. Honestly, we missed you.
We did.
There's some good stuff.
Nobody missed me.
Did you have a good time?
Hey, I had a fucking blast.
Yeah.
Did you come to my dinner?
Icky's all right. Icky's creepy, just like he is in the air, but he's still pretty cool, man. You got to dig on. I'd hang with Icky.
I wore my skin suit the whole night, did I not, Jonathan?
He did.
That was you.
Even Schumann loved my skin suit.
Yeah, Schumann was all about it.
Yeah.
Shat was creeped out by Icky. He didn't want to hang. He was like, I don't know.
He was stuck with McDole all night.
You want the real inside stuff? Icky slept with Schumann.
Oh.
I had to sing.
Deny it, Icky. Deny that you slept with Schumann.
I had to sing the song all the way home. Shu will fuck you up. So,
what are you trying to say?
As some sort of like mental therapy for myself, just to keep it between the bar ditches on over the path.
Here's what happened.
Man, I had a hard day the next day.
Here's what happened. So, Icky, we're in a camp when you go to the NorCal Fest, you camp. You know this, Colin. You've been there.
Yeah.
And it's a big campsite. So
Camps
I'll give Icky that. But me, him, and Doc, we were up late. Icky left. He's like, all right, I'm going to go home. He leaves. He can't find his camp. He comes back 20 minutes later. He's like, I don't know where I'm staying. He couldn't find his camp. So he ended up having to bed next to Schumann on the fold-out couch, which, by the way, was like shaped like a V. So they're both like in the center of this thing. And,
that was a really weird arrangement, but, I think Schumann was a little disappointed that I was gone when he woke up.
I'm sure he was.
So is that two festivals in a row that Schumann's been to where he's got some late night action?
Where he's got late night action.
Yeah.
I heard that Schumann was a perfect gentleman with Icky, though. He sent him flowers the next day.
He was very gentle.
No pearl necklaces.
He went really slow.
He loved my skin suit, though.
Yeah. Go ahead, Bevo. Oh, wait, I've got you off. There you go.
Schumann actually prefers you not to be there when he wakes up the next morning. I don't know if you've ever met him, but...
Yeah. How do you know that from experience? Yeah, how do you know that,
No, she's right. That is how
Sammy
Schumann rolls.
shares a wall with Schumann.
Yeah, that's how Schumann rolls. If you're gone the next morning, he's happier.
Oh, no, it ain't
It's a
like
blessing.
that.
Yeah.
It ain't like that, baby. You gotta go.
Yeah. All right, Icky. Well, it was good to meet and hang, man. We'll see you the next time.
Yeah, happy.
Right.
Happy?
Later, brother.
Peace.
Okay.
Carve him up.
We're going to get out of here now, folks? You guys pouring another beer?
Yeah, what are we tasting now?
We can drink that off the air, right? Is that a real one, or is that a homemade one?
It's a faux one.
Yeah. I want some of that.
We got it off the black market in China.
That's good stuff. What is it?
Supplication? Oh, temptation.
Temptation. Russian River I'll just take it, Bevo. You can stop working.
No, she can't.
Caller, what's happening?
Yeah, I'm calling in to talk to Justin. It's Vanna.
Oh, which Vanna is it?
It's Vanna number 1.
Vanna number 1! Oh! Now, Vanna number 1 did our Jeopardy board for us while we were at the GABF. We had this is why you gotta go to these events, folks. You think it's fine to stay home. When we do Jeopardy on the road, we get Vannas to pull down the numbers for us.
Now, you're the dildo salesman, right?
I am, and
go.
that's why I was calling in, because I brew, I listen, and I was just a girl from the audience.
Yeah. See, this is so cool. Now, check. Bevo, you got any questions about dildos? I know you've been in the market for a while.
Bevo's getting married soon, and it's,
Vanna actually
it's dildo time.
sells dildos, like that's her career.
I do have a question. I'm not actually looking for one. I received one as a gift.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
How practical are double-ended dildos?
Well, I use
do
them
those
to
actually
make
get
microphone
used?
stands and tap handles, but that's about it.
What's your best-selling product?
Oh,
it's the
I'm
best.
going to have to say probably a Magic Monarch. I know my site's on the forum, so...
What is a Magic Monarch? Explain it.
Oh, it's
where you squat over her face and you
JP, stop ruining this.
Sorry.
It's a pearl one that has a little butterfly on there for the ladies' satisfaction, I guess.
For the extra spot?
You spread it over the
thing.
The spot that doesn't really exist? I mean, come on, fellas. It doesn't exist,
I mean, who's found it? No wonder you're single, Justin.
I mean, let's face it, the female orgasm is a myth, isn't it, fellas?
Yeah, you guys should definitely visit my site now.
Now that you hear that.
Yeah. I think all the guys in the forum are crashing your site right now.
You know, Ben, I was going to remind you that Justin is single, but I think you already shot down that boat.
Yeah, that's obvious. Now, Vanna 1 was really cool, and she hung out there. She had another friend with her. They were both in Dirndls at the GABF, and they worked the Jeopardy board for us. They were very cool. And you were a very nice woman, Vanna 1.
Thank you, but I'm also Bad Rock's wife.
I know. I'm not hitting on you. Jesus, I'm just saying nice things about you.
Because, the next day I seen you, I was like, oh, he doesn't remember me the next morning.
Oh, no, I remembered. I just was looking at your face the next morning. I mean, at the night before, you were in a dirndl. I just looked at you differently, that's all.
Bad Rock just said in the chat room that he loves you. I just thought that was cute.
No, here's what I do. When I see people the next morning after we've hung out the night before, I try to just stay low-key. I don't say a whole lot because I don't want anybody to be embarrassed like, oh, I remember every single thing that you did, because normally I do remember every single thing that happened, and I just thought it'd be best if I just shook your hand and said hi. That's all. So I knew it was you. Yeah, but it was both Bad Rock and Vanna 1 here who tore down our booth for us and did a very nice thing and then drove our stuff to the hotel. They didn't have to do all that. They could have slapped us in the face and said, see you later. But nice couple.
Slapped you in the face with a double-ended black dildo.
I gotta say,
which you wouldn't even have to pay for this time.
I do have to say, Vanna 1, Bad Rock's kind of an ugly dude. I mean, let's face it. You've all seen him. His picture's right there in the forum. He knows it.
He's 6'8", full of ugly.
Yeah, I mean, he's gotten hit by a couple of ugly sticks.
Yeah.
But Vanna
double-ended ones.
Vanna here's a real good-looking lady. He's got something else happening, doesn't he?
I do like big feet.
She likes big feet. There you go. That's all you need to know, right there.
I don't understand.
Size matters.
You like,
and you never will, JP.
Yeah, you like hard to find shoes? I don't get it.
And who was your little friend that you brought along with you, too? There was another one in the picture with you.
Oh, she's my neighbor and one of the girls that likes to come over and help me brew with the extracts, so my husband's not really into the extract brewing. So.
I thought you were going somewhere else.
Oh, but YouTube
she likes to come over and help me with and I thought it was going to be the dildo sales, but
well, without getting naughty, it's kind of cool though that the two, like, she comes over and you two brew extract together.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of cool, though, isn't it?
It's really cool.
Yeah. That's definitely why we wanted to dress up. We wanted to stop by some of the other brewers we know, you know, definitely hit their booths and draw some extra attention for them.
Of course. What's the last beer that you two brewed together?
We did a raspberry Hefeweizen.
How'd that come out?
I loved it. My husband thought it was a little strong on the raspberry, but
how did you add the raspberries?
What does he know?
I'm sorry?
How did you add the raspberries?
We just added it at the end.
Fresh raspberries?
No, we did extract.
Oh, raspberry extract after fermentation?
Yeah.
Did you bottle it or keg it?
We bottled it. My husband was not going to give up the kegs.
They would still taste like raspberry.
Your husband's a keg Nazi.
Yes.
No kidding.
How appropriate that you wore a dirndl.
Yeah. See, I think that's cool. So, look at now, they posted some pictures of these two. You can see Vanna 1 and Vanna 2 in our forum if you haven't already. I'd like to see some pictures of you guys the next brew day and see how the brew session goes.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, throw some of those up there next time you guys do that.
Definitely.
All right. Well, thanks for calling in. I appreciate that. It was great to meet you. I did remember who you were, and it was very generous of both of you to show your to work the Beer Jeopardy board.
Right.
Very generous.
All right. Thanks for the call, guys.
Hey, no worries. And
you called us.
And listen, Bad Rock's awesome too. You tell him we said that. He's a good dude.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Cheers. That's cool. That's a good lady. See, we met a bunch of people there. They were just
totally
cool
did.
people. You know, we saw a bunch of cleavage.
Yeah, Bad Rock actually caught me looking at his wife's tits there before I knew that they
Really?
were. Yeah, I kind of walked by.
What did he say to you?
Hey, stop looking at my wife! And he poked me in the arm really hard too. I'm like, oh, hey, man, what's up? And I thought he was just messing around. He caught me looking at some chick, and then next thing I know,
You didn't realize it was
I
his
had no
wife.
idea, and I'm like, oh.
He
It
had
didn't
to be.
Stop,
he
it didn't
had to-
stop me,
he
but I
was-
had to look at him first to figure out where he was looking before I could look.
Yeah. He had to know though because
I'm sure he didn't.
Your wife shows up in a dirndl. I mean, I've been down this road before, folks.
Yeah.
Let's face it. I know what happens.
What happens?
People look.
Oh yeah, they do.
And you know.
Well, you know,
there's
you
so
got to
much you
quit
can do
wearing
about
those
it.
dirndls, Justin.
Yeah, good point.
Can I say something about Colin? There's only two people in the world that I know that have USB sticks on their keychains. One's Chris Graham, and the other is Uber Dork Colin.
Yeah.
In case I have to type something to save it real quick.
Do you think that the two of them ever touch USB sticks?
Little fraudage going on there.
Chris is the only reason I kept my job at Beer More Beer. So
Because you guys were nerdy together.
You know, for some reason, he and I just got along really well. He's
a good guy.
He supported me even when I was way off the deep end. And he was really good about that.
Yeah, that's why JP's still there. I mean,
Where?
he supports people that are way off the deep end.
Yeah.
Chris Graham's good about that.
Who is?
All right, that's enough already, huh, Bevo? Look, she's yawning over there.
She put her shirt back on.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, I'm ready to get out of here.
All right, we got to do that. We're going to get out of here and we'll go, finish the beer that Colin brought us. That's what we're gonna go over. Paxton brought some good stuff too. Real quick, what are we drinking here, Paxton? Because we didn't talk about this.
This is a collaboration beer that I did actually with De Struis Brewery over in Belgium. They're in West Flanders, and
how'd you collaborate with them from here?
It was actually really cool at Zythos in March. Their big beer fest out there. I thought they had one of the best, actually several of the best beers at that festival, and very unknown, very small, very eclectic brewery, and well, I guess we just hit it off.
Really?
So we started drinking, and I just kept, like, the flavors were just unreal, and I could really tell that they really put a lot of care and love in their beers, and
you kept talking about how, like, oh, when I see the color purple, I want to put that into my beer.
I mean, this...
And they were like, yeah, right on, man.
Were you there?
Yeah.
I think this really transcends beer, and it moves it to some weird deal.
Well, they make one beer called Panapot. They do a Panapot Reserva that they served at Zythos, and a few of you Rate Beer and Beer Advocate folks have tried it. It's just, I mean, incredible beer. And then they also do an Earth Monk Ardung and a To Jesus and a few other ones. And
Earth Monk Dung and To Jesus?
Earth Monk Ardung.
Oh, okay.
It's just a beautiful, I mean, really outside of the style guidelines, but just, I mean, if you look at Rate Beer, there's 3 beers on there at the top 25.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys really got it going down.
Good stuff.
So we ended up back at their brewery about 2 weeks later, and it was late. We actually ended up back at their farm. West Veterans from 3 years to 8 years old were popped out, as well as some of their beers, and Struis Mikkeller, which is Mikkeller does some great beers out of they're Danish. Let's see here. We had just a whole evening that was just absolutely unreal.
We hovered 8 feet above their farm
with ostriches. It was really cool.
Yeah.
And we kind of made this friendship, and it's actually kind of neat because we started emailing back and forth, and we started talking about trying to do a collaboration beer, and so this is the byproduct of that. So the beer is actually a byproduct of the two of us working together, and it's actually on my website. It's under beers, and it's the Destruce Paxton collaboration beer, and
homebrewchef.com.
That is it.
Yep.
But what's kind of fun about it is that to actually work with him on this beer, and it's basically loosely based on an Ore beer. So like Dodal makes the Ore beer, and it has a lot of oats in it, some Belgian Pale, and then a whole bunch of different caramel malts, and it's just a real fun beer. Lots of different flavors of fig, vanilla. I mean,
yeah.
What do you guys think?
I'm getting definitely the fig and vanilla.
You know, I love it.
Figgin'.
I know you're not a big Belgium fan, so
well, I'm not, and the Temptation I can't even drink at all. But this I actually have been really enjoying. This
you
is my
can't
third
drink
glass.
the Temptation?
It's too sour for him.
Yeah, it's too sour for
You're not a sour guy.
He's a British dude.
Yeah, I like British yeast.
I'm telling you that with all the IPAs and stuff we've been drinking tonight, this Temptation is going to be perfect.
It's
and
nice.
Right, McDowell? It clears the palate right off.
Hey, it won a medal.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a fun beer. It's a very different beer from your standard Belgium lineup, as well as there's just a lot of flavors to it. What do you think, Chat?
Excellent.
Chat just woke up.
Excellent.
You know, and I think it's really interesting to me because what I think in what it does true to Belgian style is builds tons of malt layers that I think are just beautifully textured. And what it doesn't do that makes it drinkable to me is that it doesn't have lots of yeast signatures or bacterial signatures that I'm used to in Belgian beers. And it's, you know, that makes it totally drinkable. This is my third glass of it.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a real fun beer because what Destruce does, which I think is really phenomenal, is that they actually use part of their house yeast from every batch. They use a certain percentage of that, and then they repropagate a new yeast up so that they actually blend the two together for the proper pitching rate. So I actually took a bottle of their Penapot, and I took the dregs off that and added it to the beer. And you can really get those fig and prune and plum notes to it.
But I'm not getting like banana and phenolic and clove. And
there's a hint of clove. I get a hint of clove. I don't know. Do you, Justin?
You know, it's overwhelmed actually by things like malt and fig.
I don't know. I can maybe get a little bit of clove. Yeah, I definitely and the vanilla too. I'm getting that vanilla you're talking about.
Yeah, it's from the oats. It's kind of
really from the oats.
There's actually a very high percentage of oats.
Yeah, I guess I get a little. You know what? I get more than. I don't know if I'd call it clove. I'd call it spice.
Spice. Yeah.
There's some spice, and some. I think some of that's from the alcohol.
It's only 8%.
Is it?
Yeah.
I still think it still kind of comes through. I think it's got a little alcohol bite, but I like that because it cuts through that malt. I mean, it's a really malty. It's also very still, isn't it?
Well, it's been sitting around for a while.
Oh, so when you first poured it, it was carbonated? Is that what you mean? Or?
I mean, I can refresh in your glass there, sir.
No, I like it still.
Okay.
I'm all right with that.
Wow. We can get some music.
We gotta get.
Are you throwing me under the bus?
No, I'm throwing us all under the bus. Actually, this is for every person in this room, Bevo included. Woo! Throwing us all under the bus. We got to get out of here. Beavis, did you have a good time in there? It's okay?
Yes.
You going to come back next week?
No.
No. The week after?
Yes.
All right. I told her she didn't have to be here every week. I just needed a couple weeks just to give us some offsetting.
I'm going to Las Vegas next weekend. I'll come back with fun stories.
No.
Pictures?
No.
What happens in Vegas does not stay in Vegas, apparently.
Sounds like more topless work. Huh?
Nor does it stay inside of Bevo.
Wait a minute. What's happening in Vegas?
We're going to a wedding.
Oh. Well, that could be okay.
It's kind of retarded, actually.
Really?
It's not like a Vegas, like, Elvis wedding. Like, they paid to go to Vegas and get married on a golf course.
Yeah, that's stupid.
And they live here.
If you're going to go to Vegas, just get the Elvis wedding and spend the rest on strippers.
I wish I could get married in Vegas.
You should.
I know.
I don't know why you guys are doing the whole thing.
I'll now pronounce you man and fat pig.
Are you not talking about Bevo?
No.
Wait, that's funny. Wait, no, it's not.
That's what I was talking about. Beaver.
You can't talk fast enough to get out of that one.
I wasn't talking about Bevo.
Good Lord.
I was talking about her friends that they were going with. Like that's who would get the.
I saw where you were looking.
F all of you for assuming that.
Oh.
No.
Boo.
Man.
You should just hang your head in shame.
No, because I didn't do anything wrong.
No remorse, I forgive you for the boob joke.
I didn't do anything wrong. You just called her a fat pig.
I did not. All of you did first in your heads, and then you projected it on me.
Is that how it went?
Yeah,
we're going outside.
Yeah,
I just want you
I'm
to
writing a book about about projections and stuff from the 1950s to the 1960s.
I have to say that I haven't decided if I love that JP has no filter or if I hate that he has no filter. I really haven't figured it out yet. I'm still working on that.
It could take a few more shows.
Ask Chris. He'll tell you the same thing.
The sober or the non-sober?
All right.
I wasn't calling you a fat pig.
I know.
I would never do that.
I know.
But
I could totally take you.
Yeah. Take me where?
Mike McDowell, congratulations on your win.
Thanks again.
Good work to you. And again, thank you so much. It's very generous of you to donate to the BN like that. So
I got a lot more than I give it back.
We appreciate that.
That's sweet.
On behalf of the listeners, they appreciate it too. So thank you for that. Yeah. And hey, Shat, fuck you. What'd you do today?
Not much, just brewed.
I slept and I smoked. I got real fat.
Now, another huge thanks to Shat, to Schumann, to Pushy Jack, who flew all the way out on his own dime. Flew out there on his own dime to help us, just to work. And I'm not even nice to these people. I just slave drive them the whole time they're there.
Just to find someone else to fuck.
Thank to these guys. Thank you to JP for all of the leading up to the GABF. We came home from NHC in June and sat down 4 days later, me, JP, and Shat, and started the planning for GABF. So it was a bunch of meetings, a bunch of work. Thanks to you guys. Couldn't have done it without you, and I really appreciate it. Every single one of you. Thanks to the listeners for coming and introducing themselves and hanging out with us. Thanks to Bevo. For being you.
There we go.
You rock.
Thank you.
Colin Kaminsky, always a pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
You're kind of a nutcase, and that's what I really like about you.
I am really a nutcase. Just ask my girlfriend.
DowntownJoes.com. You can get there off of our homepage right now. It'll be there for another week or so. Just click on the icon or just go to DowntownJoes.com. And don't be afraid to email him. Colin at
DowntownJoes.com.
There you go.
Or stop by and brew with me, too.
There you go. He's always cool about it. His brewery's right out in the open, so you can see it right there.
And I brewed with Colin, and he will let you get in that mash tun and clean it out. And it's good time.
Of course.
No problem.
Yeah.
Hey, look at the big guy. You really get in this thing, huh?
Sean Paxton, the homebrew chef. Go to homebrewchef.com and you can check out all his recipes. If we ever put out a newsletter again, you'll see him there too.
Anytime, Justin. You just let me know.
All right, I don't know what's happening next week, but Chat's going to find out for us. We're going to plan all our shows for the rest of the year this week, so just stay tuned to thebrewingnetwork.com.
Can I plug my website?
Yeah.
I ride shatsfatmom.com.
Oh, good Lord.
Good site. Well done. Thank you. Great.
Great flash on that.
Is that your favorite one?
Very photogenic.
Oh, man. What is happening around here? Get your Jameel book right now because there's not that many left, and it's the only time you get a signed copy. So go to the store. Also, I'm going to put shirts up tomorrow, so check it out and you'll find them. Maybe late afternoon. Go to click on that Brew Your Own Magazine link on our homepage. You can buy Brew Your Own Magazine. It's a good mag, and it helps us out. Click the ads that rhyme with Frugal. And visit all of our sponsors, because they're the ones that make this happen. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you in a week.
Friend of mine, and I should like good barley wine. Chocolate porter, cherry stout, yeah, you know what I am talking about.